you don't want to be hitting that 6th place spot because you don't want to have your job on the line.
We still have something to fight for, you know?
The stakes that we have compared to the previous match are not even close.
Like, the most we can do for our fans is just win this match against Dig and make sure that we're not relegated.
Like, everything's on the line right now.
I think we're going to have to play our hearts out to win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American League Championship Series. We've picked up stakes and taken our show on the road to the Emerald City for the Penny Arcade Expo, or as the natives call it, PAX Prime. Hello, I'm James Dash Patterson, and lending their brain power to the analyst desk, we have Aiden Zyrene Moon and our special guest, Eugene Park, a.k.a. Pobelter from Evil Geniuses. Pobelter, I'm going to put you on the spot right away here. Which NALCS team is walking away with the championship when this weekend is done?
I think Curse or TSM are going to take it.
I love the bold call. I love that call. I'm excited to see whether or not that holds true, and I will hold you to that prediction. Now, we've got a big week of action coming your way live from the Washington State Convention Center, where an expected 70,000 fans will be in attendance for the 10th annual PAX Prime Convention.
Yeah, and this week it will play host to the NALCS as we crown our Summer Split champions and see who will advance to the World Championships.
Now, just moments ago, we saw CLG and Dignitas walking into the venue here. Shortly after, CLG here warming up. We got to see Seraph and Dexter taking his time on the Rift. Follow that up with Dignitas. Of course, you see Cutie and Kiwi Kid having a good time as always. Now, to set the stage, though, let's pull up the bracket to see where the teams stand.
In our first quarterfinal series, TSM defeated Dignitas and advanced to the semifinals to face second seed LMQ. Then Curse turned in a commanding 3-0 sweep over Counterlogic Gaming and moved ahead to take on the first seed Cloud9.
And today, we'll be bringing you a best-of-5 series as CLG and Team Dignitas slug it out for 5th place and a guaranteed spot in the 2015 Spring Split, while the team that loses will have to take on a team from the North American Challenger Series to hold on to their spot.
And after that 5th place series, we've got another best-of-5 as the Brazilian squad Kaboom Esports battles the Latin American team PEX Gaming. The winner will claim the last international wildcard spot at the World Championships.
Now, if you need to refer back to that bracket or schedule because we know it's a lot of information, head to lulesports.com. And while you're there, click on schedule at the top of the page and give a thumbs up to the team that you think will win.
Yeah, and you can get your tickets to join our studio audience in Los Angeles for the upcoming 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament. You might even be able to get this guy's autograph.
Ooh, maybe. And now we want to throw out a Twitter question to all of you. How do you PAX Prime?
Share your pictures from PAX Prime or how you and your friends are watching at home. Send them to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. We'll be on the hunt for the very best to share later in the show.
Now, while you guys get to tweeting, we're going to send it out to the caster desk at the Washington State Convention Center.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, everyone. I am Rivington Bisson III, and joining me for our first series is none other than Sam Kobe Hartman Kenzel.
And thank you, Riv. It's great to be back in Seattle, and the audience is definitely ready for some league action.
I'd say they are. We are shifting into gear right away for our first best-of-5 showdown between Counterlogic Gaming and Team Dignitas. As we mentioned, on the line is 5th place for the winner. For the loser, a trip to the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament where they will have to fight, as you know, a challenger team to hold on to their LCS spot.
Yeah, not long ago, Dignitas and CLG considered themselves contenders for first place and were looking ahead to the World Championships. But now both teams have just gone through a tough quarterfinal series and they might feel like they've hit rock bottom. But that would be a false floor. So this will be a test for both of these teams to see how well they were able to regroup after their losses and focus on the task at hand.
It's definitely been a weakness for North American teams that they have not had as much time in the best-of-5 series. That practice just wasn't there. It takes a lot of mental fortitude to stay calm, focused, and go the distance.
Well, going into their sets last week, both of these teams had obviously been practicing some new strategies. Dignitas pulled out the split-pushing Zion Spartan with Nasus, which actually got them their first win in that series.
Well done.
And then in CLG's case, they started out with AP Kog'Maw comboed with a Twitch, and even though they were able to get some nice picks on Quas's split-pushing Nidalee in the mid-game, they could not deal with him without sending multiple champions, and they fell apart in the late game as their Cog poke did not land and their options dwindled. And in the end, neither of these teams were able to turn the series around once they started dropping games.
Right, and unfortunately, they had less than a week to digest that loss. All the players are still kind of reeling from it. Hopefully, things have been patched up, and when you throw in travel, they haven't had much time to begin preparing for this series.
Yeah, and since they haven't had that much time to prepare, we might look for Dignitas to build on what did work for them versus TSM. Namely, that Zion Spartan split push, when he can get ahead, or when Dignitas can manipulate their opponents in the picks and ban phase, he can become a one-man wrecking crew, as we saw on that Nasus. And he tweeted out once again that he was going to try split pushing, so we'll have to see if they go through with it. For CLG, their bright spot is that they've beaten Dignitas in 3 out of their 4 games that they met in the regular season. And the one game that they dropped was to the CLG sub-squad. So we'll have to see. In the past, CLG have actually allocated their resources more efficiently, and they were able to out-trade Dignitas in mid-game objectives, which got them most of their wins in this specific matchup.
We'll see if that history repeats itself. As you said, the regular season games favored CLG, but for this series, Doublelift says one of their challenges will be adapting to what surprises Dignitas brings from game to game.
In the regular season, CLG is probably the team we struggle with the most.
They're strong in bot lane, and they're able to play with their solo lanes having little farm. That's typically what they play, and we kind of play almost the reverse, almost focusing more on solo lanes.
Normally, Dig is just like a really unpredictable team, and depends game to game. So sometimes they'll do split push with Zion, and sometimes they'll do team fight straight up, and sometimes they'll do full-on poke.
They feel like they're just a step ahead of us in like every rotation, and that's obviously our weakest point right now.
I would be very comfortable playing against them, whether it be 2v1 or 2v2. I'm confident that we should be able to beat them.
I don't feel nervous or pressured at all. If we're meant to win the lane because we put in more work and effort, then we're meant to win the lane.
We have very good calculated risks, and we know when we can go aggressive and when we shouldn't. Because of that, that's why I think we'll be able to beat Dignitas.
Both teams uncertain, but there was a level of respect there, especially even from like Doublelift, not saying it's going to go down our way. There was a lot of level of respect there for both teams coming into this matchup.
Yeah, both of those teams definitely a lot of respect.
Well, we're going to get right into this right now. The starting lineups, let's get them on the screen. On the blue side, it's Counter Logic Gaming. That means it's Seraph in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Link in mid, focusing on the strats, Doublelift at AD carry, and Aframu helping him out on support.
And on the red side, it's Dignitas. Up top, Zion Spartan. In the jungle, Crumbs. Mid, Shifter. AD carry, I'm a Cutie Pie. And support, Kiwi Kid.
All right, Kobe, jumping into these games, there's a lot on the line. We heard Doublelift say, you know, even for the fans, this is something we need to do for ourselves, for the fans as well, and bring out a win here. Patch up what's gone wrong.
We did talk about how, you know, coming into this, anytime there is the 5th place match, both of the teams are kind of feeling down. So it's all about regrouping and focusing on the task at hand, the games that are ahead of them. As I said, you know, the history between these two teams in the regular season, CLG has had the upper hand with the squad that's actually up there right now.
That's kind of, as we've seen those matches we saw in the quarterfinals, that statistic kind of proved to be in the favor of the team with the history of wins, as Curse came out with the win. See if they can actually make that happen on CLG's side. I believe that works in their favor, and that calmness actually puts them in a great spot to win this game. They don't really have to do anything off the cuff when they start it. They know they've had the upper hand in this matchup multiple times, and if they can shut down Crumbs trying to create all the vision, they'll have such a good chance to start off the series.
That being said, Dignitas showed some things in the TSM game. They were able to beat TSM by split pushing, which has to do a lot with mid-game shot calls, which is a way that CLG were beating Dignitas in the past. So not only were they able to win by split pushing, they also had good control around Baron, in which they actually got a lot of advantages back in many of those games.
We'll see what they've had and really came up with in a week. It's not something that all these teams, like we said, have been used to. The best-of-5 series is different, and we saw many times that, or not many times, one time that a third game brought us to a fourth and changed things up. And this really plays on the mentality and just your physical prowess to play in these long games. Our first quarterfinal went 45 and 60 or 50 and 60 minutes. These should be no different.
All right, let's jump into that champion. Select them. Game number 1 about to kick off.
Ziggs is out. They say, you know what, Dig? You're not going to be able to set up a wall at the turrets if we want to siege you down. So the Ziggs out immediately.
That was a big part of Dignitas' strategy before. Shifter really nowadays preferring these long-range poke champions. When he did pick up the Ahri that I was waiting for him to go back to ever since the changes, they weren't really able to commit fully to that pick style of team composition, and it did not work out for them. I think he might have gotten just so complacent with these long-range champions. That's his more go-to style nowadays, so CLG targeting him.
We see the Twitch ban coming out. Curse did that quite a bit versus Counterlogic Gaming, and the one game they didn't, they actually gave Double S his best chance and best score on that AD carry, so very good. Very smart play doing their homework on that. The Alistar is out. Maokai's still going to fly through on this one. We'll see what happens to the top lane. Nunu, that jungle control for Crumbs will be nullified with another ban, but Dignitas is definitely taking their times on ban number 3 here.
Right, so CLG, they take out the Ziggs, the main wave clear champion that Shifter has been using, and Nunu. So a lot of objective control CLG are freeing up for themselves to enable them to make those mid-game calls. And then, Zion and Dignitas are forced to ban out the Nidalee since they are not going to be first pick here. And Zion, by the way, he's been using a lot of other champions to split push, so them banning out Nidalee doesn't hurt him as much.
Nope. That Zed as well. A lot in OGN has been used. We were watching Go going earlier, wreck on Zed, and just that would really give, if they had it, the 1-3-1 Dignitas loves to run. If they get the control, Maokai picked up for Seraph in the top lane. He's prioritized as the first pick.
Yeah, Maokai, very strong team fighting champion. As we saw in the last set that CLG played, he had a bit of an erroneous engage with the champion, but they have gone over those.
You got to think, though, Kobe, that kind of not aggressive engagement in the top lane leaves the possibility for the Nasus up.
Nasus definitely is available, and they ran it into the Maokai versus TSM. However, one of the things that a lot of people were questioning is why they didn't stick to that strategy second time around. Right. Because TSM also first picked a Maokai in the second game, but Dignitas shied away from it because they felt that it was more of like a surprise attack, I guess.
Something we'll definitely have to focus on as well is the Kognami is locked in. Dig said they don't focus on that dual lane, so we'll lock them in and see what they can counter with in the last 3
Well,
games.
for saying they don't focus on the dual lane, that is a very, very powerful dual lane to lock in.
Call that into question.
This is definitely one of the preferred duos for the bottom lane. So setting up Kiwi Kid and I'm a Cutie Pie already with a fairly strong lane. And we'll see if they do end up having to do lane swaps. Also works pretty well against the 2 versus 1.
A very slow pick and ban phase. A lot of pros actually in some of these say don't be afraid to try things in game 1 since there is such a series. Feel out the team you're playing against.
So one thing is that that they're trying now is Nami for Kiwi Kid. Haven't seen as much of that from Kiwi Kid.
That's true.
And Nami is very squishy. Usually Kiwi Kid likes those champions like Braum, where he's very tanky, and when he roams around, if he's caught out of position, then he has escapes, and he can soak up a lot of damage. Nami is very unforgiving if you are out of position. Very squishy mage champion here for Kiwi Kid on support. And as we see on the other side, locking in that Braum to counter the ultimate from Nami. Braum will be able to soak up that tidal wave.
An unfortunate thing, but it always feels good when you're on the Braum side.
It does. It still will slow down Braum. So if you're trying to catch anyone on the other team, then it still works.
Get the big guy with his dash.
And it also still works as a decent disengage. So we'll have to see how the rest of Dig's comp shape up. But CLG, very good dive so far.
Yeah.
Their front line, Braum comboed with Maokai. Anytime you have that, very strong dive to jump in. And Maokai, when he jumps in with Braum, they actually have extra protection for Cosmos.
Holy mackerel, Kobe. I was going to mention this a little bit before. As we were talking in the green room, Dignitas had some 8 or 9 Barons coming up in their matchup in the quarterfinals. Look at this objective team they've just created. A tidal wave if they need to get in or out. The curse of the sad mummy as well. This is a team to fight.
So they do, once again, go back to their Nasus for the split push.
Yeah.
This is very interesting because they did not do it second time versus TSM. I do like it in this case will be strong against Maokai. We'll have to see if CLG try and get anyone else strong enough to try and meet him.
Yeah.
But really, what people are wanting to talk about is Amumu. I'm so glad he's made it back into competitive here. Crumbs, like we said, Crumbs is one of the junglers in the North American LCS that has the most diverse champion pool. And he's very, very fine with playing many of these considered second-tier junglers. He never really got hung up on the top 3 plateau of those junglers. And bringing in Amumu here, great team fight presence, great AoE here, and it can lock down many of these melee carries that jump in on Kog'Maw and give Kog'Maw a little bit of breathing room along with the tidal wave.
Definitely be able to get in those fights and stand toe-to-toe with a Braum and a Maokai when it comes to it, with Shifter, who picked up Nasus for Zion, split pushing the lanes. What an awesome composition so far. As always, Shifter gets his pick for last as he's going to be facing Lynx Syndra. Definitely a bully in the lane.
Syndra was a really big part of the quarterfinals
she was.
in both of them, actually. The long-range stun was great for picking people off. We'll see if Link is actually able to do that. Link hasn't been roaming as often as many of the other mid laners. We'll see how he can set up the vision around mid lane to see if they can get any of those picks.
All right. Dignitas fighting for 5th along with CLG in this one. Nobody wants to go to the Promo Rel tournament. And right now at the end of the season, it's crazy to see it's these 2 teams. Seasons from seasons have changed so much, Kobe. The caliber of play has become so much better in the NALCS. And right now, these guys striving to make their mark to get into the 5th place. Dexter on the Kazakhs, going to be trying to make early impact plays, but you can still see the ganks from Amumu. He's not a level 6 have to be.
And you can see, I like what Dignitas have done here. They've got the split pushing Nasus, but they also have a very good defensive 4-man squad.
Right.
Amumu doesn't always have to be the initiator to jump in. He's also very good at peeling. You can use the ult defensively. If you have Amumu ult plus the tidal wave, it sets up for a very easy shockwave. And if this CLG squad try and force on the 4-man crew of Dig that are away from Nasus, then Dignitas have plenty of disengages.
Lots of hugs to give on that one. All right, everyone, before this series gets underway, we're going to head over, check lolesports.com as usual, and see what the vote is. Right now, 53% of you very close are tipping this one in Dig's favor.
If you feel that the momentum shifts at any point throughout our games, update your vote by tweeting the hashtag either CLGWin or DIGWin to @LOEsports.
All right, so Dig on the red side, no stranger to giving up the 2v1 dragon control and putting Kiwi Kid up the top lane, and then leaving, or I'm sorry, Cutie Pie in the top lane, and then Kiwi Kid down with Zion Spartan in the bottom. They kind of started bringing out that support top that allowed more dragon control. We'll see if they do it again here. CLG coming out of blue. Dig coming out of the red side. Let's get this playoff match underway.
See if we get any early vision down here. Doesn't immediately look like lane swaps will occur.
Yeah, not for now. They're going to go out the duo. Double the set, whether we get the duo or not. Take them down.
If they do go standard lanes here, Maokai's not really a lane bully, and he will not be able to push Zion out. So Zion will be happily stacking up his siphoning strike at the beginning. Kiwi Kid getting a little extra money there in the early game. Every 5 gold counts.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
30 seconds until minions.
Crumb's not running the vision game at all this time, as we wouldn't think he is. Sometimes grabs a ward, goes for the early sweep.
Ooh, that's actually a pretty good point, because Amumu is one of these champions that does have the option to build either the AP starting jungle item or the coat.
Right.
And if you do start out with a quill coat, then you get early wards. So Crumb still could have that early vision game if he goes tanky Amumu for the quill coat. A very popular build, mostly in solo queue, is the AP Amumu though, which does a surprising amount of damage.
Hey, if you're ahead of the game, it works really well, but he can fall behind quite quick.
Well, the other thing that I do like about the AP Amumu build with the Spirit of the Spectral Wraith is that his sustain is very, very strong. It's better than the Quill Coat, so you get more HP back in the jungle. You don't necessarily have a higher HP maximum pool, but you sustain much better if you stay out there a while. All right, blue side, invade on the blue buff here for CLG. 3-man squad push him out without the jungler. This is This is going to be a 3-buff start here for CLG if they can get the last hit.
That'll be ridiculously huge, especially against the Mumu. Kiwi Kid trying to do what he can. That goes over to Double Lift, actually, to start the duo lane that's now going to match up. He'll be spitting out spells as Pastor Lucian.
Yeah, Lucian
Awesome.
already very strong in lane. Now with the double buff, that will be great news for Double Lift and Afromu. Also, they didn't miss out on too many lane minions. Double Lift also got the hit on the last blue buff, so he gets the money and the experience. And Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid also roamed up to check the blue. So they didn't get a lot of that extra lane experience. It's also going to shut down Crumbs. Amumu, very blue-dependent jungler. You can see he's already dry.
Look at that. Also, a ward very fast for Seraph in the top lane, and his teleport is used to try and shut down Crumbs if he tries to get out of the jungle. That looks like a painful jungle star right there. We'll see what he can do. It hasn't stopped Crumbs before from doing some big things, even when his buffs were stolen by a Blitzcrank of Daydreaming. Remember those games. You're still able to come back strong.
Yeah, very good opening here for CLG. Able to sort of mind game dig. Maybe Dignitas thought it was going to be a lane swap situation.
This is good on CLG, Kobe. I thought it was going to be Dig that would try to kind of go off the cuff here, but good moves by CLG.
Let's see what they can do with this, because anytime you get a Amumu without a blue buff, you can continue to punish him very, very easily. Amumu's a poor duelist. Kha'Zix is an extremely strong duelist. So I would expect Dexter never to leave this side of the jungle. He can set up camp here, get wards down in the bushes, as well as counter jungle everything that he wants. You can see even Seraph is lending a hand here. They know they have Crumbs on the ropes, and they don't want to let him get any experience to get back in the game.
No way. This is a painful start. CLG is just putting down the stranglehold right now and continuing. That ward from Seraph really able to help Dexter get in the right spot and continue the invade, like you said.
But because Dexter had his smite used on the Wraiths, he didn't have it to steal away double golems, and Crumbs gets a little help there, able to get that one away and catches him right back up. So not as big of a discrepancy between the junglers as there could have been.
This is going to be big, though. Shifter knows he can't go too hard against the lane bully. He'll be able to shield some off. 26-17, already in Double Lift's blue buff on the bottom lane duo. Everything in the early game playing in favor of CLG here.
Yeah, and the way this is also going to affect all the lanes too. Anytime you can get the jungler behind like this, it frees up CLG lanes to play so much more aggressively. Link, you can see here, definitely pressing this Syndra advantage. See if Crumbs decides to try and answer, because Link right now wards the opposite side.
Crumbs was able to get the stone, so there's a bit of sustain there. Still going to take a lot of hit in the jungle, but he's trying to get vision out, which is also important.
So that right there, it's already signaled. He's not going to go with the Quill Coat. He's going to go with the more sustain-heavy Spirit of the Spectral Wraith build. Will be more squishy, but they already will get a lot of tankiness from Zion Spartan in the late game, plus Shifter's shield with the ball will be able to help out. Interesting choice here. We'll see how it works out. Dexter going for the second invade on the bottom side, but he's too late here. A little bit miscalculation. The timing's there, not quite on for his tracking of Crumbs.
Well, that works pretty well for Crumbs. It's kind of an edge that he needed. It's not going to be huge, Kobe, but a little bit helps.
Yeah, that's one of the, so it's one of the skills for a jungler that's most important, is being able to
change your path
predict where where the other jungler is going to go. You take what little information you have and try and extrapolate it. Since he did chase Crumbs off the top side, probably expect that he would go to the blue side next. But good ward, defensive ward here by Dignitas. We'll be able to see Dexter, and Dexter wastes a decent amount of time.
Quickly putting those wards behind. Crumbs is saying right now, everybody just play it safe. Don't try to do anything too crazy unless they come to us. That looks like what's happening right here. That's the lockdown. Link still has flash. But wait, he gets the lockdown. It goes to Shifter. They pick up first blood on Link.
Great play by Crumbs on the opposite side of the map from Dexter. Comes right in through where the ward expired that Link just placed. It was just a trinket ward. Only lasts for 1 minute. And Crumbs gets right in there for a great gank. First blood. Catches him right up.
Yeah. Not really hesitating on his power to go for ganks on that. Crumbs keeps it strong and true. Keeps the calls coming for the team to get first blood. Not too much of a gold lead there. We still have dragons to be messing with in this early part of the game. We'll see what happens. Very quickly used level 6 by Shifter in the mid lane. So they may try to go back onto him there.
Yeah, anytime you do start talking about these earlier dragons, it's all about the condition of the mid lane and the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Since mid lane was just killed for CLG, it does take away a bit of their momentum, but bottom lane has been pushing it this entire time. Doublelift and Aframu.
Ooh.
Pretty strong lead here.
Oh man, trying to hook up Doublelift with some kills in the bottom lane. They could be getting this one on the Kiwi Kid. Doublelift trying to get some shots on an Ardent Blaze to give him passive movement speed.
Whoa,
Zion! Get there in time. Zion Spartan taking the late teleport train to the bottom lane. I don't think he wanted to do that. And CLG pick up a bit of ground for a lot of work though. Shifter still in mid.
So CLG commit all 5 people and Zion does not cancel that teleport there. Great job. CLG do answer and they gives them control of the bomb side, but they took so much damage from the turret there because it was a long drawn out gank down bottom that they aren't able to answer any objective. So it's only 1 kill. However, both teleports were used.
Yeah.
So no big disadvantage from the top lane that will affect this upcoming dragon.
Man, that would be happy days.
Dignitas moving right in.
He'd be farming in the top lane if he could, but look at this dig. Coming out with the right time, then CLG's on the back, as you're saying. We're gonna go ahead and pick up Dragon. So that goes around 8:35 for them. Very nicely done. And Dignitas is now going to have the timer. Remember, it used to be Dig's crutch in late game for objectives for those Barons. This is how they've been winning the games, and they start off with the first Dragon here to get that going.
Yeah, well, what happened was CLG were committing their 5 members down there. So commit all their resources to bottom lane on the hunch that after this kill that they're going to get bottom, they would be able to get Dragon. But because it took so long and they took so much damage in the process, it actually worked against them. And Dignitas are able to take the objective. So Dignitas come out ahead in that move, even though it was CLG to start it out. They took too much damage in the process, not able to get the objective after the kill. And the objective, that early Dragon Gold, is the most important part of the early move bottom.
Continuing to ward. Kiwi Kid gets seen, so he does a little dance for Aframu there. And they go back to normal. So pink wards, the security, Aframu feels like they can cover that, and they can cover it behind the Dragon Pit towards the red. I don't think we'll see Crumbs doing any invading with the team anytime soon. So they're trying to set up permanent defense now. Doing good so far. We see that big rotation from CLG. Very reminiscent of past play as they get their first kill in the bottom lane. Let's see if they can keep that going.
Yeah, so far, Dignitas have been doing a very good job playing reactively. Crumbs, even though he got off to a very bad start due to the invades, he made up for it with a reactive gank on the other side, opposite side of the map, and then with the reactive Dragon Call there. After CLG spent everything bottom, Dignitas were able to come and clean up. So good cleanup so far here from Crumbs and the Dignitas squad. Seraph has been doing a good job up top. You can see there's a lot of ward coverage in the red side jungle, and he's shoving Zion in, and then he's getting a lot of pressure on this red side Dignitas jungle. We'll see if CLG actually try and run any plays off that top side, go for another respawn of that red buff. But Seraph has definitely got plenty of vision to back up anything that he wants to try up there, if he wants to try and deny some stacks.
I don't know if they're going to take down Aframu here. Everything's really working in CLG's favor in the bottom lane. Dexter, very strong. Doublelift, 40 CS. Oh, and he almost gets the last calling shot. It's just too little. There's the tidal wave coming out. Doublelift rides the wave, but it looks like they will pick up kills here. Such an elongated fight, and CLG has taken hardly any damage. It was just Doublelift in the 1v1. Crumbs is going to go down. They give that to Dexter to give him some beef. We'll be good to go for this one. Beautiful job in the bottom lane once again.
So another kill down bottom. They aren't able to get Dragon, but it'll give them a lot of turret pressure. And Doublelift and Aframu already had such a huge lead in this lane that Lucian is going to be a very big problem pretty early on. Doublelift is going with that early Infinity Run.
Oh man, Shifter gets hit, the Arcane Smash goes down. Is it going to be enough? No, it will not. Oh, he picks up the kill onto Seraph and makes it look easy.
CLG taking the initiative once again, and Dignitas with another reactive cleanup play here. Shifter taking the kill on Seraph.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. That one was gift wrap, but the attempts coming in from CLG trying to put themselves ahead. We'll see if they slow down on this one. Double bubble, but no trouble there. And the turret very low in that bottom lane. CLG still getting a lot of farm under Doublelift. He's the only one, oh, I guess I should say now with Link, over 100. So these guys could be a very big problem, even for this guy right here in the top lane, who's just having the time of his life.
Zion Spartan gets some good damage onto that turret. This is definitely a preview for what will happen later in the game as well.
We should just record that and play it over and over again.
As of right now, he's got 147 stacks at 12 minutes in because it was a standard lane and it's a Maokai lane. So
all that
you would expect him to start stacking up very quickly here, and he's done a decent job of it.
I like it. Obviously, Dexter going for the Spectral on or the Wraith on his side. And the Spectral on the side of Crumbs, so we're getting a lot of damage coming out of these junglers. They both hit 6 as well, but we haven't seen the gloriousness of what their ults can bring just yet. Crumbs' jungle, a little bit of pressure relieved there, so he's getting what he wants when he wants it, and their timings are now their own. CLG has relieved a bit of pressure, but I feel like they kind of started the game off the way they wanted to.
They definitely did have that bottom lane focus that people always talk about with CLG. And Doublelift has his lead that is usually expected in this matchup and seen in this matchup between these two teams. See what he's able to do with it, though, because as we said, he is going for that Infinity Edge build. Looks like he's also already getting some crit pieces for his Static Shiv. Or maybe a Phantom Dancer, but probably the Static Shiv Infinity Edge combo for him.
Right.
He also is doing a good job here down by himself, opening up Afromu to start roaming around. Afromu trying to lend a hand in the vision game, get ready for this dragon. 1 minute ahead already for the dragon. Crumbs and Dexter with the standoff.
It's going to be close. Both Athenes are finished in mid, but you're definitely seeing that ultimate power come out of Link. Shifters had the right moves, though, dodging skill shots and making it work. Very, very interesting mid lane going down. 130 to 118 overall in that one, even with 2 kills to Shifter. So great job by Link to stick in it.
Blue buff is very important for this dragon fight. 30 seconds left, and CLG are not already giving their blue buff over to Link. This might cost them, because 25 seconds already for the dragon. The thing is, Dignitas, they don't have secured vision around dragon. And they don't have any vision on the blue side, so they won't see.
Oh, that's a big dog.
If he kills the top laner, though, then they can teleport down and definitely be Dragon. Zion, though, he's chunking out Seraph right before this Dragon spawns. That could signal that Dignitas want to pull one of those plays. Can he stop the back?
Oh, he gets to him. He knows he has to keep going. So this is Dignitas. You can see Crumbs trying to set up some wards.
They have a small opening.
Zion Spartans, he is just eating turret shots. That's what feel good. So Seraph is back. Does he hold it and walk back to lane? It doesn't look like CLG is actually making any move towards the mid, so he's going to soak up this wave that now gets crushing in. A bit of the map is opened up, which means vision is also denied with that turret down. We'll see how Zion Spartan keeps the split push going.
So Zion,
shouldn't be too different.
He gets the turret.
Good answer.
CLG answered down bottom because their bottom lane much stronger, but that will probably deter Dignitas from going for that dragon, because Seraph got enough time to actually heal in the fountain. So even though the tower was down, he could have answered teleports, and he definitely could have turned that team fight around. Meanwhile, CLG's bottom lane still very much ahead of the Dig duo.
They are battering down on that. Now 60 CS up for Doublelift here. Definitely getting a good focus on it. He's probably got some items to be finished as CLG sets up the defense around Dragon.
So Doublelift and Afro move. The investment bottom lane for CLG does pay off.
Yeah.
They get the Dragon second time around.
I remember at the end of last split, Doublelift was definitely on the Lucian train. He said, no, it's not that much. Yeah, then he realized. So coming out working well for him here. Hasn't picked up any kills yet, but the team, like you said, focusing him for that. Shifter hasn't found too much pressure in mid. They said, you know what? Everything's coming up daisies for him. Let's not go there anymore, even if we try a 2v1. So CLG is definitely adapting to what's working and what's not instantly in this game. Both teams still pretty even, though, with that said.
Yeah, and speaking of Doublelift on the Lucian, Lucian does not have the problem going early Infinity Edge that a lot of the other AD carries do, because he scales so well with flat AD. That's why people used to use the Bloodthirster first build. Getting a lot of the flat AD of the early BF sword doesn't hurt Lucian at all. Whereas someone like Kog'Maw and Tristana, they don't have as much AD scaling in their kit for their abilities, and it would take them a lot longer. So Lucian already with the Infinity Edge finished here, and the Brawler's Glove ready for his Static Shiv.
We'll see how CLG decides to use this. They can easily pressure a lot of fights and get those crits to pay dividends. Right now they're going to play it safe. Shockwave and a Curse of the Sad Mummy can still change a lot. And it looks like CLG has definitely repaired a bit of, you know, what happened in their previous games. Playing a lot more consistent just in their movements and being in the right spot at the right time here. Ooh, the good dodge there. Curse of the Sad Mummy. Shockwave, no. A quick flash from Blink comes out there, so a bit of pressure could be utilized for a drag.
Let's see what's answered here from CLG, because they've committed their jungler bottom side. Once again, Crumbs went mid, Dexter now bottom. They're pushing hard for a second turret here. Mid lane, it's up to Seraph for the wave clear, though.
I like this. CLG really pushing harder than Zion Spartan would be able to, and they're saying your split push is going to be better than our rotational split push here. Right now pushed off a little bit, but they've warmed that turret up nicely to be on an inhibitor quite soon, and possible Baron pressure, especially with Double Lift having so much damage early here.
Once we move into this phase of the game, though, it's very hard for Maokai to do anything against Nasus split pushing. He already has the Sheen. That's pretty much all that he needs to be able to win trades with Seraph. So it's going to be interesting how CLG deal with the split push. As of right now, they are not trying to deal with it. They're just having Seraph at the turret to stall Zion. He can't just ignore Seraph yet. He's not at the point where he can take turrets while ignoring the Maokai. And so they're doing a good job pressuring the other side of the map where CLG do have the upper hand. They're playing to their strengths here and running plays off of Double Lift.
As long as they keep tabs on Zion, he ended the game completely by himself in those quarterfinals. I'm sure they don't want that to happen. Great job by CLG. 1, 2, pretty much 3 turrets as they had the focus on them. No pausing in between. And they come out 2,000 gold ahead there. PewDiePie still trying to do what he can in the bottom lane to catch up. 50 CS behind right now, but can still be a late game Kog'Maw if he gets those items.
So the thing is,
far behind.
Whoa, he's getting roamed on right now. He doesn't have vision here.
Oh, man. That's what you got to do when you need every last drop. You put yourself in a bad situation. There's one hit. The concussive blows will lock down PewDiePie. A Cathian surprise coming up on nothing, and Double Lift starts to get fed on a silver platter.
Yeah, rough there for PewDiePie. He did already have enough money to complete his Trinity Force. Now we'll see how CLG actually deal with this, because that is, even though he's really far behind, it's a very big break point for Kog'Maw once he does finish his Trinity Force plus boots. So it's up to Dignitas to try and use this now and get that 4-man squad to at least hold their own. Because their split pusher is stronger, but their 4-man is actually weaker at this point.
Yeah. Minute 50 on Dragon. Good wards by Dignitas. Crumbs really helping to keep that up with the rest of the team. He's going for an Aegis. Locked this down pretty much every game in the spring split for the lock into the Iron Solari. So be very good to kind of shut down a bit of scatter the weak and damage that are coming in from the assassinations of Dexter. Very good foresight there.
Yeah, that's an interesting pick here by Crumbs, because he's going to be very squishy. He's gone with the Spirit of the Spectral Race. Now he's actually getting converged on.
Oh my, good flash there, but a flash is a flash, and CLG can still utilize that 5-minute pressure.
And that flash is extremely important. Crumbs on a squishy Amumu really needs to be able to use his flash, because he can't take a lot of damage trying to get into a team fight. Now he has to have a perfect bandage toss if he wants to engage one of the fights. So probably we'll see Crumbs and the Dig 4 squad play defensively like we thought, and use it for disengage. Because right now, not only did he go for the sustain build in the jungle with the Spectral Wraith, but he didn't follow it up with more AP damage. So he's going to be himself fairly squishy, but he will add that magic resist aura for the rest of the team to help them out with Shifter's damage, which is going to be a problem for Paga War.
Oh boy, nobody really gets scattered on that one. Just hit. Able to get out nice and safely, but CLG making moves. They're looking to make things happen for themselves. They're not saying let's have Dig make a mistake. They say let's create those mistakes for Dig. Force them into it.
Well, the big thing is that they scared him away from this Baron pit. They've got vision control of it, and they're doing it right now. After we're trying to hold down it by himself, Crumbs jungled. Alarm is going off here.
That's what I was saying, man. They got that bottom turret, warmed it up. Will they have enough time? Crumbs hooks in. He does have Curse of the Sad Mummy. He locks it down. No smite to be used there. Seraph gets hit up as well. PewDiePie pulls in that kill for himself. A Shockwave just grabs Afro move, but there's not much movement, and it doesn't disengage anything. CLG still on the run here, and they grab the first Baron of the game, 21-30.
So they're able to kill the jungler. They're also able to utilize Seraph up top, which means that it's going to cost them turrets down bottom. Zion already able to chunk out these turrets extremely quickly.
Good answer.
He's up to 309 stacks on Siphoning Strike.
We haven't seen him pop anybody yet. We have Dragon going over to Dig, so they're closing that gold gap a little bit. Now 1,000. We're about 2,000. Dexter taking down a turret and making sure they stay on the top here. Great job by CLG to keep things in their favor. Dignitas to answer when they're getting hit on here. They're doing a great job. This split push, though, definitely more calculatedly stopped, if you could say that is not a word, but by CLG.
When you do go with the strategy CLG are doing, you have to be very decisive. As you said, they're not going to try and fight the split push. They're going to try and out-trade the split push. They did come up with the play this time around because of their vision control around Baron. So they out-traded it by trading just one turret for that Baron buff. So again, they're not trying to fight it.
Right.
They're trying to out-move Dignitas across the map, which classically has been the way that they got their strong record against Dig. Now the question is, though, what do they do with this Baron buff? Because it's not just the global gold of a Baron. In the mid game, it's all about the stats that they get from this buff and the hard push that they need to go and do with it.
And even if Zion comes to fight with these guys, the Spirit Fire is not going to be clearing siege or clearing waves, so you have no protection there really once CLG gets to the turrets. Double lift on the backside. The cooldown already. He's get those passive shots out on the turrets. No Triforce, so they might go through a little slow, but they'll be able to take down turrets. No problem.
Yeah, right now, it's just Shifter and QtPie trying to wave clear.
Right.
And CLG, they have the opportunity to kill people under the turret without fully committing to a dive. Because they have Syndra, who can have set up kills under turret very, very easily and quickly burst down a target.
This could be big.
Coming in.
Oh, he gets him! He gets him on the relentless pursuit, but can he use Curse of the Sad Mummy before he goes down? That squishiness coming into play. A beautiful flash from Link there on the Shockwave, and Shifter will be taken down. CLG is ignoring turrets, and they are dropping Dignitas.
There's that hard push. CLG did not hesitate. They run straight up to the turrets, shove their lead, and Dignitas try and come in with a flank from Crumbs. He had a great angle on double lift, but it sort of baited him in because the team was not ready to follow up. And as we said, very squishy Amumu build here, gets taken down very, very quickly. Zion Spartan left the only man with not many options. Looks like he's going back over to try and split push.
And CLG keeps reiterating that point for themselves, no hesitation. And it leaves Zion Spartan to pretty much be running across the map instead of solid farming these lanes. He definitely missed a lot there trying to run back and forth, but still getting something back as he usually does for the team. However, it's only so small now. They're definitely falling farther and farther behind 25 minutes in.
Yeah, Dignitas looked like they got a little antsy there.
Right.
Because Crumbs had a good angle and he saw the shot. Even though you have the perfect shot, you don't always want to take it. Because CLG, with the Baron buff, the stats that it gives in mid-game were so much. They are really far ahead. You need this whole combo to work. The combo that we talked about with the four-man squad of Amumu, Orianna, and Nami all have to be hit right after each other. But they weren't ready. And definitely CLG, huge bonus for them to pick up and crack through the inhibitor turret line.
Very nicely done. Pink wards all across the board for CLG. They know what they just got a hold of, and they want to now deny the map from Dignitas. If they're able to secure those pink wards down and hold them, it's going to be a hell of a day for Dig here to come back in game one. CLG on a steady roll down the tracks right now for a first game win. Dig's still in this. Baron has come to their rescue this season more than not.
We will see how Dignitas can now control the vision in their own side of the map. It's all about the defensive vision now for Dig, because they still have the damage to kill someone if they're able to catch them out. But they have to be able to be sure that they have the position on CLG. CLG aren't giving them the time.
It'd be a little tough.
Sweeping and pink warding this red side as they swing up to the top. Very good control here from CLG.
Yeah.
There's the damage though. Dexter gets poked out.
Dignitas does concede those outer turrets, but like you said, that damage, now they have to present themselves at the front of the turret. A good shockwave into a Curse of the Sad Mummy could be the thing they need to get this turned around. Dexter's really not the one picking up too many assassination kills. It's Double Lift who's going to be on the back line, so it's up to Zion Spartan, whoever can make the lasting fight work for them.
He has very little to spend on wards though. So because Dig,
that's true.
Because Dig want to control the vision in their own side of the jungle for CLG's aggressive moves, it makes it very hard for Zion Spartan to split push because he has to extend extremely far down. And they have no vision and no control over where any of the CLG members are going. There's no way for Dignitas to force CLG anywhere but to deal with Zion Spartan. So right now, split push is not an option. The only way that you really do gain things with split push is when you have a threat somewhere else. If you can threaten around Baron or a tower somewhere else, that's the only way that Zion can actually commit down there. As of right now, there's no other pressure for Dig on the map, and he has to stop.
They have to get that Baron up. Top wave to be cleared, so Zion might just be in the role for that. They're going to leave that for him, maybe. Cutie Pie's not taking it. But so far, it'll stay where it is in that top lane. CLG may actually work off of that. They say, let's see if they'll go for the wave. We'll see if they'll try to clear for Baron. Very tricky plays. This is what I like about the CLG play this game. They're letting Dig come to them. They've cleared the map so much that they can actually stand still. That's not something you see all the time. And Dig is considering it. They say, we don't have enough vision, and nobody's roaming or farming any lanes but Seraph in the bottom. So a lot of consideration being put into the dark, dark map that Dignitas is looking at right now.
Dignitas definitely again antsy once again. That did cost them last time around. They might even want to just give up trying to venture into that side of the map and go for Dragon as a consolation prize. But it looks like they're going to try and hold a little bit of pressure in mid. At least keep up their presence here. They will see that ward placed, and that may trigger them to go try and check. Kog'Maw is always a great boon in the vision checking around Baron. But he's fairly low on mana already.
Here we go. There we go. That's what they needed to get in. Good pink ward placement, however. And Dignitas has done a good job at clearing that out of their own jungle. So safety in numbers, Kobe. Very much so for Dig right now. See Zion Spartan still on that split push and stacking up. Remember, once it came to it, eventually Zion was too big for the other team to handle. Right now, he could be put in that position, but this Baron is what the other four are working on.
Right, what we said about decisiveness of CLG, you have to make a call, a very strong call, because Zion will get that inhibitor turret now. He's got the Trinity Force Spirit Visage. That's what he needs to deal with Seraph and just bypass Seraph. See how much damage they can actually get, though. Chased off Baron, and Dig are rewarded.
That's what Dig needed. They said, oh, that's where Counter Logic Gaming is. We haven't seen him for 30 seconds. Showing up on the map, and they say, we have enough control in mid lane. Take it down. So they gain a bit of ground here, but Counter Logic Gaming, I feel like they know they're ahead. They're kind of waiting for Dig to make one more move that they're not ready to make.
Dignitas collecting all the pieces here.
This is how they
take up a turret, take up a dragon to get back in this game. It's small pieces, but these are the pieces that they need to get back and try and fuel their war around that Baron. They definitely need a bigger war chest and more wards to go over there. Everybody filling up here. You can see one of the good things there for Dig, they're all keeping ward spots open, so everybody can help with the crucial ward game here. Already, they've also switched over to one scrying orb. It's going to be a while before they can use it, though, and CLG taking this opportunity once again. Quick Baron call.
No wards on the other side of the map, but CLG is not seeing anybody close, and that's enough for them to get the second Baron of the game now. Uncontested on that. Crumbs just a tad off of the bandage toss. Now, a surplus of items ahead. CLG could really make a move here.
Baron number 2. Last time they got a Baron, they breached the inhibitor turret wall. This time, they're going to try and take the actual inhibitor, which opens up their side pushing. See if they can actually shove in the lane that Zion is currently in. That would do a lot for the momentum here. Every second counts, and forcing Zion to switch lanes is definitely a big bonus. They can do it. Double. Close to stopping the back. No Ardent plays into the bush.
And here you can see CLG working all the lanes, prepping what's going to happen and come to fruition in about 5 minutes. They're going to have every wave crashing into the walls of those. Safety by double lift here. He's actually 2 levels up on Cutie Pie. Those guys would not want to meet.
And a full item.
Yeah, and a full item. And as usual, running his safety summoners. Doesn't want to get himself into a dangerous spot.
So he didn't end up going with the static Shiv, by the way.
No, you're
the
right.
Classic Lucian, just because Lucian item, just because it works so well with the kit. But Blade of the, or whatchamacallit, Ghost Blade.
Aha.
Instead, for the extra active
Blade
for
of the Ghost.
A much stronger culling. It will help them out a lot in their siege. every culling shot counts, as we saw early in this game when one more would have killed Cutie Pie.
So close. Oh, so close. Here we go. Inhibitor pressure in the mid lane. CLG flexing their muscles a bit. They have beautiful crumb wards, or I should say breadcrumb wards, to get out of this and trail their way out safely. Let that engage. Is a bandage toss going to do it, or is it a shockwave?
Doublelift getting a couple double shots on the inhibitor.
How about half your health for those double shots? Wow. Shifter, that Void Staff build, definitely putting out some pain.
And this is Doublelift with the Bloodthirster third item build. So he even builds up a shield before going in, and the combo from Shifter still takes him below half. If that is comboed with the ultimate from Crumbs, they can 100% him.
Oh! That's so dangerous. Doublelift doesn't have that Triforce, but he's trying to get in for the double shot. Still, Crumbs gets out. That's a huge amount of focus they just used on the tank, but didn't take it down this time. A good hold on the shockwave by Shifter. It was just a little short, but CLG re-engages.
Link with the flash in and ultimate for the kill. That's what CLG needed. Inhibitor's gonna go down.
Huge play there. 33:03 on the clock, and CLG say that's enough. We're taking this inhibitor too. Maybe just a turret for this timing. They got a lot back in 38 seconds now onto Shifter, and they're going to have to save face on this one. One's enough for now.
Let's see. They really do want to make use of this Baron buff.
I was just going to say.
Provides a lot of regen here. Even Seraph, how low he is. If they could get him up to the minion wave to auto... Oh, he can auto attack wards as well. That'll work. Get back some health that way.
Making it happen. The waves now moved up the Doublelift push before, and CLG is looking for the W.
So I'm looking for Seraph to actually buy home guards on his back right now because he has his teleport ready. He's going back to base. Could come in rocket speed. Maybe he doesn't have enough money. Looks like he's sitting there. Here comes the teleport.
He's in. No home guard on that, but they are going to have the safety. Doublelift coming up from the back line to make sure they get that inhibitor turret, and now they're going to be able to work this mid-minion wave. It's almost there, and they'll be able to give Dignitas a little bit of trouble and work with those super minions. Very nice calling. Uses Relentless Pursuit to get it in the range of Shifter once more. But CLG's really, it looks like they're looking for more of a fight here than they're looking to take down the inhibitor.
Definitely a lot of poke here.
Yeah.
Don't underestimate the W evolved poke from Kha'Zix. He's not just an all-in assassin nowadays. And Dexter using that to great effect, along with the threat of the Syndra stun, makes Dignitas very wary of going for this combo, especially Crumbs. It's hard for him to find that opening.
Oh, doggy. Baron just wearing off. Not as much sustain now. These guys get that HP back. A beautiful Curse of the Sad Mummy coming in. Seraph getting hit up. Again, the tanks, the big ones, taking a lot of damage, but they have enough to get down Seraph. Cannot follow. Dexter able to disengage with those spikes and slow down. But CLG trying to go a little too much. When that Baron wore off, Dignitas tried to take hold.
Look how much of the base they were able to take, though. Inhibitor and a half down here for Dignitas.
Yeah, they stayed a while. 30 seconds on Seraph to come up here. No teleport, so it looks like CLG will pretty much be sticking together for this next engage. Dig can grab anything in a completely blacked out map. It would maybe be Dragon in 30 seconds, but I'm not sure they have the timer. Oh no, they do have the timer on that from the last. They should. 9-4 here. 60 to 51,000 now. Just a huge lead for CLG, and they're playing this one safe and very strategically, not like we saw last week. They were kind of just all over the place.
And Doublelift upgrading his boots with Alacrity on this back as well as picking up that Negatron cloak to deal with the Shifter chunk as we saw, but also to deal with the Amumu combo if he does land at that. As long as Doublelift does not get 100 to 0'd on an engage, CLG have a huge advantage. I like really the progression in Doublelift's build. It kind of mirrored the tanks of Dignitas. When Crumbs was building the Spectral Wraith into the Aegis, then he had 0 armor, so flat armor penetration is extremely effective. So Ghostblade, the 20 flat armor penetration cannot be overstated. It helps you rip through that Amumu. And then as soon as Crumbs picks up some armor, he finishes the last Whisper in his build.
The percentage. Definitely been working. 5-0-2. His Twitch was banned out this game, but it's not stopping him from getting that duo going in the bottom. We actually saw even that Dexter was trying to do a lot for that bottom lane, and they weren't making it happen. There's a dive in on Seraph. They still get a good amount of damage there. Crumbs takes the ultimate in from Link. Shockwave as well. Back to him. Getting the ball moved over to Crumbs. He stays alive for just a little bit longer, and he stays alive altogether. Dignitas has yet to lose one, but Zion, Spartan, and Crumbs are limping away from this fight as they lose the inhibitor. Perseverance pays off for CLG, and they get a bit more at Dig's base.
CLG, again, completely focused on the objectives. They get what they wanted out of this. Even though Dignitas able to take down Aframu, they lost another inhibitor and a huge wave top, able to pressure the last standing inhibitor turret. So CLG completely happy with their mid-game push here. They have control of the entire map with 10 seconds left to go for Baron number 3.
Dignitas came out this year pretty much the advocators of wards. Wards everywhere. You need wards, and this is what that plays into. Again, CLG sets up in the fog, and they try to get a pick off. Kiwi Kid very low, may not be able to tidal wave or disengage here, but Zion Spartan is still trying to be a beast for his team. They are getting really scattered here for not knowing where CLG fully is.
Dexter barely able to get away, slowed down, and not able to land the bandit shots. This is a desperate play, though. Dignitas corralling themselves in the Baron pit.
Here we go. The choose your own adventure begins. Oh, they're going to back off. 38 on the clock. CLG says, not this time. Dig does get good vision on it, and that's the first time they've really tried to make a move and get an upper hand in vision. Cleared out quick by CLG, but they're still at it.
CLG do not have to rush into this. They have plenty of time on their hands. There's an exposed inhibitor they could go after. They still have a bottom line pushing, but they're going for Baron once again. Dignitas can't check.
This is pretty intense, Kobe. Zion Spartan's not even going to be here for this fight. Teleport is up, though. They just need it in the right spot. On the backside, ready to shut anybody down that comes in. Beautiful peel off right now. Oh, the ball delivery! The curse of the sad ball, and it goes in and definitely gets delivered nicely. Doublelift able to come up on a kill, but Cutie answers with another AD carry. Kill from the other side. They back off here. A very, very big engage. Link and Aframu both down. It'd be risky here. Keep doing this.
That's why the flash is so important on that Amumu. Crumbs is able to get in there, hit the ultimate on more people than just the tanks, but in the end have to go back and clear these Nexus turrets.
Going in very strong. Let's see if Nasus can do anything. Zion Spartan trying to get up in a play position. Oh, Doublelift very low and close to going down here. Zion Spartan, they can see this because of their ward in the brush. They're going to go ahead and take control of that area. Baron does not go down this time. CLG gets out alive, and Dig does. A few members down before that, but both teams know that is going to be the objective that is necessary. Unless CLG can just do a roundabout and give Dig the okie doke and make it to their base. I see Baron being kind of that win.
Definitely could have been a bit cleaner there. CLG did get another kill out of it, but definitely lost a bit of time.
Yeah.
They really, CLG does not have to really be the ones feeling that like they have the pressure on their shoulders since they had the inhibitor advantage. They've got the extra man of the super minions going down bottom. Once again though, Pink Ward in Baron Pit trying to two-man this. They've got position, and this should be much easier for them to secure.
There we go, Aframu's in. This is going to be given up. That is the Baron. The final push probably to come in from CLG here on game 1. 3 of 3 Barons, 1 of the 4 Dragons, and they have been knowingly giving those up and really still come out ahead.
Let's see how this final push goes. The open inhibitor here should be pretty easy pickings for CLG. Interested to see if Dignitas try and make their last stand to defend it, or they wait to fight around that last inhibitor turret, because they do need all the help that they can get in these fights. Banshee's Veils are starting to go up on the front line for CLG here, and Crumbs has had a very hard time getting to the back line. So it's going to be very difficult for him. No flash this time around.
CLG getting themselves in the base here. 40 minutes into the game. Zion trying to Spirit Fire these minions out, but like we said, such little wave clear, and it adds so much damage on the inhibitor each time for CLG. Dexter helping this minion wave as well on the top, and the bottom rather, and then they'll be able to go to top if they even need to.
You can see, all that CLG have to do right now is keep up the pressure. They have the extra minion wave coming in. Top is getting shoved. The top turret's slowly going down. Middle, oh, here goes Crumbs.
Right into the middle. He gets everybody on the edge, but that's not something they can engage on. Both tanks get the command Shockwave, and this is going for broke here for Counterlogic Gaming. That's the second inhibitor going down, and they're looking for Nexus turrets on this one, or the only one that is actually left. Zion Spartan goes down. Link finally picks up that kill, but look at CLG. They're not too excited to get to that win. They want to make sure it happens without them losing too many people, and with everybody up on this one. Very safe play.
This should be it. Just waiting for the minion line to come in. Nexus turret's going down.
Beautifully done. Really beautifully done by Chronologic Gaming coming into the first one. Dignitas Kiwi Kid gonna go down double lift 10-0-4. Game 1, 16-7, 42 minutes on the clock. The first game goes to CLG.
Congratulations to CLG, game number 1, setting the tone for this best of 5.
Absolute 180 from what we saw last week in their style of play, the way they did things. CLG is definitely back to the way they were without trying to make too many changes right in the beginning. Nice early play. The Amumu pick definitely knocked on there in the early game. They stole his blue, tried to get the 3-buff start. Crumbs came back very nicely with the mid lane gank, but double lift in the bottom lane. Pretty much that entire game, 40 to 50 CS up, and carried it out of the lane.
And the entire team down there at 7 minutes or so to try and make that play. Yeah, CLG definitely good game plan. Could have been executed a little bit more cleanly, but they definitely did have a much better plan this time around, and it worked out really well for them. Dignitas not able to pull off their combo. We saw it one time there a little bit late, but it never got off the ground because there was so much control bottom side for CLG.
And one thing that stands true that you kept saying this game is they acted. CLG acted every time they could. Baron was up, they kept going for it. They knew Zion would get something, they wanted to take more. And they did it every time, regardless of what else was happening on the map. So that was very well played by them. Early mistake on the Zion Spartan teleport could have actually given them a lot of pressure that they lost within that, and then he went down for their first blood. So CLG kind of got a lot of things back, and I love the fact that they denied just about all the vision. How many times did we see Dig have to face check a brush? You don't see that very often in this type of play.
They did do a good job shifting their control, their vision control over to the Baron at the right time. Once they did have that upper hand, and they made a really big play there from the Fog of War.
So crazy. So now, very surprising. I'm sure a lot of CLG fans are feeling pretty good about what their team just brought out, but Dignitas, they've kind of faltered a little bit. They did the split push strategy, and we saw it work with Zion Spartan winning an entire game. This time he had trouble getting going, and we'll have to see if it really plays out that it's going to be CLG continuing to focus on that bottom lane to keep double lift going and let Seraph and Link just kind of play safe and hold their lanes to their own. It's going to be a very interesting game. Remember, share your favorite highlights from today's games. Tweet LOL Esports at LOL Esports. And today we're using the hashtag LOL Big Plays. So right now we're going to send it over to the guys at the analyst desk to share their perspective on that match.
Thanks, Riv. A very exciting first game of this series going to the hands of CLG. Now, something I want to talk about right off the bat is the fact that Dignitas tried to pull out this split-pushing Nasus comp again. However, this time, they also brought along with it the Amumu pick. So where do you think that came from, Zyrene?
I feel like they were going for a split push with a good 4v4 team fight that also has some disengage from Nami, because the Amumu alongside the Orianna makes for a very deadly wombo combo, which gives Nasus enough time to TP into the back line, but they only got that combo off about one time at Baron, and it was very effective when we did see it, but besides that, they just didn't play to their comp strengths, and CLG actually outpicked them.
So, Pobelter, is there another champion that you feel could have fit Amumu's role, maybe been a little bit of an early game champion to provide some more aggression in those early minutes?
Something like Lee Sin or Elise would have worked perfectly, actually. I think even with that, though, Dig's comp still would have been lacking in a bit of early game aggression and skirmish potential. Like, Dignitas' team comp had absolutely no characters that were good at skirmishing, while CLG's had 5, so CLG was just able to kind of group up, rotate, take turrets, take dragons.
Yeah, and I think it was a really good idea to ban out the Nunu, because that would have been perfect in that composition. It would have done everything that they needed, and it would have been a steroid for Cutie Pie in the late game.
Well, and then you mentioned Cutie Pie, so now we have to jump into that bot lane just a little bit, because we saw that early aggression and the early laning power that CLG had in a huge CS difference early in the game, 100 to 50, double the CS. I mean, that puts Kog'Maw at a huge item disadvantage for those early team fights. What do you think Dig needs to do looking forward, right, to get that bot lane kind of in a good place?
Well, we saw that opening package, and Crumbs was talking about how they kind of sacrificed their bot lane and focused a little more on top and mid. And then CLG is the polar opposite. They sacrificed Seraph to go ahead and camp that bottom lane. Dexter basically pitched a tent there, and we kind of figured out, no, he wasn't just camping top in that game when they were playing Curse. He was actually camping double lift's lane when he was standing up there. So they looked to get double lift ahead, and I think what they need to do is pick a more aggressive jungler that has more control, because he got his blue buff stolen away early, and that just completely ruined his early game.
Now, Pobelter, when we were watching the game, you mentioned that the Ori versus Syndra matchup, Syndra should win that matchup. We saw an early level 4 gank there by the Amumu after losing his blue buff. So he shouldn't have really been able to have that presence. What was the factors that allowed for that to happen?
Dexter, well, like he said earlier, Dexter focuses on getting his bot lane ahead. So he was just spending like 1 or 2 minutes down at bottom while his mid laner Link was pushed up to the turret. And so it was kind of a combination of Link overextending, but also his jungler not backing him up. So Amumu was just able to get a really easy gank off.
Right. Well, another play that we saw Shifter make is actually 11 minutes into the game. Here in the mid lane, we're going to pull up a replay where he actually gets a gank from Seraph, comes down to try and kill him under turret. Pobelter, if you don't mind walking us through this play here.
So Seraph has just pushed out his lane. Nasa's walking back to lane. We can roll the clip. And then so Seraph comes with the flash over the wall. And then right here, they sort of layered their CC too hard, and so they don't get the burst off. Orianna is able to pull Maokai back in through the turret. And this is really good because it really, well, you get rid of Maokai flash, and he has to spend a lot of time doing that. So Nasus gets a lot of free farm in that meantime. Maokai's flash is now down, so he can't roam around and make plays off the map. And Orianna has just gotten a kill, the sort of character that you want, getting as much farm as possible. So at this point, it looked pretty good for Dignitas, you know? Orianna now has 2 kills, not that far behind Syndra. So I thought that Dignitas could pull out a victory, but the bot lane deficit was just way too much.
I was about to say that at that point in the game, they're looking in a pretty good place on the side of Dignitas. So we have to give credit to CLG for playing their map movements correctly and playing to their strengths, warding up the top side jungle. As we heard Kobe say in the post game, they had a great vision transition utilizing Double's farm in order to snowball ahead. At that point in the game, though, Dignitas, with the power that they have, what are they looking to do? How can they combat those quick early movements by CLG?
Well, they have to get those wards down. And the fact that there's no Sightstone on the jungler here, it's not a Sightstone-based jungler, which Nunu would have brought to the table. So once again, big shout out there to CLG to learn to ban that out and not allow that control for Dignitas because it plays right into Crumb's hands. They need something more aggressive that has more pressure. He got that gank in the mid lane, but the fact, like I want to go back to it too, that he lost his blue, it went to double lift. So Double Lift had Dexter camping that lane. He had a blue buff early on Lucian, massive wave clear against the lane bully of Nami, who usually just trades and out-trades you, but they came out on top and they just continued to just get vision down there. They had a bad TP by Zion Spartan to give up a kill early, and then those types of misplays cost you a bunch against a team like CLG, which will start to get the second dragon off of you. They'll turn that dragon into more wards and more coverage. I think they need to go back to their roots here and go back to the Dignitas that we saw during the first half of the split, where we couldn't shut up about how much vision they had over the map, and they'd just kind of fallen by the wayside.
Well, so CLG then continued to roll that vision control into an early Baron. Following that, pretty soon after, we're going to pull up a replay here of a mid lane turret dive where Double Lift picks up a quadra kill. So on top of already being fed, he gets more fed.
Yeah, so what ends up happening here is they have the Baron buff. Double Lift has 60 more CS than Cutie Pie at this point, and Amumu will come in, blow everything, and that sets them up for the turret dive. We'll start rolling the clip here, because Amumu is the biggest threat when you're diving a turret on this composition that Dignitas has. Crumbs comes in, he lands the bandage, he blows his ultimate, but then he gets blown up by Link, and then Double Lift, he's completely free to just clean up. Gets a culling, goes through, and they just get the resets on Dexter for the extra slow from his W, which is evolved, which I absolutely think that's the best way to pull this off, is to get that extra slow from your W evolution.
From there on out, seemed like a pretty methodical game for CLG. They had a lead. It did take them a little while just to maneuver around the map, pick up a couple more Barons, things like that. But now looking forward, Pobelter, I want to pose one last question to you. CLG got 3-0'd in the previous round. Now they're out to a pretty good start here, 1-0 in this series. So that's got to be a pretty big confidence boost. But now, what are the discussions like within the team in order to keep that kind of level head, move forward, use your lead and your advantage, you know, to get through this series?
CLG, I'm sure, is feeling very confident after that first game. You know, everyone always says that the first game is a precursor to the entire series, so Dignitas kind of has to recoup their sort of mental state of mind, I guess, and then make sure that their bot lane just doesn't go on complete tilt and is able to keep up.
All right, well, they've got a few more minutes to do so. After the break, we'll see if Dignitas can tie it up in Game 2 versus Counterlogic Gaming. Stay with us. The North American LCS Summer Playoffs continue after this.
Shifter gets hit, the arcane smash goes down. Is it going to be enough? No, it will not. Oh, he picks up the kill. A beautiful flash from Link there on the shockwave, and Shifter will be taken down. CLG is ignoring turrets, and they are dropping Dignitas. Just a little short, but CLG re-engages.
Link with the flash in and ultimate for the kill.
On the backside, ready to shut anybody down that comes in. Beautiful peel off right now. Oh, the ball delivery. Beautifully done. Really beautifully done by Counterlogic Gaming coming into the first one. Dignitas Kiwi Kid gonna go down.
Historically, our bot lane, I think, have lost to CLG's bot lane like quite a bit.
You don't want to play the same thing that your opponents expect you to. They would know that most of their opponents would expect them to camp bot lane. So if you show up down there, turns out they switch things around and they're going to camp top or mid lane, then you're going to be in trouble.
I think the key to over pressuring that is just from advantage mid lane and spilling over to like a dive bot lane so that, you know, they're too scared to play.
The North American LCS Summer Playoffs taking place at PAX Prime. We're jumping back into the action with Game 2 between Dignitas and Counterlogic Gaming. Now, CLG looked very decisive and will be feeling good after taking the first match. But the question is, how do they keep that momentum rolling? Pobelter?
Well, CLG, their bot lane just pretty much crushed Dignitas' bot lane. Double Lift on Lucian was able to get the blue buff level 1, and they already have the lane counter. Lucian Braum versus Nami Kog'Maw. Nami Kog'Maw is a very passive lane. Braum serves as a direct counter to Nami, so with the blue buff, they were just able to roll over the lane. Amumu, as a really passive farm style jungler, can't help sort of aid Dignitas' bot lane in that circumstance, and so that was sort of what led to the insurmountable deficit that Dignitas had in the bot lane.
All right, Zarin, what about on Dignitas' side? What do they need to do to avoid a repeat performance there?
I think a big thing is their champion select. They need to go back to that and look at what CLG are picking mid-champion select and what the composition looks like, because they picked really good skirmish champions for 2-on-2s and 3-on-3s. Like if there's a 3-on-3 bot lane, typically it would go in favor of CLG regardless of which 3 members showed up there, because just across the board you could have made really any 3-man composition. It would have been great. So I think they need to focus on that. And Kiwi Kid and Cutie Pie, they need to step up their games in this, because we heard it there. We heard Shifter talking about how their bot lane loses every time, and they're looking for actually a mid lane advantage instead. But I don't know if that's going to work against Counterlogic Gaming. I think you have to focus that bot lane and at least apply some jungle pressure so Dexter isn't down there all the time.
Well, we have praised Double Lift and Aframu as being one of the best bot lanes in North America. So it is a pretty tall order there to ask Kiwi Kid and Cutie Pie to stack up against them toe-to-toe. Should we be looking for Crumbs to make more visits bot lane?
I think so. I think so. But the thing is he just talked about how they might camp middle, how they'll look at that lane and try to spill it over into bot lane and kind of create that dynamic where they have a 4-man camp bot lane after they set up the mid lane. Don't know if that's going to work out for them, though. I do think that you have to apply some type of pressure bottom very early on to make sure this snowball doesn't happen again.
All right. Pobelter, anything to add there with the side of Dignitas coming off of a loss? What are the kind of things that you as a team are talking about to regroup? Are you changing a lot of picks, or are you kind of sticking to your guns?
I think that it's absolutely vital that Dignitas pick something aggressive in the jungler. Like, if they just pick a Mumu again, I think they'll lose for certain. Crumbs needs to be on Elise, Lee Sin, or Nunu, or Kha'Zix.
Well, hopefully we'll see them make some of those changes, because I, for one, would love to see an exciting long series. I want to see it go back and forth a bit. Now let's send it right over to the caster desk, where Riv and Kobe are set to take us into the next game.
Thank you very much, Dash, and we are just about to get to Champion Select coming into our next game. Like Dash said, I love the fact that it's a best of 5. It's not like CLG wins one more game and we're done here. There's a chance to go back and forth, and that's the best part. And Dig, yeah, they should be feeling a little down. They lost the game, but it's absolutely not over in any means.
They've got plenty of room to work with here.
Yeah.
And one of the things that they really need to stop this time around is getting 3 buffed right when you start.
Oh, God.
CLG went with a very, very risky play. It's just sort of a gambit that they decided to go with and send 3 people, not even the jungler, to go invade the blue here for a Mumu. And they came away with the steal. People are talking about this bottom lane matchup, and Double F and Nafamu are crushing. You know, they're running Lucian Bomb. They started with blue buff as well on double lift.
They did.
So that would be step number 1 for Dignitas, because the very beginning of that game is not the way that you want to start it out, especially if you are a Mumu. I think what Crumbs was trying to do by starting red is avoid the red-to-red gank that he figured a Kha'Zix would do, because Kha'Zix, very strong duelist, will sometimes try and kill a Mumu at his second buff. So Crumbs got a little maybe ahead of himself and tried to start red, and then they invaded blue side and just took that away.
It reminded me a little bit of when we saw Aframu steal it from Dominate with just a swing. CLG comes away with the blue buff.
They have they have a lot of success with those level 1 blue buffs. You could say that again, Riv.
Keep them away from that area. This game, we're going to have to, as the guys on the analyst desk were saying as well, vision for Dignitas here. Obviously, CLG comes up with game 1 with the blue side strats.
All right, so once again, a couple of similar bans here, same exact bans actually.
Yeah.
Dignitas
Boom,
first
boom, boom.
2 starting out.
Where's that
CLG this time around are the ones who have to ban away Nidalee. So these are the 3 really hyped up top laners right now, Riv. The two tanks, Maokai and Alistar, and then the lane bully split pusher, Nidalee. Let's see, a little bit more mid focus here.
Ooh, Zion Spartan. Looking at the Riven. It's been quite a while. Loves to throw himself in the fights. And this was something he would be able to do it on. Zion Spartan back onto some carry champions.
All right, yeah. Riven is definitely a carry champion. This would be a completely different face from Dignitas that we've seen recently. Zion definitely loves to play that carry role from the top lane. But Riven is a very snowbally champion, I guess, or momentum-based champion. However you want to say it, she needs some early attention from your jungler, from somebody to get going. And then once she gets her lead, she can become a very powerful force to use.
I like the mind games they have going on there. They show Riven, but also show Vlad on the other side. Syndra pick up for Shifter. That's usually last, but that's always going to be on that purple side. This time they want that priority of the lane bully, keeping him safe.
Yeah, this will be very interesting to see if Shifter does sort of grow into this Syndra mentality of having more pressure on the mid lane and bullying, getting extra vision for your team around that mid lane by having control of it. Last game, he did a great job playing reactively when he was dove by Seraph. He definitely cleaned that up very well, turned it into a kill for himself. So let's see. His mechanics are definitely on point, but let's see how aggressive he decides to go.
There it is, Kobe. They do take it away from Crumbs. I was wondering when that pick was going to come in. The Maokai is on the board, so Nunu is left up this time. Something that Crumbs and Kiwi Kid love to get their wards in with, but it's going to be a Rise as well. That could easily be Lynx, since we've seen Voidboy taking that up against Syndra.
Yeah, and Link himself using that in their quarterfinals there.
Yes.
So yeah, it could either be a top lane or mid lane. Early flex pick here from CLG. The Nunu, very, very big objective control for Dexter.
Good pick there.
However, last time, I believe he maxed his Snowball instead of Consume, which definitely takes away a lot of the objective control that he's really picked for. We'll definitely keep track of his build this time around. and see what option he decides to go with. One of the biggest parts of Nunu, of course, is the early sight stone and vision control that you can get.
All right. What does this leave up for Dig? Crumb pretty much picking himself right here. No reason not to. They could also go for an AD, but they'd be showing. They already see the jungler, and he says Kha'Zix would be the one. Very picked up on the Tristana. Actually haven't seen any bans there, but coming out quite strong here in second game for Dignitas. Definitely different to considering who you're playing against. Curse would get that banned every game.
Yeah, Dignitas this time again going with a strong late game AD carry here.
Yep.
We'll see if Double Lift is once again able to punish QtPie early. There are a lot of things you can run into Tristana now early to punish her because of the reduction in damage on explosive shot active. Was a huge, huge takeaway from her early laning phase. Not to mention the reduction on slow duration for her rocket jump takes away a lot of her potential for kill lanes. So Double Lift and Aframu won't have to be very worried here.
Right. Very interesting pickups here that could still fly into the flex zone. Heard a lot of people saying that on social media that now the Zilean pickup wasn't Alphamoose. He's an engager. He's a fighter with the team. He's a maker of progression, advantages. I want to keep going. No, I'm just kidding.
He's definitely going to be play a big part in stopping Kha'Zix resets here. And I always love Zilean picks against Syndra because it's so easy to Zilean ult whoever's targeted by a Syndra ult. There's a long tail there with the Syndra windup on her ultimate. And Kha'Zix, who's going to be committing to that low health target, it opens up a lot of opportunity for CLG to sort of bait that jump in. And if you're able to revive that target, then we'll be able to jump back out and you won't get another Syndra ult. So I like that pickup from CLG in the second round.
Absolutely. The Thresh pickup here from Kiwi Kid. He's going to feel comfortable on one of the more roamy supports that he likes to get his feet moving on. QtPie picks up Mundo for Zion Spartan in the top lane. And whoa, Link says aggression here. Trying to put himself back on the assassin instead of the safety poke. See how he does.
First thing you gotta say there for Link with the very confident last pick Yasuo is that he has nobody to knock up for him.
Right.
So he will have to do his own dirty work this time around. As well for Dignitas, the Mundo picked up here after the early Tristana round, so maybe the Tristana pick was a guarantee that Mundo would not be early countered by Tristana and a lane swap. But Dignitas rounding out their composition here with a late game scaling tank to go up against CLG and their late game scaling Rise.
Yep. So I'm still considering that Dignitas kind of tried to throw something in the mix, right? They tried the Amumu first, didn't work. They got heavily countered. So I don't feel like we've really seen Dig's kind of game that they were going to bring to the table. They were absolutely thwarted out by CLG the first time. They said, you're going to give us that big of an advantage to deny Amumu? Let's do it. So CLG is going to be on the run here to keep those advantages, I think, in the early game for themselves.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see Dexter's Nunu play and how he goes about the early game control, because Nunu's a jungler that will get the earliest sight stone that any jungler will get, and you should always have 3 wards down in the enemy jungle when playing that champion, if it's going according to plan.
All right, before the champs start littering the Rift, we want to remind you to keep voting on Twitter. Send the hashtag DIGWin or CLGWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll continue to update the poll throughout the game. And it's going to be a good one. Best of 5 series here between CLG and Dignitas. Game 1 for CLG off the blue side. We've switched sides of the Rift here. Now it's Dig versus CLG. Let's see how this one works out. Fans are ready and raring. They got here quite early today, and I'm sure the parties at home for viewing have set up as well. Kudos to everybody participating here in the summer playoffs. And these guys right here, they want to get the victory out of this. That 5th place and non-relegation position.
Yes, everyone would like to win this best of 5 so that they could start to relax and work on the problems that have emerged in both teams, really. They do not want to have to fight through relegations once again. Definitely want to win and enjoy themselves. We'll see what goes on here, though. Seraph taking the flex pick from CLG in Champion Select and starting out with the early Mana Crystal means that he will have a very offensive opening here. Much empowered Qs. They're tossed with the early invade, 4-man squad. They do not want to get 3-buffed.
Wow, that's a huge split for an early invade, but I guess with that ward in the bottom. They got a little bit of the vision they wanted. Very, very scary stuff. Good deep wards.
They will secure a lane for Zion away from Rise.
Yeah.
So the early Mana Crystal bullying Rise will not be abusing Zion today. Probably just go with the double jungle here. Mundo very confident in his double jungling abilities.
Yeah.
Whereas Rise, not quite so much. See how Seraph decides to play this as of right now. Hiding in lane. We've seen many people get away with a couple extra levels by hiding in that bush, but
I don't know, you're doing it against the guy who hates people hiding in a brush, so you're going to be found out immediately.
Yeah, Kiwi Kid goes to sweep all of those. Cutie Pie goes to double check. He's checking Kiwi Kid's work here. Yes, nobody is indeed
I don't believe you.
in that bush. We will have the lane to ourselves. So, of course, he's not going to level his explosive shot because they're trying to hold the lane as long as possible. Looks like neither lane are going to try and hard push. So the supports. Now the supports in these lane swaps, I always really prefer the support who hides in the bush the longest, because you don't want to give away any free information during these lane swaps. Seraph able to come out on top of the double golems. Big win. But yeah, so the supports, they need to remain hidden as long as possible, because they're the ones that need to start roaming very quickly. It's up to them and the top, solo laners to make sure that the early dragons are not given away. We've seen a very, very steep decrease in early dragons taken away for these lane swaps because of the effectiveness of the support roaming very early.
Look at this. Dexter just going by himself when we get the double jungle coming from the other dudes for a little bit.
Okay.
It'll be safe. Oh, hello. It's going to be very nice for Dexter. Going to be able to shut down a bit of damage. Gets the movement from Link. That's why he feels so comfortable to stay here. It'd be a real long walk around for Shifter to enter that fight, so good movement as well. Seraph is on the roundabout. A lot of CLG being where they shouldn't right now, and Dignitas is finding that out. CLG again trying to make early moves. Really gave them a good lead last game, and they want that again. The momentum of the best of 5 definitely needs to be held. Long games to be played.
And this time around, Zion gets to the lane before it's shoved up all the way into the turret. So he's not surrounded by a large wave of minions, and he gets a bunch of experience back here. Very good for him. Whereas Seraph, still level 1 up there, has not been able to use his teleport either. And because of the split jungling for CLG, Seraph is definitely going to need some assistance so that he's not the one who gets dove under his turret.
Woo.
Dexter's definitely on his side of the map.
Like that boat's changing just a little bit here. CLG starts to take more and more control, helping Seraph get to where he needs to be. Dexter nicely level 4. Link takes some hits in mid.
And Seraph, because he was able to farm those double golems, he makes the all-important buy of the tier for this double jungle. So it took a little bit longer for CLG to start their double jungle, but he will have his tier stacking the whole time. So that's a very, very big bonus for them. And you can see they're even trying to give him that catch-up experience there. Gave him the big wolf to ensure level 2. Let's see, the ward does see them.
He's going to be able to clear that out in the back. Looks like he is maxing still the Ice Blast, but it looks like they could go for this.
And you can see the immediate response though, Dignitas, as soon as that ward saw them, Kiwi Kid starts to head down, Crumb starts to head down. They do not want to give away these early dragons, even though Link is able to head there first. Crumb's being in the area. They don't know that there's a ward in there, obviously.
That thing.
Value ward right there. Oh my god, Dignitas are baiting so well. How does CLG not realize there's a ward in there? Yeah,
they know.
What is Kiwi Kid doing?
Nicely done. Maybe could have thrown a hook that missed and been like, oh, I don't know what's going on. I'm in a bad spot. Dig just comes out in a big fight. Always easier said than done. But CLG's been playing way too safe and strategic for that to happen, for them to lose too many this early.
Yeah, very smart ward from Dignitas. And Crumbs even sneaks in here. He better have his leap. Yes, he does have 1 point in leap.
It's close. He knows he's got to go back. He's got something on the agenda now after these golems. Right, Seraph down to the bottom lane now. 4 here. CLG just kind of repeating the same thing. They're not going to have, rather, the mid lane this time. They're going to go ahead and pick up the first turret of the game. Nicely done in the bottom lane. Dragon pressure may be theirs after they're able to get a fight on. Doesn't look like anything's going to be rotated here from Dignitas, so first turret going to CLG.
So the reason that they should definitely get Dragon is that Kiwi Kid is back up top lane right now. They're shoving hard. Dignitas want to try and answer turrets. So they are going to be giving away the early Dragon. Support not able to roam down there means there's no way Crumbs is going to go for a suicide steal. CLG make their move bottom count. Even though they were delayed on getting the early Dragon, turning that into the siege of bottom turret enabled them to get both objectives in the same amount of time, so they didn't waste their commitment of all those champions down bottom. And it's a very good recovery from them.
Yeah. Slow moving here in the top lane. Obviously this freeze has stopped. They're heating things up. They're going to be able to get that, hopefully rotate down to the bottom, and we'll start getting that split push in the top lane. 21-5 in that CS realm. But as we said, Seraph stacking up the tier, so he's not going to be trying to just fight anybody right away.
So far, this Nunu from Dexter, though, is impressing. Even though he still is maxing his ice balls, he invaded the early jungle. He made sure that Crumbs he stopped Crumbs in his middle of his early jungle route. Plus then using the early Blood Boil and Dragon Control to pick up those two objectives. Didn't slow him down at all.
Very nicely done. No problem really here for Seraph. We've seen multiple players be this low on CS this far into the game, and Rise still becomes Rise if the team plays it right. Dignitas giving the blue buff over to Shifter in mid. Maybe he can start to create something. By this time last game, he already had first blood in his hands, so not as much of a power play coming from him just yet. And nobody has really been able to make that power play. CLG's push to the bottom lane was countered by Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid's safety. They still got the turret, but they traded that in the top lane just now. So both teams are really respecting what they're bringing to the table.
And look what Seraph was able to accomplish up there. Level 4 Rise, no vision. He got the wave all the way up to the turret at least. But since he had no vision, there's no way he can stay out there and push. Silent Spartan's level 6. If he found him even trying to ward,
it'd be bad news.
It would be a flash burn at least.
All right, here we go. Trying to shut down Kiwi Kid. Cutie Pie looks like he's going to be able to make it out. Nice buster shot, but remember that turret was taken down. CLG on the repeat visit. No bomb is actually on Kiwi Kid. Here comes from now Zion Spartan.
Oh, the juke!
Misses the cleaver. Aphromoo with the blue suede shoes on, able to stay, trying to dodge it, get through the minions. Oh, they knock him up, and he's not able to step over all of them. Aphromoo goes down for first blood as Dig teleports to bottom lane.
The Zion Spartan massive lead is definitely coming to fruition for Dignitas. Huge level discrepancy there, teleporting in level 7, able to force that kill. Aphromoo had flashed forward, by the way, to try and get the kill on Kiwi Kid, so that's why he had no flash to secure his escape. And Zion Spartan able to take his early advantage and turn it into some positive things for the rest of the team. He did have to teleport away from the wave pushing away from him, though.
He's already... Spectral's Cowl feels great to go up here against Seraph. 7-5, not going to have any trouble, as we were saying. Seraph's already going to back off and let that lane push so he can grab golems. Doublelift now in the bottom lane definitely wants to make up for a little bit of that kill they just got onto Aphromoo. 81-73, not the CS he had last time, so Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid. Sans blue buff on Doublelift doing pretty well. Too much aggression in the early game. However, that's still a player to be watching. As well, Link this time. That Yasuo gets pretty crazy of his towards late game, and he loves to be roaming, making self-picks. And like we said, they may have to be self-picks. He's the only one activating his ult.
And the reason here that we see Crumbs invading Nunu is because he's working off his extremely strong top lane. He wants to work off the side of the map that Dignitas have the most power over. Zion Spartan is going to be the fulcrum of Dignitas' early power, so Crumbs heads up to try and secure control of this red side jungle. They chase Dexter out of his own jungle, and Shifter has stepped up to that aggressive Syndra playstyle, bullying Link and pushing right in. So
the opportunities are everywhere because of these wards. That's what we were talking about last game. Dig was face checking, now it's CLG face checking. Not going the way they want right away, but they're still getting the upper hand on these moves, making CLG have to react instead of be the one making the plays themselves.
The thing is, though, because CLG got the Dragon, the gold is still even though Dig have an extra turret. So really what Dig are going to have to use is make that extra map control of the mid turret being down really, really count for them. And as you said, the ward placement around that mid lane is going to be where they find that value. That's going to be where they want to make the plays with Crumbs and the roaming Kiwi Kid, trying to pick people off. I mean, we'll see if Shifter's long-range Cinder Suns are as accurate.
They're already working the Scrying Orb as well onto Cutie Pie early for him, so they're not having the face check opportunities they did last game.
So the reason I really like that pickup for Dignitas, they're getting it so it's on cooldown, off cooldown, quick enough for this Nunu. Now, every time you go up against the Nunu, you have to get some sort of early vision around Baron, just to respect the early start. Even if the Nunu doesn't go consume, you have to assume that it's going to be a max consume Nunu until proven otherwise, or else they will sneak something on you. So once they do see him, you know, consume something, or Ice Blast you, then they will be tipped off.
Well, 30 seconds on the Dragon, you can see what the focus is here. Afromoo and Doublelift still trying to farm out this turretless lane, but they're there for Dragon pressure. So not too much is going to be happening until that objective, but they are getting the wards that they need. Dexter does not have flash up, so he's going to walk himself into this one if he can get a good ulti down. Looks like Crumbs is going to try and start gaining the vision they need. Good item thresholds on both sides. Not a spike yet from Seraph, though, in that damage from the Rod of Ages.
And there is a comeback.
There he goes. He just bought the damage.
There is a comeback experience mechanic in the game, even for lane minions. So Seraph has been able to get back in this game. Also has been able to secure some good last hits for himself. We'll see, though, if he teleports down, Zion will still be a much bigger teamfight presence this early on. Dignitas trying to force it here. They want to at least make Seraph burn his teleport to get a teleport advantage.
Absolutely.
Maybe even burn through this Dragon.
Culling with an Ardent Blaze on the front side to give a little bit of passive movement speed. Doublelift doesn't get anything out of that. And they've weathered the storm.
Anytime CLG can force them off this objective and buy time for Seraph up top, they are slowly winning. This is a small advantage that CLG are squeezing out of the situation around Dragon.
They're trying to act mid.
Oh, he gets the stun!
Oh, the hook flash, it actually stays. Linked onto him and he didn't break it. Very nicely done. And it looks like he's still getting hit up, but they could call in Doublelift and Dexter here from the side. Dignitas tries to dictate middle. CLG is able to get back to defend in time. Link almost going down there. His flash is down, so they got to be careful.
Yeah, clutch wind wall there. Link is able to hold on to the turret. They don't get a lot of damage from their swing off of Dragon into mid lane. And so CLG really secured a big allotment of time for Seraph to get back in this game, and that shove up top definitely helped him out. We'll see if there can be a roam here now. Dive, he was just whacking on a ward though.
It's too long. Didn't feel safe. There's the Scrying Orb nicely coming out. The Scrying Orb's kind of like, yeah, we don't have wards there, but we still see you. So CLG is forced off of that. Beautiful job picking up the Dragon, and it looks like Zion could actually keep himself alive up here.
Yeah, he's going to go on a long marathon here into the opposite side of the map.
Oh! Link doesn't have any charges. Wow, very nicely played. And he gets the turret teleport, so he'll have it up a little bit sooner. So Dig on the other side of the map, drawing pressure top. They're going to trade on this one, so CLG doesn't lose too much out of the chaos created there by Zion Spartan. And they go 1-for-1 on turrets there. But still, 3-1 in turrets overall, 3-2 now.
Right, so they were able to get that Dragon. And so what Zion did, he ran away from his own minion line because Yasuo can just chase you forever through your own minion line. Also, it denied him anything else to charge up his Qs on. After that one that he had ran out, then Zion was free to teleport. Very smart play from him, able to get out of the situation alive, and Dignitas able to get right back into this one. 800 gold lead for them.
Doublelift with Doublelift cash on him. He's waiting to build that Infinity Edge up once again before he really gets himself into the fights. 10-0-4, we're close to it last game if I can recall correctly. So he is not participating in pretty much anything right now, so he can do that again when the time comes. CLG loving to leave a lot of the control in the game up to him, and Dexter and the rest of the lanes have done a good job. You know, Dig said they focus that bottom lane for CLG, but Link and Seraph have been keeping themselves safe and definitely on par through these matches.
All right, Seraph was able to just complete his rod as well, so we'll look for the 26-minute mark to fully stack that. Never mind, it just ticked once.
Yep.
24. He's got everything that he needs. Starts scaling up into the late game.
Damage there.
Let's see how CLG close the clamps here. Link opting to be the preferred split pusher against Mundo now because on Rust the Spirit Visage, so magic resistance going to render Seraph ineffective. However, Link does not care.
Oh.
And Yasuo very strong in the 1v1, as long as he's got vision in this blue side to make sure that Crumbs doesn't collapse on him.
There's only a few of those forward wards on. Dexter was back and forth between that Wraith Wall path and trying to get a new Ice Blast in, but the team holds back for now. Pretty much a 1-3-1 in defense and kind of split pushing in their favor.
And CLG funneling some more money into Seraph, give him the long lane. Several minion waves there for Seraph to clean up. And that's all that he wants to be doing right now. He doesn't want to actually be participating in these skirmishes. As we said, he's got the 2 items that take a long time to scale up. Waiting for those to build up while he happily last hits minions on the side. Question for CLG is, do they stop Dignitas from taking anything in the meantime?
Right.
Trying to distract them, and strong wave clear here from the duo lane.
Pretty intense initiations from both teams when it comes down to it. If you look what's going to happen in a full fight, you got a pretty walk-in from Counter Logic Gaming unless they flash in, and then you're going to be stunning people on the outside here from Dignitas, so you got to follow that up. It's going to be very risky for these guys to fight. Both teams.
A lot of the CLG play is going to revolve around Seraph locking up Crumbs with his Rune Prison when Crumbs jumps in. That's going to be crucial. If you take away Kha'Zix's mobility, he's very easy to kill now after the nerfs to his ultimate. Locking him down will be essential, but having a Syndra on the other team does make that difficult.
Yeah.
Long-range stuns that go through everyone.
Just like
Seraph will have to position himself very well.
CLG up 1 game already, slowly riding that wave of momentum. Same kind of start that they had to the previous matchup, but they haven't controlled as much. Been all right to give up a few of the dragons here. Another one in 2 minutes, just about. Ooh. Nicely sped up, gets himself all the way out of danger. Crumbs and Kiwi Kid trying to give Dexter a little, or rather Aframu a little what for on that. Still 1 kill in this game. Definitely a lot slower than our previous matchup. Both teams are getting a lot more ward coverage down, and that's why they're keeping themselves alive. Dignitas way better with a lot more wards. You can see Dexter and them, they have every idea that they're on the blue side because the red side is completely warded and nobody's there.
And neither team really feels a time crunch in this game because CLG, they have Ryze and Yasuo to rely on. Lucian does not fall off, terribly hard late game either. And Dignitas, they've got the Mundo and Tristana, the strongest scaling tank in the game, with arguably the strongest scaling AD carry in the game as well. So they don't feel the rush either.
That's true. Cutie Pie hasn't really been hit, and he does have a kill under his belt. Looking for a static Shiv to help with a bit of the wave clear. Shifter is the only one really on that duty right now, along with some Crumbs and spikes if you can get him out. But good control from both teams. 40 seconds is obviously going to leave them up to just setting wards. You can see CLG's got a pretty good line of scrimmage to that side. He'll be waiting with Seraph on blue buff now, so they're going to give him that to charge everything up that he can and keep that blue buff, or keep that tier going.
Yeah, I think they will, CLG will start to make aggressive moves once they do have the stacked up rod. Uh-oh, Link here though, gets collapsed on. Holes in the vision coverage.
Uh-oh. Bad news bears, can he dash out? Great exhaust, can he get to the white? No, he cannot. A very cheeky play if he was able to do it.
CLG trying to rush that mid in response, but immediate collapse there from Dignitas. Dragon spawns at the perfect time for CLG. Can they rush this one down? Dig make the call to answer Baron.
Oh, they don't have Cutie Pie though. This is gonna actually take quite a bit of time. Crumbs, he's on the Brutalizer and the Lizard, so they're gonna get good damage out of it.
Oh, he's gonna leave it.
It's gonna be tough. Dexter gets it. It's gonna be defense here. A good Buster Shot can keep the jungler away for long enough that that smite doesn't come in. You're also facing that Consume smite, and here comes CLG.
Baron does a way more damage than Dragon at this point. Dignitas cannot do it.
Oh, fog of war was the danger CLG was walking into, but they can breathe a sigh of relief as they see Dignitas re-enter the mid lane to clear some waves. Very tense moment, but you can see Dig is ready to make those calls. Dexter shaking off the hands there on the camera.
You can see how close these trades are. CLG barely able to eke out a Dragon traded for that kill on Link, and the commitment of the 3 champions top 5 Dignitas. Very, very close call right there, but it does get them some extra global gold, and it gets Seraph even closer. He has completed his embrace now. We'll see 2 more minutes. No, 6 more minutes.
All right. So around 28, he'll have full charge. Right now, still being quite a menace in any lane he's in. Looks like they're going to focus a bit towards mid. They want to open up the map like a Christmas present here and see what's on the other side safely. Dignitas. Shifter keeping it locked down in middle. Slow movement. It looks like actually towards the bottom lane, everybody's going to be going. 101 to 61 was something I was just looking at. Dignitas is definitely spreading themselves out more. One person covering her lane and not. And then we see Dexter spend roaming with the CLG squad. Back to that strategy for themselves. See if that works out in the end for Crumbs to be so much more fed. Doesn't have the HP yet, but does have the kill potential.
Yeah, very interesting to see what CLG will opt for when they decide to try and force fights, because it has to be... a flash Nunu slow.
Oh, the disengage from just 2 members to 4. Another flash in. Shifter's going to be the one caught, but he breaks the crowd control right away. This could be Crumbs going down. He throws down, he flashes out, another ultimate used. So much chaos going in, but nobody wants to give up. They are able to get down Nunu. Dexter comes back up off the chrono shift, and my lord, perseverance pays off.
CLG used so much in that chase because they don't have the hard engage. They have to burn all these flashes, and they take damage the entire time they're chasing Dignitas. So even though they get the revive onto Dexter, they have to abandon him to defend these turrets, and they leave him to die anyway. So turret damage goes down, kill goes down for Dignitas. Huge swing here for Dig, and the momentum definitely in their favor.
Absolutely. Such a great job there, taking control of the fact that they had leads and putting the right people with leads in the right spot. See that replay one more time. They wanted so much. They completely went too far for these kills.
So their speed boost already has been used here on Seraph, and they have to use both flashes from Nunu and Seraph. He also has Blood Boil for the extra speed to try and catch this up.
Right.
But look at the reaction here. They're all trying to deal with this Dig push on the bottom lane.
Right.
Double Lift is shoved all the way out of that turret defense, and it leaves this Dignitas squad in the mid lane to re-collapse on Dexter, not let him escape after being revived.
Yep. There we go, textbook CLG. Dig backs, they have to grab mid, and they do so. So keeping themselves on par with that, but 2K gold down here. Dig has the lead in game 2.
Yeah, we saw the problem here for CLG is that they have to be speed boosted on these characters to try and run at Dignitas if they want to force somebody and catch someone in a rotation. But they're not able to do that because Syndra, beautiful stun by Shifter, by the way, ran through all 4 people who are chasing him. Very good at throwing out the stuns and running away. Now the move mid.
An amazing just rush towards middle. The teleport in as well. An uncontested inhibitor turret coming in for Dignitas here. They're going to be able to stay on this. They probably have Dragon Timer, so they'll say, we'll toy around. Whoa! The self-initiation, last breath from Link. He goes in deep. KiwiKid throws down the box, and everybody's gotten out of that now. Dexter throws down an absolute zero that acts just for pretty much zoning. Nobody was in it, and the back and forth continues.
Zion Spartan, though, pops his ult. He goes back in for the re-engage.
Very close. A few more hits onto Dexter here. He has nothing to consume. No health to get back, and Zion Spartan also cannot follow any further into the base. The inhibitor will go down. Gotta watch out. Shifter was like, don't stand near me. That's not right. Good thing he does not have too much AP just yet.
Dignitas with a massive, massive positional outplay of CLG here. Beautiful call to pull in the teleport to support the wave shove that they had gotten all the way to inhibitor turret. Really, really great jump onto the middle from Dignitas. Taking that opening. CLG, this sort of fiasco bottom, where their bottom turret was shoved and their middle that they decided to chase really ended up costing them a lot of time in this game. Great reaction there from Dig.
really being the ones this game to make things happen, not waiting for CLG to get the wards down and find them. You can see Link on that split push, continuously trying to put pressure onto Zion Spartan. Uh-oh. Looks like we got a little bit of a pickle here, and Cutie Pie and Crumbs are going to be able to gather with the rest of the team.
They've only got one flash left. CLG keep using these flashes to try and force fights. The last one being Link's. Afromo just has to use his defensively. They don't have any more of those options here. Seraphs will be the next coming up. They've got to wait on that. Otherwise, it's just people sped up by Zillion running at this Dig front line. And this front line here, Zion Spartan, is increasingly getting out of control.
No, he's going to have to hit a lot of crits if he wants to come out on top of this one. Does good damage from both sides, however. They're not going to get too much pressure. Crumbs may make a full ride down here, but he's got a red buff to tango with before he has that idea. Cutie Pie as well hovering down. They're going to be walking through a lot of wards here, so they got to be careful how much time they waste.
All right, well, if now that CLG are on the back foot, maybe they'll be able to pull off a play where they force Dignitas to come to them, because that's really where they'll have the best chance here. When Dignitas are trying to force their way through Nunu, and the burden of initiation is not on CLG's side. Dragon, though, just picked up by Dig, and not a lot to draw them into any forced movements here.
Whoa! This is pretty forced. And it looks like they want to have everything about this. Still got Zillion on the outside. Afromo's pretty far away, but they're not going to get there in time. Dexter's going to be pretty hurt after this.
Scrying Orb's down for Dignitas.
A few more consumes will keep him around half HP if he can get up to it. They're going to go in. He does not get it with the consume smite coming in from Dexter. He tries to get pulled to safety, but Crumbs goes down. A very unfortunate event, and what CLG needed to really put their foot back in that door.
What a bold call from CLG. And as we said earlier, if you let a small amount of time versus a Nunu team go by without vision around Baron,
that's all it takes.
Then they can make you pay for it. That was a miraculous play for CLG.
So even down 3-0, CLG feels like it's just another game. They're able to make moves and plays that could pretty much cost them the game here 28 minutes in, but they are very confident about what they're doing. 2,000 gold behind and 3 turrets down. They're keeping up their map vision very well to keep Dignitas from really getting to any more inhibitor turrets. Very risky as well to have that down and still go for the Baron. They were able to keep good wave control to make that happen.
Problem for CLG is that Dignitas still have the gold advantage, and this Tristana Mundo scaling becoming increasingly untenable for them.
That Thornmail is going to be playing a big effect as well. Zion Spartan's going to throw himself right into the fight. Link can't be hitting any of that. Pretty much take himself down. Double lift close to his previous build where he was putting out big damage, but already you can see the Bloodthirster is going to come out for Cutie Pie for more flat damage, so the Sting is ready.
Seraph has his flash available, Dexter as well. But again, so hard for them to lock down the target. Seraph, by the way, does not have armor yet, hasn't been able to build something like a Frozen Heart. So if Seraph is their go-to initiate with the Zillion speed and flash, then Cutie, he's going to have to watch out for the cannonballs to the face from Cutie Pie. Because even Seraph here on Rise, not quite yet scaled up in the tanky aspects. Dignitas opting to trade turrets here instead. While the Baron buff is up on CLG, they're looking to trade objectives instead of fight this team.
I think this completely works. After they pressure this top side, they're going to be able to go to mid inhibitor whether they want to or not here. Very nicely done. Going to be a good hold here from Shifter in the mid lane along with Zion Spartan. Let's see where Dig can go with this just against Link.
Question is, do they continue with this shove and the trade? Teleport goes down, they want to stop it.
Ooh, nicely done on the wall. Link pretty much preventing a good amount of turret damage, and he flashes, gets it onto Crumbs. That's going to be a 1-2. Thank you very much. And they're going to keep the pursuit on a bit? No, they let the vision go.
They expended the 2 most important flashes there for that, though. Seraph also followed up with his own flash. So that was all of the
really good point, Cole.
All of the gap closer there for CLG for 1 kill, maybe 2 here. Cutie Pie's going to have to get away from Dexter as well.
he gets hit over the wall. He could actually make it out of this one alive. He realizes that there's more coming around. They're going to be able to come up with some kills here. A great flash over the wall, but double wants it. He goes crazy, and he starts throwing down the DPS. Knocked back. What a hit coming out of Shifter. I believe he got kept by the Chrono Shifter. Fast fingers by Aphromoo keeps him alive. Beautiful play coming in from CLG.
Crumbs just revived, so it's a one-man advantage here for CLG. What can they do? Link gets done.
Oh, that's the wall. He says, thank you very much. They do pick up that Thresh play, but will they pick up the kill? Link is just having a field day, dashing in and out of anybody who can without the passive on him just yet. It's going to be the Ignite, and he finally goes down. This leaves CLG to scramble down and figure out what they can pick up out of that chaos.
They
one
did
down on each side.
Get a turret for it.
Yeah.
In all that scramble, CLG were able to come up with one more global objective. Turret down bottom for them. There's only one left standing outside of the inhibitor ring.
Wow, CLG sticking to their guns on that strat. They did send the 2 back, and we still have to remember that Seraph and Link's flashes are down, but that didn't stop Link just now from going face first into a fight where the team was going to get something out of it. Something for everything that they want right now is the way CLG is playing. They're not afraid to lose one to get a lot. Good job.
Also saw how much damage Shifter can do. 100%
Yeah,
double
true.
lift there. He's got the trinity of AP items for the AP mid mages. Extremely strong power spike for Syndra there.
All right, Kobe, back to the inhibitors. Let's see what we got. 33
Flanking
minutes
from
in.
Dexter. This is the thing that CLG need if they want to force something.
This is going to be big. Shifter's right there. They just saw him. Crumbs is going to be have to... He's good. He's good. He gets with the team. Look at that AoE damage coming from Rise. Seraph comes in, almost takes down the entire team by himself there. Crumbs maybe going down, but the Thresh Express monthly pass. Don't bring the bomb.
This team is so fast though. They've got Blood Boil. They have constant zillion speed up spam on double lift, and he gets the light.
The piercing light from downtown on that one. He relentless pursued it in range of a minion. Some mechanics right there for you. Watch it again. 4-4, and they are going to be going on the inhibitor turrets. They have the pedal to the metal right now, and they're going to try to choke out Dignitas here on this push.
Rushing out, they're going to answer at least the inhibitor turrets.
Absolutely.
Going for the inhibitor itself. 25 seconds on Crumbs. They should be able to get this.
Look how big this wave is in the top as well. They have 1 minute and 30 on Baron, so they can mess around in the top side for a little bit if they want to, and it looks like eyes are on it.
Interesting choice here. Dragon just came up, but they do have that big wave top. 14 more seconds on Crumbs. Maybe they should have gone for the Dragon. It looks like Dignitas trying to stall here, but it's not going to be in time. CLG get it.
Wow.
Good call.
Picked up so much, took themselves a 3,000 gold lead. The turrets are now tied practically instantly after quite a bit of time. CLG
now,
makes it out.
if they also
that one more
tried
time.
for Dragon, yeah, here he goes. Great shot there, right through the range minion. If they also go for this Dragon, oh, they have 58 seconds. I guess the timing does work out pretty much perfectly for CLG. Man, this is a matter of seconds for them, but they clean up huge. What an answer from them. Inhibitors even now at the mid lane, and a bunch of gold swings back into the favor of CLG. Dig with positional advantage on Baron, but they haven't been able to sweep it out. They have had 2 pink wards in inventory ready to use. C1. Now they've got the vision control. Can they make a pick? Syndra is amazing at Fog of War picks.
This is the kind
Kiwi
of coverage.
can easily follow it up.
This is what we were seeing from CLG last time. This
They
would
are
be
so
Dignitas
deep.
walking into this area. Oh man, almost the hook to come in there. Double lift would have had to get an E out of that one. Seraph could definitely take some damage. We talked about the frozen heart not being there. He still does not have armor. Coming in for that Tristana could be quite detrimental when they start the fight if he is a focus. Baron is just alive.
Oh, they stopped Zion's back. Link will get a turret here. This means Dignitas have to force something. They have to either force Baron or they have to teleport somebody back.
Yeah, he's got the siege minion there. They're going to actually get the teleport as well. Here comes Mundo. That turret is completely warmed up. It's going to heal a little bit, but they'll be able to take that down if it comes into play. Double Lift gets the full ultimate from Shifter. That's not something they have to worry about now.
Aphromoo did not have to blow Chrono Shift either. Only chunks him down to half life. Again, CLG
good
with
damage.
position on bottom. They have to bring Zion Spartan down there to defend it.
CLG seeing if they can pull Dig up. Obviously, they will. But Dignitas actually wants to catch them on the roundabout. They think Dig's going to be coming up for Baron. Doesn't work. Everybody's got the wards necessary on the top side. But look at Dig trying to place down all these pinks to make sure that next fight is completely theirs. They're down 4,000 gold, the threshold of items. A third one just completed over onto Link. Not really matching the power of Shifter just yet, but you're looking at 80 to AP. So it depends on who they're attacking.
Yeah, there's not a lot of armor for CLG either.
No.
On anyone here. So it might even be another fourth item, offensive item there for QtPie. Doesn't have to be Last Whisper.
They want these fights to work, Kobe. Link has the red elixir. He's trying to put out more damage if he can. Expo's gonna be a focus. A little too close. Absolute Zero gets canceled out immediately. Seraph's gonna be the focus, and Doublelift has eyes on the prize. QtPie in the back line gets face of the mountain. He'll stay alive. Doublelift gets the chrono shift. He'll be back up, but they'll kill Aphromoo before the time even happens. Turning back the clock on that one. A shutdown coming in for Crumbs. Dignitas sweeping Dig and leaving Link alive.
That mistake is definitely going to cost them Baron here, if not a rush to end the game. No, it will be Baron call for Dig. Should be a pretty easy steal for them. I don't know how Link would be able to steal this. Q over the wall will run out. Won't have the time for it.
It's got to be a Janet tornado. We always know that.
Now the push mid, though.
Coming up big with the rest of the team. A little too much that CLG wanted to grab, and it kind of bites him back.
Yeah, and it should be enough time to get an inhibitor as well for them. Extra 20 seconds on Doublelift. Baron buff regeneration going to do its part. Dignitas strike back, and can they get back in time to defend their inhibitor to the minions? Minions slowly taking it away.
Oh, he still gets it.
Kiwi Kid's there for you. Teleport in though. Looks like Seraph's trying to cut them off.
Who's he going to be going? It's got, oh, he hits QtPie. QtPie goes for the jump. The gap poser kind of nullifies the crowd control, and they're able to get the safety. Oh, hits him back. Zion Spartan says, follow me, come this way. You don't want to get anything right now. So we'll see what kind of ring around the rosy game he can pose here to CLG. The rest of the team is going to start moving, pushing waves. One
Kiwi Kid, the savior.
The other.
Put your faith in me, Kiwi Kid says. Zion Spartan, once again, saved by another dark passage.
Beautiful job being in the right spot at the right time. Let's see this chase.
Yeah, let's see the chase one more time. They wrap around.
This is going to be the fight from before.
CLG split their forces here into two-man squads, whereas Dignitas are still 4 strong because they're running away. So CLG, in their attempt to cut off Dignitas, actually weakened both fronts here. And Dignitas with a great turnaround, bursting down Dexter, immediately eliminating the main damage soak for CLG. Opened up Doublelift to be on the front lines there. And once Doublelift is in the middle of all of Dig, has to retreat rather than deal damage.
Let's see. Looking at QtPie's build, he actually throws in the Last Whisper a little earlier this time, but he's pretty much to the items right now, not still facing hardly any armor on the other side.
Seraph going very offensive build here. Looks like he's looking up for a Void Staff to try and cut through magic resistance for his next item here.
A lot of Banshee's Veils, or at least the ones they've been able to build so far to stop Shifter from canceling anybody out. So far, Shifter's ults have really been with the team like objective winners. We saw him hit kind of Doublelift the last time, and then CLG, and they were a little prepped for the next fight. He hasn't been trying to just kill people. He usually throws it out with 1 or 2 orbs, and then the team can move up. Not a killing amount of orbs. So, getting vision with all of them, though. See the push. 20 seconds on to Dragon. CLG now to answer their own front door. Beautiful scrying orb catches the entire team. That was great.
There's not too many places CLG could be.
Nobody's flanking. They know nobody's flanking, though.
They found him, though, inside the base. This is actually CLG's best chance at winning team fights, is when Dignitas are trying to run in through a turret, through a funneled area where Dexter can pull off his ultimate, and it's actually Dig who are the ones trying to move forward. See if they can actually manage it, though. This Zion Spartan tank is getting ridiculous.
Waiting for that minion wave. They pinged it quite a bit ago, and finally approaching the turret. What's the walk-in going to be? I'm very interested.
It's so much easier for QtPie and Dig to take pot shots here at the turret and at CLG with skill shots, because Dig has so many more threatening skill shots for CLG to worry about. Syndra stuns, poke from Crumbs, Kiwi Kid hooks.
Oh, that range. Oh, that damage. Oh, that damage. Cutie Pie coming up big. Dexter's going to have to go back to base, probably put some home guards on those feet, and it looks like they grab another inhibitor turret. Dignitas not so much phased by game 1. Come out strong in game 2, but we still have a ways to go. CLG's base getting ripped up a little bit, so Dig wants to solidify this one now.
I don't think Dig want to leave the base here. They've got fully scaled Mundo and Trist, and the hook lands.
Oh, that hits. Seraph in the middle. Remember, Link has to execute his own ultimates. He tries to do so. He gets back to Cutie Pie, but he's shot away immediately. The fast fingers of the Buster Shot keep Cutie Pie alive. Kiwi Kid, everybody get away from him. Oh no. Oh, that's so close.
CLG is everything on the chase.
Here it goes. Zion Spartan back in. He's got a super minion side by side. He's running hips with, and they're going to go ahead and take down Dexter. Don't follow him too far, gentlemen. You got a base to destroy here. There's going to be a ring around the Rosie right now. Let's get some Benny Hill on this. They finally take down Dexter. 50 seconds on the death clocks here coming in for CLG, but a lot of that runaround pretty much saved most of their base. It still does not look too good.
Not for long, it didn't. Dignitas looking to take out that inhibitor, and even this game up 2-2, they have a huge wave pop. 3 inhibitors would be a breaking point for CLG.
Good calling. Oh, there's the scout of the week. Almost gets hit up. Double lift, took a cleaver, but he was able to get out alive. Zion Spartan, the rest of the team putting the final touches on game 2 here at the LCS Summer Playoffs. And it looks like they're going to be on the Nexus turrets. They have a bit of a wave, and then waves coming in on each side, Kobe. This shouldn't be too much longer.
Nexus turret number 1 down. Crumb, health, quarter mana.
So Dignitas stray from the split push strategy as they put out in game 1. Looks like it was much more towards the vision game this time, once again, as they had played in the past. Cutie Pie doing a lot for the team and just holding it strong this time. They were able to not get totally taken out by Double Lift, even though the CS is still there.
That fight was so close to going CLG's favor. Cutie Pie saved by face of the mountain. Almost dead. And Link goes in to try and finish him off even afterwards.
That's like half swing. Oof. Half swing on the sword and gets cut down.
So close. But because he lived, Dignitas take everything from CLG. The entire base, everything on the map, Dragon cleaned up as well. So it should be theirs to walk in now.
Very well played so far by Dig to come out in game 2 strong. Switching up the strategy as we said before. Still showing that they can do that. CLG now thinking about what could be the possibilities for next game. It's a fresh start. We go to the best of 3 here if Dig takes this. And it's going to be something new that these teams have to show, or they're just going to have to run the same strat, just even better to get that W. Cutie Pie cleaning up red buff. Whoever gets hit by this is pretty much done for. That's the point of the game we're in right now.
Yeah, they can actually use this time to even think about what worked really well this game and what can they use.
That's true.
Moving forward.
Keep your mind in the game, but always thinking forward. It's never going to hurt. Like we said, a lot of pro players kind of say first few games of a best-of-5 series aren't things you want to lose, but that's the time you can catch your opponent off guard with plays, with the picks they were not expecting. Right now, pretty average teams coming in on these, and the fight will begin. Doublet goes to the front line, and he's trying to keep himself safe, doing good damage. Syndra taking down Alphamu, rather that was Shifter, and they are just focusing down on the DPS. Beautifully taken down. Yasuo to Lucian to Nunu, and then Rise. Executed accordingly. Dignitas are taking game 2 at 44 minutes.
Yeah, congratulations to Dignitas striking back, evening up this series 1-1.
Fantastically played game. Everybody across the board holding their own. 0-0 and 10 for Kiwi Kid as well, so playing accordingly there. And the big fight in the top lane. CLG fell a little too in control. Dexter to flash over the wall. Double lift to get in as well over the wall. It was just a little too much that they wanted there. Bit him back in the butt real quick. Dig aced the game to win this one now, and this definitely leaves CLG to think of what to do next game. It can't be a normal comp that Dig has played against before. These guys kind of got to mix things up and really get their picks. I think in coordination with what Zyrene was saying is Dig has to look at the picks all throughout Champion Select. They can't just see Maokai and then say, all right, we can do the split push Nasus. They considered everything as it went down the board, and it really played out this game.
Yeah, they couldn't handle, Mundo and Trist, as we said, the best scaling tank and the best scaling AD carry. Getting to that mid game, it was a very exciting mid game, back and forth.
Yeah.
Baron plays for both teams, but towards the real end there, Nunu does fall off pretty hard. and hard for CLG to make that comeback. Even though, as we saw in the last team fight, they were so close to burning down Cutie Pie, burning him.
Both teams had amazing focus throughout these fights, and I kind of had to like stutter stop and step to see, did that really happen? Is he still alive? Is he getting chrono shifted? It made for amazing fights, and we only have more to go. Don't forget to share your favorite moments from our games today. Tweet us at LOL Esports, and today we're using the hashtag LOL Big Plays. So now we're gonna go ahead on more in Dig Series tying win there. Let's send it over to Dash and the guys at the analyst desk.
Thanks, Riv. A very exciting game to even up the series. I can tell you I'm happy to see it go back and forth like that. One of the first things I noticed about that game, though, was the fact that Dig went and took those late game scaling Mundo and the Triss this time, and they actually came out on top with the late game scaling.
Well, I also think a big thing, too, is that they picked a more aggressive jungler. They picked a jungler that can fight you. We also saw Dexter trying to invade at one point, and he got pushed back by the Kha'Zix very early, so Crumbs, good pick by him there. And also, they first picked the Syndra for for Shifter in the mid lane, and they gave him something that would bully Link, and he would be able to create that pressure that they wanted to put all around the map. And they lane swapped it. So everything we basically touched on that we said Dignitas should do, they basically did.
Now, to that end, we saw the lane swap come through Pobelter, and they actually managed to keep Seraph down quite a bit. We saw he was level 2 with a Zillion on his team like 5-6 minutes into the game. It was pretty impressive. However, that it got out of their hands through the mid game. How did that happen? How did Seraph catch back up?
Seraph just pretty much sat top farming for like 5 minutes while Mundo was trying to make plays around Dragon on bottom. And really the only thing they were able to do was get a kill out of it with what Mundo was doing on Dignitas' side. So I think it would have been better if they pulled Syndra up top and then tried to like 3-man dive Rise to keep him down even further. And then it would have been a much easier win for Dignitas, because we did see CLG, start to claw back, and then for a while they did have a lead until they, threw it.
Yeah, they look pretty strong. You mentioned that first blood by Dignitas where they actually TP'd Mundo down at level 7 already, and CLG literally just had no response to that because of the level disadvantage from Seraph in the top lane. He just chose not to teleport. So that was a pretty big swing there in terms of evening things up for Dignitas and keeping themselves in the game with that late game scaling competition. But why though did they lose out in that mid game against CLG?
I think it was going really even in the mid game there, and then there was that sneaky Baron by CLG that caught them up and actually gave them a little bit of gold lead and temporary combat stats. And then it was just even back and forth. I really fully believe that, because they traded inhibitors mid lane and the kills were just even. And then there were just a couple throws, like you said, by CLG that really made the difference.
All right, well, let's look at one of those throws. Let's go to the top lane, 36 minutes in, where we see CLG get over-aggressive. Pobelter, if you don't mind walking us through this replay.
So right here, CLG is around Baron. Dignitas just tried to get some vision in, and CLG is trying to engage on them and catch them out. Rise accidentally... Okay, well, we see Nunu flash, and then he just dies. And then they're just so overextended. Half the team wants to rush in, and the other half is just trying to wait it out. And so this kind of like disconnect between the team, they just end up getting caught out, and then the half of the team that was in the back now is trying to come up and salvage the team fight, and then they just die as well. So it ends up being a 4-for-0, and then Dignitas gets Baron, and then they get the inhibitor. So it's just a huge swing.
Yeah, they NASCAR'd Seraph, and he did a victory lap first. He went up and then went around, and we saw Nunu flash the wall. Dexter was trying to close that distance as quickly as possible, and then Double Lift was still lagged behind. So they kind of trickled in with Dexter first, and then they just gave the opportunity to Dignitas to focus their full attention on one person at a time, and that's exactly what that composition wants, which is Stomp.
Seraph ended up having to even flash into that fight with all that move speed because, like you said, he kind of took that detour somewhere along the way. So interestingly enough, though, you had this like hyper aggression, right? It turns on them. Now they're down, but they still want to use this chase potential. We saw them trade inhibs in the mid lane and things like that. When you have this chase-based comp, though, and now you're the ones who have to turtle in, how do you play that scenario out, Pobelter?
Well, the problem is that CLG's engage is really poor. Really, all they have is the Zillion speed up on Rise into someone, unless they catch someone out with Yasuo. But Yasuo was always split from the rest of the team because CLG had no knockups. I guess they decided to just let him split. But he wasn't really able to do much with Mundo. And so even though CLG had the superior late game team comp with 2 hyper carries in Rise and Yasuo with the Zillion backup, because Yasuo was always split off with Mundo, the 4v4 was actually quite even.
And I want to talk about something a little bit more micro. We're going to switch gears because during the game we were talking from a mid laner's perspective. Why would you take Ignite on Yasuo? So Pobelter, I know you had some thoughts on what summoner spells are best on Yasuo, if you don't mind touching on that.
Recently, a lot of mid laners, including me, have been favoring taking exhaust in most matchups. I think it's especially good versus Syndra, someone with a big burst that can be exhausted, because on Yasuo, if you can exhaust that burst and live just a few extra seconds, that damage output that you get from those extra survival time is a lot more to just trump the ignite damage.
Yeah, they also had no exhaust for Tristana in the late game, which is another thing you have to think about.
Well, so yeah, it seemed like they took both Ignite on Aphromoo and on Link as an attempt to keep the Mundo down, right? It gave them the option to maybe focus him early in a team fight with the Lucian burst along with the Yasuo burst, but we didn't even see that come to fruition because, as you mentioned, Pobelter, Yasuo was off split pushing against him, but it never really, they didn't achieve anything. We saw multiple times Dig ended up just out-rotating them to the mid lane, and we saw that amazing, like the teleport in, and they just kind of out-rotated the split push that CLG was trying to set up.
Yeah, but I do think that CLG and Dignitas both did a really good job of trading objectives with each other. Like, they were immediately punished in the mid lane when Doublelift got the speed ups and the piercing light across the minions to pick up crumbs, and then they got a turret and an inhibitor for themselves. But that was happening all game. You get bot turret, we'll go get your top tier 2. And they kept doing that back and forth. So these teams were on very even footing for a lot of the game. And then it was just the late game scaling and a couple misplays that cost CLG.
Well, let's look at one other fight. We're going to jump about 41 minutes into the game. It's the second to last team fight, but kind of the big one that Dignitas uses to break open the entire base. Zyrene, I'm going to let you take this one.
All right, so a big thing here is Doublelift. He has a big CS advantage over QtPie, but it's late enough in the game that Tristana is very relevant and actually more powerful than Lucian here. So they decide to try and spike her down. We'll start rolling the clip out here and watch Link's focus onto QtPie and Doublelift's focus too. They tunnel in on him, and they start chunking him down. He gets very, very low. He gets out, face the mountain. Link comes in, he tries to dive in, flashes, doesn't get it, but he still has Ignite up. That's the big thing there, is they didn't end up killing QtPie, and the Ignite was up, they overextend, they chase out, and then they just get turned around on at this point. And it just trickles in on top of them. The super minions are there, and they're able to clean up. But I think the big part of this fight was that they overextended and didn't know that CLG, they had to back off after they didn't kill QtPie. If they had killed QtPie, they could have continued to just go through them because Thresh was also very low, but that having that backline threat that you can no longer reach because you don't have your flashes available is not going to work out.
Yeah, definitely an unfortunate non-use there of the Ignite because that could have turned the entire fight. One final question back to you, Pobelter, as a player. We've seen both teams now. Dignitas has gone for that late game scaling comp twice in a row. Worked once, didn't work the first time, worked the second time. CLG, bully lanes both times, barring the rise. Bully lanes both times, worked the first time, didn't work the second time. So do these teams just kind of stick to their guns and flip a coin now every match? Or is it time to make some adjustments and really maybe throw a curveball at somebody?
I don't think we'll be seeing really a big strategy change from either team until the next game. So after one team has a has a 1-game lead, I think that actually Dignitas had the worst scaling team comp into the late game. It's just that CLG played it incorrectly. So I do think there was a difference between the first and second game.
All right. Well, we're going to have to take a quick break while we get vision for our third game in this exciting showdown between CLG and Dignitas. We'll be right back after this.
Is just having a field day, dashing in and out of anybody who can without the passive on him. Just yet, it's going to be the Ignite.
We can fight.
Protect me over.
Right now.
Hey, get double.
Yeah, double. What do you have?
I'm sorry. Double.
Have they gone in the game?
Yeah.
Double.
There we go.
He's doing good damage. Syndra taking down Aphromoo, rather that was Shifter, and they are just focusing down on the DPS.
both of our teams lack someone who's good enough to engage. For them, normally Crumbs is the one who engages. And then for us, we just normally rely on Afromu actually to engage for us. But both of us have that one weakness, which is we're not decisive enough to start a fight when we should. So there should be a lot of dancing in our games. Or there should be a lot of somebody failing an engage and then getting caught and dying. And for Dignitas, I think that's Kiwi Kid. And for us, I think nobody really does that. I think we all just amble around.
Welcome back to the 2014 Summer Playoffs and our third match between Counterlogic Gaming and Team Dignitas. Now, guys, Dignitas is shaking off the first game and coming out strong to tie it up here in that second game with 1 win each. The question is, who are they looking to carry them through and build this momentum? Pobelter?
Shifter had a really excellent game. He was really key to all of the sort of clutch plays that helped Dignitas extend the game and also turn the game around. There was that mid-game team fight where Shifter was able to kite like all 3 members of CLG flashing on him without even using the flash of his own. And also the team fight around Baron where he was able to crucially stun double lift and then get the Baron and get the inhibitor.
It was very nice to see him pick up the Syndra after having lost to it in the first game. So we kind of see that he's able to play that more passive mentality of the Orianna or that hyper-aggressive lane bully Syndra. Now on the other side, though, CLG are still in this race. But what do they need to do, Zyrene, in order to stop Dignitas from building that momentum here in Game 3?
I think a big portion of that is Dexter, because he went with the Nunu here, and we just heard in that clip that nobody on CLG really has that engage mentality. He had a bad game on Nunu. I know he picked it up very recently, and Monte Cristo had to convince him to pick it up when they were in Korea, and he was kind of convinced by it. But I'm still not convinced by his Nunu play on that champion. And also, putting Afromu on Zilean at the same time, you completely lack any type of engaged champion on the engagement-type personality players.
Well, so Kha'Zix has actually won in both of these games today. Do you see that being a pretty highly contested pick here going into Game 3?
I'm not 100% sure because Syndra seems to be the flavor of the month right now between these 2 mid laners. There was a high priority on it for Shifter. They first picked it for him. And there's also a high priority for Link on that champion.
All right. What about in the mid lane? Any predictions in terms of what champions we might see people come out with here, Pobelter?
Syndra will probably be another highly contested pick because it sort of helps band-aid the problems that both teams have with engaging because it's really easy to catch someone out with the stun. It also has wave clear and it's a lane bully, so all around a good pick.
Then what's the answer to it?
The answer to it is, well, unfortunately for both teams, it's to just like heavily engage on the Syndra because she lacks an escape skill. So you just kind of have to go hardly aggressively on her.
All right, well, it should be an interesting champion select to watch nonetheless. We're going to send it right over to Riv and Kobe to get us back onto the Rift.
Thank you very much, Dash and gentlemen on the analyst desk. Keep the votes coming through everything. But as we get into this this third game, at the first part of it, I'm really expecting Dig to do something again. They don't stop on their momentum, more so than CLG. CLG was okay with kind of having that win and then getting the picks they wanted after Syndra was gone. And it didn't look like the CLG that was putting 4 people in a lane trying to initiate that first game win. Step back on that win. So I think they need to come out harder again. Because Dig, they love to work off momentum, especially Cutie Pie on roams. You can see Thresh hooks over all the walls in the beginning.
Yeah, my question is, are Dig going to go with the strategy again where they go with a late scaling AD carry, like a hyper carry for Cutie Pie? Because then, if they lane swap and they're like, okay, we're lane swapping to get this Tristana to her late game and get her an early start, then it also gets them away from this 2v2 matchup where classically Double Lift and Afromu have had an advantage just heads up 2v2 versus the actual players, Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid. So if they go with a strategy that's based around having an early lane swap too, then they can kind of avoid 2 things with 1 move.
That's true. It also gives Crumbs kind of the reason to stick with top lane, stick with Zion Spartan, stick with Shifter in the mid lane, and they can work on those solos that Dig so much likes to use. We saw a little back and forth on a Nunu ban and then a Nunu pick to keep it away from Crumbs. It seems like it's pretty big that Dig's vision control is always shut down. That's where their victories come from. Whether you like it or not, the pink wards and the scrying orb they brought out paid dividends last game very early. Back into Champion Select. Game 3 here, 1-1. We're all tied up, so the best of 3 now becomes a thing for these teams. Kind of cleared out everything that's happened here at Kobe. Fresh minds, fresh plays. Let's see what these players got.
Well, clearing out the Nunu jungle. So we will probably see some fighters here. Both of these guys like to play the junglers that can duel early. Let's see what they do when Nunu is not on the field.
I like to mention kind of that Zilean pickup, helping the Seraph out within the levels. Something that CLG was trying to do last time is they kept the roam single for Dexter in the jungle and his Nunu. Syndra banned out as well. The lane bully will not see play this game, and we've seen the Zed being banned out first. Maokai may make it through. We've seen that go and be played.
So there are still Ziggs for Shifter now and Xerath, both long range, wave clearing mids that have been very popular. We'll see if both of these teams decide to go with that or if they go all in, because we did see the Ahri pulled out one time for Shifter. Didn't work out for that. They didn't really commit to mid-game picking.
Wow.
Whoa. Okay, so that was the first time Nidalee gets through. Immediately locked in here for Seraph. Nidalee lover from the beginning.
Yeah, I'm going to be very surprised. I was going to say if they left that Ziggs for last pick, not something that's going to happen now that it's left up. And yeah, when Seraph came over, some of the things we would say, that's his favorite champion. One of the best. He played a crazy AD Nidalee in the past and can still play it any way he wants to.
So Dignitas kind of give up the Nidalee and they take a Ziggs as an insurance policy who can help wave clear if they get behind in split pushing. Ryze, they lock in for the extra scaling. I don't think Zion will want to go heads up with Seraph versus Nidalee here. We'll have to see though.
Maybe he'll pick Aurelia.
That matchup, it can have a lot of influence from the jungle.
That's true. That is
because
so
Nidalee doesn't have the CC to lock down Ryze, but man, does she have damage.
So Alframu does get the Zillion again. Utility coming from him now in the way is what the team wants. And that's what they're going to get out of that. Dexter onto Kha'Zix. We'll see that play once again. They went for the triple buff, remember, last time they were on blue side. But that was to deny an Amumu. Let's see how they take blue side this time.
Well, they lock in again the Zillion and some damage here for the jungle. So they do not have engage. Top lane, jungle, and support. Top lane, jungle, and support where you get your engage from traditionally. All of them for CLG already locked in. No hard engage whatsoever. So we'll have to see how they can play out that split pushing game. Once again, CLG putting a lot on Seraph's shoulders. Last game, they funneled a lot of money to him in Ryze. And this time, they're putting a lot of faith in that ability to draw members of Dignitas to him and pull away attention from the rest of the team.
And Diggs created a lot of possibility with the composition, already putting that on the field. They have the late game, they have Lee Sin early game aggression, and if they get pushed in, they have Ziggs to stop it.
Yep, here's the two fighters for the jungle that we see filling in since the Vision King is not available. Crumbs decides to go with the original early Sightstone placer, Lee Sin, so he'll still be able to drop a lot of extra wards for his team. We'll see how Crumbs performs on this champion, because the attack speed removal from Cripple was pretty big for Lee Sin. It doesn't hurt Kha'Zix as much because Kha'Zix goes for a pretty bursty combo.
Ooh.
Whoa, there's the engage. They didn't
get
have
excited,
it for,
baby.
Yeah, top lane, I thought it was a support. It's a great use of CLG using Zillion as their flex pick.
Yeah.
Tricked me, maybe it tricked Dignitas. They do bring that hard engage. Leona, the classic Aframu, one of the first champions he used when he was moving to support.
Yep.
Some good tutorial videos by him put up on Twitch.
Even in the drive, going for that 1v1 kill, his recent movie put out to show where he came from and where he is today. Just going under the turret in a 1v1 to get the kill. He knows how to play strong, and he does get that initiator, like you said. Could be the Thresh coming in for Kiwi Kid. He's definitely going to get something he can chuck out of his hand. It might be a rocket fist. So as they mill about here and kind of bide their time, discuss what composition they will decide to bring out with the Thresh, they take their time to lock it in. No need to rush.
Well, Kiwi Kid had a strong performance on Thresh last game, not only landing several death sentences, but also key lanterns for the escape of Zion Spartan. And it does look like Dignitas onto this lane swap situation here with the Tristana. They go with the late game Trist. Lane swap this time, though, Doublelift already has Jinx, so he can take a turret very quickly if they leave any openings. I love also having Jinx when you're going with a split push style, because that AD carry, if your 4-man squad ever has alone time with a turret, then they take it down very quickly. So it really increases the value of the split pusher if your Nidalee, your Seraph, is able to draw people away from Dignitas. and they can make quick work of objectives.
That's the one thing I like about Doublelift playing Jinx. It's kind of a button that he turns on. Usually we see him running cleanse and trying to be safe. When he gets those passives of get excited, we've seen him try to run through a team. Remember the Ackerman clip where he actually zeroed him out in the end? But Doublelift was not giving up, and I love to see that style of play from him. It's like it's end game for him right away as soon as he gets that passive. It's going to be quite awesome. We want to know how you're calling this series, so keep voting on Twitter by setting the hashtag CLGWin or DIGWin to @LOL Esports.
I also like running these reset comps with Villian.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Good call.
it enables Doublelift to go with that style. When he gets excited, he can run in. As long as Kha'Zix doesn't need the revival, you know, both of them can really jump in with their resets, and whoever gets targeted will get the revival. So they can play much more aggressively with their resets.
And pretty much every shot Doublelift has taken in these fights has been at Cutie Pie in the back line. So it's going to help to have that revive if he does need to be chrono shifted back to life.
And this is a mid lane Zillion, so that revive will bring you back with a lot more HP.
Not something you can stand around and try and focus, that's for sure. Bottom of bomb to start it off. He throws one on his head just for good measure. We got the Fairy Charms coming in for Seraph in the top lane. He wants some mana.
Yeah, he does. Interesting.
Just a little bit, you could say.
From Seraph. Not with the Doran, the classic Doran bully start. Interesting. Let's see. Nidalee, I always like to mention that she can pull off level 1 kills by herself if she finds somebody far enough away from a turret.
Don't remind me.
So definitely have to be careful when checking brush early on by yourself, especially near that top lane. Nidalee with all of her speed boosts due to on the hunt or running through bushes. Can't catch you. Let's see what Seraph does start out with, though. Has not leveled an ability yet, just in case he did find someone that was right for a takedown.
Chrome is trying to make his way in safely. He's like, where are you?
Trying to create action.
I saw him put it at the red buff, so I know where they are now. Very nice. Not just in the brush on the top side, but full vision of when that buff's going to go down.
Mirrored vision here. Start for both of them. Ping goes down, though. Doublelift was able to see the placement of this red buff ward by Dignitas. Nexter will be alerted.
Minions has spawned.
Uh-oh.
Interesting.
Boom!
Trade.
Keep hitting them.
Q for auto. Science Barton also going with the early mana crystal start for the more...
Ooh, nicely done.
For the extra damage for his Q trades. Dignitas this time around not going to let themselves get 3 buffed with a late blue buff side invade. Both junglers starting bottom, standard lanes. This is what we like to see. Dignitas do not pull the lane swap here. They want to take this 2v2 heads up right to Doublelift and Afro.
All right, and actually just a few minutes ago, we see this guy, Zion Spartan, in the top lane. Let's listen and see what he had to say in Champion Select.
I think we have the way better late game, and if we work out our plan early, we'll be set.
So obviously rise to that late game. What's the plan early? What could that be? What do they need to formulate?
Well, they're probably going to call some attention from Crumbs up to the top side, but bottom's fighting as well.
Oh, the Zenith Blade.
Quite a bit of action.
Level 1s. It's like they're trying to predict that first minion of the next wave and say, we'll get it first for level 2, but they didn't even want to wait. Slowly moving in. Zion Spartan, not too bad here, but he is taking a lot of harass.
Yeah, so the way that that lane works, actually, and the way that the bottom lane works here, since they have Iona, side bush control is extremely important here when you're running Nidalee. Because Nidalee, her greatest advantage in bullying these lanes is popping in and out of the bushes, weaving in auto attacks. More fighting down bottom, though. Whew.
I love it. No sustain, really, so whatever they have in the potions is what's going to stick. After that, they're just fending for themselves. A max range Zenith Blade. Can they get the pop on? They're focusing different targets, not popping both of the passives there from Afro.
Afro took that hook on purpose, so Doublelift didn't have to.
Whew. Very intense play in the bottom lane. Doublelift's trading his damage back and forth, but they probably weren't going to get an overall kill there, so they're definitely trying to work the lane and whittle it.
Before this ward saw Crumbs, part of the reason that they can go so aggressive in bottom lane is because they leashed, both of them leashed, and they saw the opposing duos come to lane with low HP. So whenever you see that, you're either being tricked by a false leash or you can go very aggressive in the lane, and neither of them hesitate to take these trades. Also, that deep ward there does help from, I believe Link probably placed that to see Crumbs at the race. And that should also alert them that Crumbs went back up to that side. A couple of pings from CLG on the top side of this red map here.
It's pretty dark.
So Seraph they're probably alerting him that Crumbs could very well be up there. And it's a good play from Seraph, backs off. You want to pressure Rise as hard as you can early, but you never want to give up an early kill. As much as you want to thread in those autos and get him down early, if you give up the kill to a Rise, and everything goes south quickly.
All right, Kobe.
He's got that Rune Prison up top. So bottom for CLG here, focus, no surprise. Top surprise for Dignitas, no.
Oh, the flash! He flashes to get the stun on Daybreak, and they come up with the kill because the Zenith Blade connects as well. Beautifully done in the bottom lane.
Afromu coming up big on Leona.
Yep.
Support is easy. They don't even give Kiwi Kid time to flash there.
Get him
Jumps
down
right in,
quick.
and he locked him up very quickly as well with the immediate Zenith Blade.
Yep.
So that he cannot flash, keeping that root long enough for the damage to come in. Kha'Zix does not have a very strong CC of his own, just the slow, but he does have plenty of damage early on to come in with those ganks. So
look at this. From bottom lane as well. They decide to not do any damage to the turret. They're going to enjoy being a little bit ahead in that lane and continue to pressure it as much as they can. Going back, PewDiePie still picked up that CS, but he's down a little now as we're checking out Seraph in the top lane, keeping himself 37-27 as well.
And I do expect both of the junglers to keep on spending most of their time in the side lanes because the mid lanes do not have much CC of their own to set up these ganks. I mean, Satchel Charge is strong if you can use it properly. Not the easiest to pull off.
It's kind of the end of the kill play make. You pop into it.
Well, it's especially because Zillion, as Hotshot always says, recommends, you should always take your speed boost early. So he's very hard to hit with that Satchel Charge.
Right. Very, very close now. That's at 73% for CLG before, but Dig's last win kind of evens out the odds here with the votes on Twitter. Again, towards the top lane, but Dexter, very well played there, just on the tail of Crumbs.
Well, it was a roam that is not being given up on because they also called Link.
Ooh. Very close. Link comes around from the red side, and he is going to be able to get that kill with the bomb. Beautiful job, a level 6 roam coming out of Link. They don't even have to use the ult. They get out nicely. See what Shifter can produce here. He tries to roam up. They want to give a bit of help to Zion, but he goes ahead. He teleports to the rear turret.
Wow, scared Zion so much so that he had to use his teleport to get out of there.
He didn't know it was still behind him. They could have slowed him for another kill.
Yeah, he was very afraid of being collapsed on and dove under the turret there. Safe call from him, but it will cost him. Cooldown there for his teleport. Let's see what CLG try to do, because especially the bottom lane loves to play aggressive when there's no threat of teleporting down there.
Very nicely hooked. They get the upper hand, way on damage. That's going to be double lift going down in one more shot. PewDiePie picks that up. Seems like double lift, or rather Afromu has made his way towards the top line. This could be a good satchel. That's when you use it. The flay's going to be there, then the hook's going to be there, and they are not going anywhere. Afromu gets taken down, and that is 2 kills for a Tristana very early in the game.
Ooh, big misstep bottom lane here for CLG. And great capitalization by Dignitas. They roam down as well. Shifter making a rare move out of his mid lane, and it's going to give them the dragon for it. So all started off there. You know, they interrupt. That should be the end of the play there for CLG.
Right, good call.
Though they're still really far up though, and he just gets hooked. That's really a great hook by Kiwi Kid. Double lift in front of the minions. So very good response there from Kiwi Kid to go aggressive, knowing that Afromu CC is down from the engage that they just thwarted. And then what a good follow-up here. Crumbs and Shifter immediately collapsing down onto bottom lane and earning Dignitas that dragon.
Hell yeah, very nicely done. Plays coming from everywhere. CLG, as I said, they need to put momentum out first, and they did, but it seems like Dig had something up their sleeve to answer as well. Both teams running at full blast right now. Dexter with a wee bit of a jump, and he
we'll see if he evolves his wings first now because of that.
Nobody saw that.
Wings first is a very viable start as well, in addition to the W evolve first. Definitely like it for pulling off ganks that are in other circumstances unavailable to you.
Yeah.
As long as you have faith in hitting your W, The unevolved W is fairly skinny and just takes a lot more skill to hit.
Just pretend it's a mystic shot or something. Why not? Doesn't go as far.
Ooh, what a timing here.
Oh, plants the ward right in front of him. Still going to have pressure towards the top lane.
Level 7 to level 5. Dexter completely bullying Crumbs now. He can invade as often as he wants. He will easily win those trades. And he returns up to the Seraph lane where this Nidalee has a large foothold and a great boost in his split pushing power.
Yeah.
Already off to an amazing start here. Because of the roam top side.
Once that information is delivered to your team as well, it kind of relieves the pressure in every lane, knowing that Dexter's that far ahead, items even, and he's going to be able to take out Crumbs if he sees him. That means that, Double has got to be feeling good. If Aframu lands something, they could turn around a gank on them. Right now, though, with the 3 down there, this looks quite scary. Aframu is going to set up some vision.
Yeah, it does, like you said, cause a lot of relief for the lanes of CLG, but also it means that Crumbs has to be much more careful with his play. When you are behind, you cannot afford to go ganking losing lanes because that's already hard to pull off. And if you are even behind the jungler, then sometimes you can even lose without being counter ganked.
Right.
So you always have to be worried about being counter ganked, but even so, it's going to be difficult for him. He does hover around the pink ward though, so he knows at least that he is unspotted in this small tri-bush area, and he's trying to play off this Cutie Pie lane that just got a big boost in power with the 2 kills going straight to Cutie Pie and fueling that Tristana power. See if Cutie Pie can sort of run as quickly as he can past this power trough of Trist.
Yeah. Well, we've got equaled damage coming from Doublelift. Well, you got to get the attack speed in 2 different ways. You just hit it on Trist, which is not leveled too much by now. But it's definitely going to be putting out damage from a longer range. Kiwi Kid's adding protection as well for that. So you got to be careful. Doublelift and Aframu have a lot to prove against Cutie Pie here. And Kiwi Kid. Seraph here in the top lane. Trying to do what he can. Like we said,
teleport goes down. They want to collapse on mid.
Oh, he does teleport to his mid. I thought he was trying to get out of a safe spot as Dig would collapse, but he's going hard on this one. Gets a bomb on him. He jumps in. A solar flare locks down to 3. That means it was right in the middle. Aframu threading the needle on that one, and the team comes up big on the backside.
Holy, Aframu takes command of the game right here. CLG gonna get at least 1 turret off of this. Huge pick for them, and Doublelift followed up with a rocket as well to secure 2 kills for CLG. And 1.5 turrets?
1.5, possibly. This is where Ziggs really comes into play. This is why the Ziggs pickup is chosen by Shifter. We'll see him clear that wave out. CLG still pick up quite a good bit of ground there. 3K now at 12 minutes.
All right, let's get a replay of this. Teleport comes in for Seraph. They draw out the box, and Dignitas all group up. What a beautiful shot. You cannot ask for a better solar flare from Aframu.
I didn't even see the rocket come in. It was so quick.
Pinpoint all 3 of them for the stun at the epicenter.
Beautiful job there. The roam of Counter Logic Gaming is definitely back in order for these guys. They actually walked through a few wards, and they still were able to make that happen. That means their timing is just on the up and up, and right now Dig has to react to everything. So when you start to fall behind in playoff matches, so Dig now see if they can put something back in their favor. Or I should say, the first game was very back and forth. We'll see if we can get it again in the third.
That was also some money fueled back into that bottom lane.
Yeah, that's true.
Was able to get his hands on some of those assists and kills, so that will help him out down there. They're racing the Infinity Edge arms race down bottom going on right now. Both of them will be similarly effective in these team fights. Jinx, her attack speed steroid, a bit easier to come by than Cutie Pie's at this point in the game, since Cutie Pie... Oh, actually...
Oh, very, very close. Crumbs gets the blue, though, so that doesn't go over Shifter. Still hurts.
Cutie Pie is funneling actually points now into his Q. It's already level 3 Q. He left off Explosive Shot at level 3.
Yeah.
Maybe in part to the early kills that he got and wanting to rush towards that breakpoint with his Infinity Edge.
It's really nice to be able to match those 2 things if you can get it in order. 7 seconds of attack speed does not suck.
All right, CLG though.
Down. Trying to push.
They do not want to give up control of this top lane. They've got a strong split pushing Nidalee, and they are going to make it count. Just camping up here.
This is going to be quite nice for them. You got the heal coming in from Nidalee on Seraph, or Seraph on Nidalee that can speed it up, and also double lift to take them down with Jinx, so they can rush through turrets. Dig's trying to answer now with the Dragon. See how this works as they teleport back.
But that's going to be 2 turrets they give up, because CLG annihilate turrets at this point. Nidalee almost to her Trinity Force.
Yeah.
And double lift is plenty of flat AD to make himself effective at taking down these turrets. Did get another one in an answer, but the question is, will they get out alive with this?
I don't know. They're getting pinched in quite hard. PewDiePie is about to walk back into this entire fight. They find him. They see him along with the minion wave. This is going to be quite a run.
He's picking up CS on his way out.
Oh, he gets the Daybreak. Zenith Braid is going to be dodged here. That's going to be Alphamu's kill only, so this does kind of work in his favor.
He's got him cornered and he knows it.
Oh, he's actually going to get double lift in for some fun. Maybe they'll wait for everybody to get a piece of this.
Prince double!
He's got it. They got the chrono shift back on. He comes up with more than half HP. That's what you're talking about, that mid lane Zilean. A little different. They gets the shutdown. He got the kill as well.
They made everybody go down there, though, for CLG. That was a full commitment of their entire forces. Zion did not waste that time, just pushing up top, trying to get money back into this rise. Dignitas really trying to reinvest in Zion Spartan.
Yeah.
They need him to complete both of those items before they can even start scaling up here.
Well, Dexter has done a great, even with the team, they've got good roam to the top lane. It didn't really push Zion to die, but they've had so much pressure, it's made it hard for him to play and get CS. 120 to 93 in that top lane, and this is actually in professional play. Seraph's only second time on Nidalee, and it's his favorite to go to in solo queue. So still putting up numbers there.
Yeah, so when he came over, there was all the talk of AD Nidalee pre-rework.
Right.
You know, he's been playing this champion for an extremely long time. A lot of top laners have fallen in love with her since the rework, but not very many of them get to play her.
Right.
We'll see how well he does continuing this split push. Yeah, he certainly had a very strong start. Dignitas trying to answer with their 4-man squad. PewDiePie maxing out the attack speed bonus of his own.
Yeah, that's their way to get turrets down. Beautifully done. Still have Seraph on the split push, but Dig's trying to dictate, make Counter Logic dance to the beat of their drum. Not so much for CLG to do there. They're reacting in the way of just warding. One mid turret's not going to hurt too much for now. The gold lead has been closed from Dignitas' side, though. They're only down by 1,000 instead of 3 right now, so the item thresholds aren't going to so much spike in CLG's favor now. They'll be more on par on both sides.
And this is the point of the game where CLG will switch from really attacking turrets to trying to control neutral objectives. They'll still have Seraph split pushing and creating back threat on whichever side of the map they're not trying to pull to. But the new aim of the game is going to be Dragon Control and Baron Vision.
Double lift, get himself into a scary spot there, but they're only clearing wards. They don't want to try for too much. Same amount of damage back and forth, but Seraph has that sustain he can keep using. So the split push somewhat plays in their favor. Now we're going to see CLG going towards the mid lane. It's going to have to be a rotation from PewDiePie. They're going to have a pretty good wave here unless they just try for bottom turret. CLG's getting enough vision to do pretty much whatever they want.
Well, yeah, they want to finish off the last outer turret before they change. Double lift though gets caught.
Oh no! So much death towards double lift. He wants to go down. He wants the wolves to get him. There we go. He actually is happy that happened.
You get more health that way. So good call there, down to the wolves. Okay, never mind. There was one outer turret still left up. Now is when they switch. Uh-oh!
Oh, forcing the flashes. That's going to be the Dark Passage to safety. Very nice job there. KU Kid's been coming up with them all day long. We'll have to see if it can keep them to safety so they can re-engage this time. CLG is so much on the power play right now that Dignitas has been doing everything in defense. We just saw a few flashes there as well, so it's going to be even harder next time.
Let's see if CLG can use this gold advantage to turn into any significant items for them to deal with. They have so much room to work with right now as far as placing wards. So as long as they concentrate their efforts and decide on which side they want to control, which should be blue, because that also leads into Dragon, then they really should be able to create a discrepancy between the vision control on that bottom side of the map where they can then make those picks with Afromu and his spectacular solar flares. They've got plenty of damage to follow up any sort of pick. Looks like the blue buff will be saved by Dig before CLG can close their grasp on that side of the map. Oh, never mind. They've got bigger fish to fry.
Seraph's quite hurt right now. Oh, they get everybody back in on this one. It doesn't look like they're going to be there in time. Crumbs is far away, gets the Daybreak on. They pull Afro move, but they're going to lock him down for just enough time. If he can safeguard, they get over the wall. Almost taken down. Somehow Link gets it as he goes for the double bomb, possibly. And they are able to take down Seraph. The pings are actually coming out for the retreat right now on the side of CLG, and Dignitas picks up 2 very big kills off of that Baron, but can they make a move?
This is the second game in a row CLG make a very decisive early Baron call.
Sub 20.
And get it. These are very risky plays they're pulling off, but they secured it both times.
Oh dear. They wanted one more Baron to go down, but not happening.
So they got it, and exchange only for a 2-for-1 trade there. So down 1 kill, definitely worth it to bum rush that Baron, and definitely paid off. We'll see if they can lose any more turrets. It looks like Dignitas trying to get something back, but CLG have recovered and will be able to defend.
Very likely that Doublelift dodged that. We heard him in the pregame saying, Kiwi Kid's the guy to go crazy for Dig. We all kind of just amble about. He was super ready for that play.
Man, okay, you got to give credit to CLG for these Baron calls.
Let's see this again.
Man, that takes some cojones. Zillion's there to revive 1, but everybody gets low because of the Ziggs bomb. Well, they pick somebody off.
Flying through, they actually took down Shifter. That's getting excited. Did not get the zap down onto Zion Spartan. That would have been his death as well. He's completely out of mana or escapes. Again, Lee Sin, Crumbs trying to deny that red buff. It's going to help if they can keep it off of Jinx, keep it off of anybody that'll chase. But right now, CLG's not even looking for their own buffs. They're destroying Dignitas's base, turning it into shambles right now and getting out with really what they got out the first time they got their victory, mid-inhib.
Yep, same story as last time. They made great use of their early Baron that they just paid for. Take down that inhibitor. Let's see. This is a lot of pressure that they have, but it's not a big item lead yet.
Right.
So they're trying to pull another sneaky play here, using the territory that they've got. You know, they've taken down all these turrets. Oh no!
Bada bing, bada boom. That's going to be one
beautiful.
Down. Now on the Kiwi Kid, the consecutive crowd control is going to come down very nicely. It doesn't look like CLG's stopping for any second on that one, and they choke out 2 members of Dignitas.
What a cheeky play there. Do not leave the scene of the crime. Stick around in the side bush. Get 2 kills for it because of the reset. CLG with a very strong mid game this time around.
Yep.
Great.
Using their power spikes
5
very
minutes for
effectively.
them.
Let's see what else they got. Alframu still facing the mountain. Actually, both sides on that as they were building up the cash gold in the lanes. Dexter doing quite well for himself, staying alive for most of pretty much that last ultimate this Shifter would be throwing in with his Hex Drinker. And then he got a bit of focus from Link that time. So Link's definitely keeping his eye on anybody who's low, and he's done a great job coming out of this. Aframu as well in the last zillion game of his own. It seems like this team is well-rounded on that champion coming back home. And honestly, it doesn't seem like CLG's kind of using too much of what they brought back from Korea. We see a same style of rotational play. It's like back to the books for them, and it's working. Working quite well.
Definitely something that is working for them is early Baron vision control.
That's crazy.
And
never something they did before.
That really takes 2 to make that work. Dignitas not being able to get their wards into that area as quickly as they need. You know, they're not going against a Nunu, but Kazakh's isolation damage against Baron is extremely potent as well.
Just walking through everything. Whoa! Going Shifter gets hit by the Solar Flare. Actually gets out of most of the damage there. Gets hit by the rocket, but he'll be all right. Alframu very low is going to fall with the Chrono Shift on, but the focus is on everybody. Hex Drinker doesn't help that time. Unfortunately, Alframu gets himself out alive. No reset coming in on that one for Cutie Pie or anybody else, but Doublelift finds his as he gets excited. Now his eyes on the inhibitor.
Dignitas really scared to engage this. No Zillion ult though. Looks like CLG will continue the siege until they get the inhibitor.
Oh yeah.
Support down for jungle though.
Keeping themselves in this fight. Zillion ulti back up already as he just cools that down for himself. He's trying to get out with the speed, a little slowed, but CLG is microing themselves in and out perfectly to take the right amount of damage and then get safety to the back line. Cutie Pie's down, so they know they can just mill about without taking too much huge front-end damage that would really change a fight. CLG playing very methodical right now.
The pain of a blue buff Zilean.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mid lane with the extra levels, so he's able to max his
Everybody's
rewind that much quicker,
the
and the cooldown, able to spam it, so it's back up again immediately for the re-engage. Inhibitor number 2 down for CLG. They are not slowing down. This one, very, very quick shove here from CLG down bottom. Should be enough to close out and get the trifecta of inhibitors.
And so far, you can definitely see where this Zilean comes into play with that extra experience, Kobe. Talking about the levels and the fact that it can be a flex pick for them, definitely an idea coming in against Dignitas, and could have really swapped up what they were considering for these lanes. Alframu on the engage, locked down the bottom lane. That's not something that they were expecting. They were expecting Zilean bombs.
Yeah, the flex pick definitely worked wonders for them. Having Afro on Zilean, or Afro on Leona this time around, he's been on point from the early roam mid all the way through.
Oh yeah,
their bush ganks.
That one 3-man solar flare completely got in the heads of Dignitas. They got to be careful from any engages, and you can see the wards are considering that as well. From a lot of the places Leona would initiate, if they were even in mid, those were warded up. But that's not where they are, Kobe. They are stricken to their base at this moment, and it looks like CLG is going to be putting some damage on this bottom inhibitor turret, one of the last ones they have to go through. But this siege clear is going to be quite huge from a static Shiv, Tristana, and a 6.
Yep, Dignitas really trying to hold on right now. If they can wave clear long enough and weather this storm, then they can still find a way back into this game. It's just so hard right now for them to deal with this push. Once Double Lift gets up to this turret, it'll be very hard for them to choose which side to go for. You can already see Shifter getting low on mana, but the hook!
Oh, they do get the Rune Prison. That was necessary. I don't see the Chrono Shift on him. He's completely dead. Death Chamber's there. Aframu just dodging out on the hook. No death sentence for him, but you can see Seraph and the rest of the team focused on pop shots on that inhibitor when they can. Getting just small auto attacks in as Double Lift can get himself in range for the takedown.
Ooh.
But a well-held bomb is able to save it. I don't know for how long, though. These guys are they're going back in. This is ludicrous.
Because there's minions on the Nexus turrets right now, so they have to split.
They still got the Zilean ulti for somebody. Can cause a lot of chaos, and they're able to pretty much stop what they can before the inhibitor finally goes down. Perseverance again pays off for Counter Logic Gaming, and they lost Dexter quite early in that engage. But they get out, and they're safe with 4 and unhib.
I love the crisp calls from CLG this game around. They make that one play on Baron, and rapid fire. They just take everything down the line from Dig. Do not hesitate. Do not waste a second with one person rocking to the wrong lane. They immediately take out inhibitor after inhibitor, and they use those minion lines of super minions to get everything else.
They do such a crazy job of finding that lull where the other team is absolutely not going to be worried about Baron, worried about vision. It's something Curse was doing as well, but CLG back to Baron again, something they love. And the early Barons just at the end of the season have been crazy and really paying dividends to the team that has the balls to grab them. Another one for CLG.
Great job. Check that one off the list as well and continue your shove bottom. They can easily use the double minions plus the Baron buff here. Recall. They want a couple buffs first. I believe they probably want to purchase too. Let's see. Who's got an item break point? 1,000 gold there on Seraph. Let's see what he decides to go with. Bloodthirster completed.
Ah, so he is doing a bit of that 8D.
Extra flat damage for taking down turrets, always helpful.
Yeah. Never hurts, Kobe. Especially a shield, attack speed. It's nice. All of it's nice. This guy right here, though, quite a bit of attack speed for himself right now at 1.6 attacks per second. Charging himself up, probably gets pretty close to that 2.5 mark that is the maximum. Right now, he's just happy biding his time, picking up more, and he wants actually that flat damage of a Bloodthirster as well to start pushing out those crits. Double Lift to farm with Alframu. CLG's working the outside lanes now to get everything pushed. It might not be long, Kobe, before they're back at the front door of the base.
Yep, shoving both sides here. Seraph working towards the exposed inhibitor. Rest of the squad moving down bottom. Looks like a switch here from Link actually goes through the jungle to support Seraph.
Trying to spread him thin.
Makes you wonder which one they're actually going to make the hard push on. Link comes in from behind. He's circumvented all of these wards.
Different. they should be able to just grab the inhibitor on the top side. Zion's not going to do much.
Yeah, they're only expecting Seraph up there.
Absolutely.
Link showing up right behind him means Zion cannot one-man defend it. And they're going to grab that sucker.
Gets the Primal Surge on for that passive attack speed, and very nicely done. I should say the steroid attack speed. And he'll be good and out. So CLG slowly dwindling down on Dig's base. This is not going to be easy because now they can come in from mid. Seraph's having a ball in the top lane, just keeping Zion Spartan occupied as well. Uh-oh. They're going to let the minions actually get onto the turrets first. They're just perfectly waiting this one out. They're not trying to push themselves into any dangerous spot.
A much cleaner game this time around for CLG. Let's see if they can actually close it out just as cleanly.
Even look at this Chalice buy as well at the end of the game for Seraph. He wants to keep just healed up, sustained in that, and keep the split push going without really any help. He does have the help of Link, which makes it even worse. Kobe could be going for broke here. Dignitas is gonna be in. Dig, Huey Kid, and Cutie Pie taking a bit of damage. Actually, Cutie Pie keeping himself on the back line. That was crumbs and Kiwi Kid. Unfortunate amount of damage gone to them in the beginning. Oh, Comet Cutie Pie going crazy. Picks up one, gets the reset, has a chance to get out of this one safely. They're going for shift, the bomb will not take him down. That's a triple kill, but there's been havoc being wreaked on the top side here. Seraph actually hasn't been able to get the turret down below half health, so that'll heal up nicely. Biden more time. CLG may not have liked that engagement though.
So the resets there for Doublelift and Dexter, they both went pretty deep into the turret. Link wasn't right next to them though for the immediate ultimate, and so they both end up turning around and running. So here it is. They get this rocket kill on Crumbs. So they both reset and then jump in, but they're both separated because Link gets rune prisoned up above the wall, has to ult himself, and then flash down. So great job by Dignitas turning around that dive. That's really the only place that Dig could turn that around. And it was well played under the turret by them. That's all that they want at this point, is to win these small fights because they're just trying to buy more time for themselves.
What a crazy game we have going so far. Third game here in this best of 5. Somebody's trying to pull ahead. Dignitas able to find their win in game 1. CLG really, or rather game 2. But everybody wants to carry these wins. I don't know what they're going to do. Clear wards behind them. They're just waiting for the minion waves. They're really nothing to push right now. Saying, Doublelift, where are you? Come up from the bottom lane.
Another inhibitor back up for Dig. That's really big for them. The gold lead is not that large at this point. They're really just trying to hold on to these last few buildings. If they can make another defense of this and force CLG back off again until the next Baron, it would be a huge win for Dig and pull them right back into it.
Dexter takes a bit of damage, and the in and outs here are really playing in Dig's favor. Coming out on top of the damage for sure. Aframu trying to be the one up front. Everything's kind of telegraphed now that they're going to try and do. Dignitas has been acting much better. One shot on Doublelift. He gets the insect and they get the kill with the Mega Inferno. Oh my god, Dignitas is coming up huge with 2 kills at the front door. It's going to be Seraph getting locked down by Zion Spartan. The Satchel chunks him into the wall. Few more Qs coming from Machine Gun Rise, and Zion Spartan's going to pick up a kill with the Rune Prison lockdown. What in the world just happened?
Dignitas successfully defend the Alamo. They survive another day. A huge turnaround. They're tied up in gold and running down the mid lane. But Link wants to backdoor this inhibitor.
He's going to be throwing as much clockwork as he can at this inhibitor. He should be able to get it. No, here comes Zion Spark. It's going to be Crumbs this back as well. They should just wait that out, but they're not going to. They know he cannot take it down either way or any of them.
For him, how many clocks does it take to take down an inhibitor? One more auto. Oh my god.
So close. He was throwing some expensive clocks there too. Oh my god, right back to the other side. And it's going to be Dignitas delivering CLG a bit of the medicine now, taking down their inhibitors. What? They're going to stay in here 40 seconds on one. It's the teleport in. Cutie Pie's locked up by a turret, but nobody's focusing him. He's getting hit by a turret 3 times, and he didn't even take another shot. Now he's onto the Nexus turret. You got to be kidding me. They answer back even harder than CLG's been inside their base. All their inhibitors are up right now. One could go down to the wave with super minions up top, but they have all the time in the world. Oh my gosh. 4 down. Seraph can't do anything. Dignitas waited out. They were a ticking time bomb, and they just exploded at 33 minutes.
They did it! They defended twice with 2 inhibitors down.
absolutely amazing. That statistic is far and beyond something that does not usually happen. You use that many inhibitors, and it's just a play of the minions and rotation. Something CLG, I may think, took a little bit too for granted in that situation. They were really patient when they got to the inhibitors. A little too much safety after all that aggression they brought to the early game. It did not help.
Crumbs with the kickback on double lift.
Intense.
At the last standing inhibitor turret.
Absolutely crazy.
We're talking about what kind of plays are we going to see from Crumbs. Steps up huge in the late game on that Lee Sin, one of his favorite champions. Able to pull out the plays, even after all the nerfs. They didn't touch the classic Lee Sin plays.
Absolutely amazingly played. Zion Spartan to kind of hold his own in the top lane. It looked like he could have been almost dragging the team down that game as somebody who's not getting a lot of experience, wasn't coming out and doing big power in the games. But when it came to it, he was playing his role. He was not dying. He wasn't getting himself in trouble. He wasn't needing Crumbs' help. He teleported out that one time so everybody could do what they wanted to do in the lanes. Little things that Dig did here. Prepared themselves for quite a beating they took from CLG, but also that defense, it's just as good as what they were getting there. They gave it back.
Dignitas. Zig's pick, it got through because CLG shifted where they wanted to go with the bans. Also, the Tristana with Cutie Pie. Ziggs and Static Shift Tristana allow them to hold on. They successfully defend twice. Ridiculous comeback there for Dignitas. I'm trying to remember what they gave up for the Ziggs ban. What did CLG switch? Analyst desk will go over that.
Absolutely. There was a Nunu in there again.
They switched over to Nunu. They banned away Nunu.
Right.
You're right.
Still, that Tristana coming through now twice, really playing a huge part. There's so much more to be talked about, and that's not for us. We're going to throw it over to the guys at the analyst desk for some insight on that huge comeback win by Dignitas.
Thanks, Riv. An exciting game, to say the least. I know our hearts were pounding. There was a little bit of yelling at the screens here as well. A pretty huge comeback there for Dig, and much needed in order to keep rolling that momentum through the series. But I want to start at the beginning before we get into all the craziness that happened at the end of the game. Let's look at Champion Select, because we saw Dignitas make one major change from their first game when they were on red side, which is now banning Maokai instead of Nidalee and giving that Nidalee up, which Seraph ended up performing pretty well on. So is there a little bit of fear there when we know that Seraph is this huge solo queue monster on Nidalee? He's famed for that play?
I think they were able to handle it. Like, he did get behind early on Zion Spartan's side, but the thing that really spoke to me in picks and bans was the trading of the Ziggs ban for the Syndra ban. Like, Pobelter and I, we talked about how the Syndra is just such a contested pick, but then it kind of knocked Ziggs out of his place there in Champ Select, and then we showed how powerful Ziggs is in that matchup. He actually ended up having about 100 CS more than Zilean, and I think that's really what dictated Champion Select for me. It wasn't really the Nidalee got through, because CLG keeps getting in this position where it's you either pick Nidalee or Maokai, like you said. They're going to get one of them if they're blue side. It's how it goes.
I think Shifter's shown time and time again that he can pretty much 1v5 carry as Zig, so I think we'll definitely be seeing that returning to the bans on CLG side next game.
Yeah, you'd have to expect, especially since Ziggs is one of the primary reasons that they were able to keep the game extended that long with the wave clear that they had. Another thing that was very interesting about this game is the fact that it was a pretty quick, aggressive game in the early stages of the game. Within 16 minutes, there were 8 turrets down across the map, which is a little bit different than we had seen in the previous matches, where there was a little bit more, dancing around Dragon, trading kills, farming up in lanes. Why was this game so much more aggressive, Pobelter?
CLG was just able to break open top lane, of course, after Nidalee already being very ahead in lane. Then Link came up for the roam and got 2 kills, so they were able to get that inner turret very quickly. And from there, Nidalee came mid. They got the really good Aphromoo Leon engage that stunned 3 people, and then they were able to break both those turrets mid. And then bottom, Tristana was just split pushing that entire time. So that explains how the map was opened up so quickly.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of farm put onto that Tristana. Got 2 kills pretty early, which definitely helped with that late game hyper carry. Another interesting thing about it, though, is the fact that we saw both Leona and Jinx come out. Where do those picks come from? Because we still saw Kog'Maw on the table. We still had Braum available, which Aphromoo likes. So why Leona and Jinx?
Aphromoo absolutely loves Leona. And the fact that they needed a heavy engaged champion, I'm going to hark back to last game where he was playing Zilean, he couldn't engage at all. He could basically just speed somebody up to do it for him, but they didn't have a hard engaged type champion. Aphromoo showed his prowess with these engaged champions in that engaged mid that you were talking about, where he got a 3-man stun, which I thought was absolutely the perfect and the right idea for them to go with a champion like that. I think the Jinx came out, though, because they needed to push down these turrets very quickly in that mid game so that they could take advantage of the Tristana being down. Of course, it didn't work because she got some early kills, but they can continue to push these turrets, and they got 6 very quickly. And then the thing about Jinx, though, in this composition is you can also just put your ultimate on her from Zilean, and then she'll come back and you'll be fine. You can continue to push down. So I think that was the idea here, was to get Double Lift going ahead of Cutie Pie, because that's what's happened every game, is he's had about 100 CS lead on him, or about 60, somewhere in between those two numbers. But this game, they actually stayed toe-to-toe.
All right, let's look at the mid lane matchup just for a second. We saw Zilean against Ziggs, and when we were in Champ Select, Pobelter, you were saying that Zilean is actually a pretty decent counter to Ziggs if played correctly. So can you tell me a little bit about that matchup?
Yeah, I guess it's actually a skill matchup, but the Zilean has to be more skilled to pull it off. If you can dodge all the Ziggs Qs and make sure you last hit well, which is actually very difficult with Zilean's really awful auto attack animation, then I think that you can come ahead in the lane. But maybe he has land jitters, or he just wasn't able to dodge the early Ziggs Qs, so he just kind of went for split farm. And of course, Ziggs will win out on that, having better wave push.
And that's not to knock Link's play. He actually had 11 of the 12 kills at one point in the game in terms of kill participation. He was 3-0-8, so pretty standard, pretty good play there by Link on that Zilean. It just didn't seem to be enough. Now I want to jump, though, to the point where Dignitas turned everything around. So we're going to hop into a replay here. About 30 minutes in the bot. It's on Dignitas' bot lane inhib turret. Pobelter, if you can go ahead and walk through the initiation here that Kiwi Kid gets.
All right, we can roll the clip, and then we'll see Kiwi Kid landing a hook onto Double Lift. And Dexter and Aphromoo are still in front of him, so when he goes in, he plants down the box, and he's able to get it on all 3 perfectly. Zilean's trying to get down to get the ult onto Double Lift before he dies, but he's inside the base, and he gets zoned out by Cutie Pie. And then from here, like, Zilean's still just like inside the base. Tristana and Ziggs have still survived, and then CLG kind of overextends, and then they just get chased down. Both of Dignitas' carries flash in, and from here, they're just cleanup.
Yeah, and I think a big thing of that, too, is that Dexter jumped in afterwards to the carries that were peeling backwards already and actually afraid of the fight, and that kind of reopened it up for them to go aggressive.
So what should CLG done differently in that situation? Because they had all the tools to win that game there. They had 2 inhibs down. They're sieging up here on the bottom turret. I mean, I guess the easy answer is don't get hooked by Thresh if you're the Jinx hyper carry. But there's got to be, you know, another aspect of that in terms of playing a safer win condition.
Oh, sorry. Double Lift, he did make a mistake getting caught there, but Link was also in a poor position. As Zilean, you need to be in the position to protect your carries, and he was not in a position to be able to ult him so that he could go aggressively and not be worried about dying. Instead, he had to play very carefully and take damage from the long range of Tristana and Ziggs, which both outrange him, and then that ultimately lost him the fight.
Zyrene, did you have something you wanted to add there? Or
no, that's how you handle it.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure you had your time to talk. I want to jump now, though, into the second replay, which is essentially a minute or so later when CLG decides, let's just go try it again. And they go right back down to the bot lane. And so I want to pull this up onto your screen. And this time, Zyrene, you can go ahead and walk us through this one.
Back to the scene of the crime here, where Double Lift once again gets caught. This time not by a hook. We're going to roll the clip out here. Aphromoo actually, before this clip started, he's sitting by that wall for a very long time. I don't know what's going on with him, but the kick from Double Lift, or from Crumbs onto Double Lift into the team just completely obliterates him. He gets hit into the Mega Inferno Bomb, which is beautiful. It is beautiful play there, which turns this game completely around. We were going crazy here at the desk when this went down. And then they chase down Seraph, they pick him up, and then they just storm down the mid lane. They get themselves that inhibitor turret. They crack the base for the first time in the game. They get the inhibitor, and I know. It's like, we're sitting here like, all right, so CLG, what are we going to talk about? It's like, Dignitas, no, turn it around.
it did seem like only a matter of time until CLG won there, but I have to just point out again what you said. The Buster shot into the Ziggs ult was pretty fabulous just to finish the Jinx off there. Well, so now we're 2-1 in the series. CLG had a game and it slipped right out of their hands, right? We were even saying that all 3 games at one point were winnable games for CLG. So that has to weigh on your conscience a little bit. And now you lose one more, you're facing relegation. So it's the pressure is mounting at this point. What are the steps to regroup, to get some composure, and to kind of leave all that stuff off the Rift? Zyrene?
You'd really hope right now that you had an in-person coach to talk to you in between the games, get you guys level-headed, tell you what to do for the next game, and get you out there in a good situation where you are confident in your picks and bans, you're confident in your win conditions, and you know just what you're going to do and stick to the plan. That's really what it is. You know, the clear calls, good plans, just do that and just treat it like another game. Because it is your do-or-die game to go into relegations. There's a lot of pressure because your back's against the wall, but you kind of have to just calm down and approach it as if it's just another game that you guys are going to win because you know how to win games. I know it sounds ridiculous, but sometimes people freak out. They freak out when they're in this situation. The pressure's on, and you will feel it from a subconscious area. You'll be very psychosomatic, and you'll be freaking yourself out. But you just have to calm down and take it as a game.
Yeah, well, when we return, we'll see if Dignitas can close the series out or if CLG take it to Game 5. Then, coming up, we'll get into our international wildcard contenders in action. And here we have Latin American team PEX Gaming doing their homework, and Brazilian team Kaboom Esports getting ready to battle for a spot at World Finals. The action continues after this.
going hard on this one. Gets a bomb on him. He jumps in. A solar flare locks down 3. That means it was right in the middle. Oh no! Bada bing, bada boom. That was Crumbs, the Kiwi kid. Unfortunate amount of damage gone to them in the beginning. Oh, found the cutie pie going crazy. Picks up one, gets the reset, has a chance to get out of this one safely. Everything's kind of telegraphed now that they're going to try and do. Dignitas has been acting much better. One shot on double it. He gets the insect and they get the kill with the Mega Inferno. Oh my God, Dignitas is coming up huge.
Welcome back to the North American LCS Summer Playoffs. We're setting up for Game 4 between Dignitas and CLG. And guys, Dignitas proving they don't know the meaning of the word die. They are now leading the series 2-1. Let's talk about Crumbs, because he had a fantastic play there at the end of the game. Lacked some early pressure. Pobelter, what's the deal there? How is he going to be the person to kind of close this series out for them?
The important thing is that he didn't give up on a character like Lee Sin that traditionally doesn't scale very well into the late game. He had that play that just blew the game wide open, led to Dig pushing down all of mid, all the way to the Nexus. So very excellent play, and props to him for that.
And then on the side of CLG, Zyrene, we have to look at a couple players there. Link in particular, what does he need to do to help them get this win back?
I think Link needs to play something with a little more pressure and more self-sufficient, because he was really relying on double lift to carry the game there, and he went even with Cutie Pie, who actually ended up carrying it more. Link ended up down about 150 CS over his lane opponent, and I think they just need to ban out the Ziggs and pick something that is more comfortable for him in terms of carrying capacity, because they didn't have a lot of AP damage on top of things, because Nidalee isn't going to offer that either.
How much fear is there, though, if they ban out the Ziggs, let the Syndra through again, and then he's got to end up on Yasuo again, which they didn't have the success with in that one game?
I think you could go back to things like Orianna, or you can play Ryze mid lane, which does pretty well against Syndra. So
I would love to see them play Ryze into Syndra. I mean, that is a pretty common Korean matchup, and since they were there, you have to imagine that he's picked it up. Pobelter, do you have thoughts on that matchup, the Ryze-Syndra?
Yeah, it might seem a little deceptive because Syndra seems like this lane bully, but Ryze, he can get to lane with boots and 5 potions, and then on his first back get a Negatron. So Syndra can't really bully him out, provided that Ryze itemizes correctly.
And then what about in the top lane? Are we going to see the Nidalee come out again for Seraph? Because he, again, played pretty well on it early there. And although they didn't get the win, he definitely had a lot of pressure in the split push.
yeah, I don't know if he's going to get that, because right now they are swapping sides. So CLG, they're not going to get handed the Maokai or Nidalee type of pick ban phase that they had previously. And I'm actually very interested to see what both teams do in adaptation in picks and bans now, especially in the bans, because there's a lot on the table here. So they might get one, or they might just decide one team bans Maokai, the other one bans Nidalee. Not sure.
This could be the final game here of the series, so they're going to have to pull out all the stops, especially in Champ Select, as you said. So we're going to send it right over to Riv and Kobe for the play-by-play.
Thank you very much, Dash, and everybody here is ready for game number 4. Such ridiculous play coming from both teams. CLG kind of resting on their laurels too much of having a lead that game. They took everything in the blink of an eye, and then were like, well, all right, with taking the next inhibitor slow, and it gave Dig enough time to find a way into that offense.
It was impressive to me how CLG didn't rest around after they got their first Baron. Like, they were just rapid fire.
They were flying through that
They
stuff.
looked so good up until the point where everything fell apart.
Yeah.
And the pulling out the team fights.
And that's not usually what happens when there's 2 inhibitors down. Things are falling in your favor. Yeah. Such crazy play. And again, commending Dignitas for holding their own. And it's got to be a huge boon for them now that your initiator, your shot caller, is just riding high after that last initiation he made to help win the game. Crumbs has to be floating on Cloud9 right now, if you will. But his play and the vision ward control, I think, is going to be on the up and up for them, because that mentality is going to be so loud in the game for Dig.
That would definitely be really big for Dig if Crumbs can play a confident early game this time around.
Yeah, it's been lackluster.
The other thing that I want to look at for the early game is the dual lane for Dig. We'll see how this shakes out time number 4 here versus the double lift Afromu matchup, because in that game, they actually were able to turn around 1 point of double lift Afromu aggression to a kill for them.
Absolutely.
Even though the CS is generally going double lift's way pretty much every time.
So CLG, a tough loss in that last game. How well can they just kind of clear that out? cannot believe that it happened. Like I said, we're in the best of 3 now, so it's only Dig needing 1 more. They have 2-1 in this out of 5 series, but you got to kind of clear your head and get ready. Dignitas has to be feeling so good, a team we've talked about all year that grows off of their momentum, and they just created so much for themselves. CLG back on to the red side. They got their win off of blue. See if they can try to push one off of red here. They don't have first pick as they have had twice now, so we'll see if Dignitas can get enough of a crush there, or put enough of a crush on CLG with these bans in that pick.
Well, I do like sticking with the Twitch Alistar combo ban from Dig, because the Alistar ban is a two-part ban here. Not only is it the top lane Alistar that recently came to prominence, but also Aphromoo is a ridiculous Alistar player, and they don't want to give it over to them because it's a very strong flex pick.
So the Syndra gets banned out again, Kobe. None of that lane bully or control of having that long-range assassination towards the late game with Syndra's ultimate. Again, Dig loves floating on the blitz, and probably get some top lane here, Zion Spark.
So
let's go mid.
Yeah, so if they do that, I was going to say that Link could steal away at Ziggs. Link is definitely a Zig player as well, so they could have stolen that away if they wanted to jump on that top lane very quickly. And speaking of top lane, I mean, they banned out Nidalee, Alistar, and Maokai. So the next go-to has been Ryze, which again, still a flex pick for CLG. It could still go mid versus Ziggs.
Give me that on the Tristana as well.
Interesting steal away from PewDiePie since he's gone back to that 2 times over. Double Lift has said so many times he doesn't really like playing with or against Trist though, so we'll see if he is comfortable on the champion now. His biggest complaint has always been the delay on Rocket Jump and the clunkiness that you feel when playing her because she's a bit older of a champion. Sometimes I feel like it kind of gets in his head and kind of messes with his skill shot dodging as well. But we'll see. This time away, it's a good pickup to steal away from PewDiePie since he's been relying on it.
So interesting. With the Nunu up even, they let that pass through. Not going to be something that Crumbs wants to grab even with the Thresh combination that they have. So we go with the Kazakhs again. Crumbs is being very happy on aggressive junglers today.
So interesting. Nunu is still up for Dexter if he wanted to go that path. If that way, I mean, CLG already are looking really late game here with Ryze and Trist. They kind of need some sort of early dueling power for jungler to try and help those lanes get to late game, because
it's still lock in
the problem with late game compositions is getting there, obviously. And if you give up too much ground to a Kazakhs early, it's very difficult. So we'll see. Nunu can do it. Nunu just does it in a different way than the duelist junglers. He does it by controlling the source of income for their enemies. If he can get that objective control with his consume, maybe we'll see him max consume this time. Steal away Crumb's jungle. If he could starve Crumbs and keep Crumbs from impacting the lanes that way, then it will still work out for them. Early vision will help out a lot too, securing safety for those lanes.
Absolutely. So what do we have? Possibly a top lane pick. Could still have that Zillion. Like, you look at the game last time and it should have been a win. So the picks really don't have to change too much. It's the style of play that they brought to the table towards the late game. They are changing it up somewhat, but still a few of those same picks in Ryze and at least on the other side on Ziggs. They're feeling comfortable with what they have.
I think it's a lot of execution too. Teamfight execution needs to be cleaned up a little bit. Let's see here. Dignitas already have reset possibilities with Kazakhs. I do like Kazakhs plus Ziggs because Ziggs has so much AoE, can get targets to the low threshold that Kazakhs loves to jump in for executes. All right, so they answer Trist with a Mundo. Very interesting pick there because while Mundo does scale extremely well into late game, as a tank, one of the best, Tristana has a built-in regeneration cut with the explosive shot active there. So that already is problematic for him. We'll see how they work around it.
All right. Zion Spartan's been a little bit of a focus on Mundo before that pre-6. So I guess anybody would be on a Mundo pre-6. So we'll be watching for that for sure. If CLG tries to get that quick rotation to the top lane, one last pick to come in. Could be Seraphs, could be Lynx. Still have a flex on the Ryze. What are they going to decide to lock in here? Looking at the composition, they also want something that can kind of shut down Or no, assassinate. I was going to say shut down siege power. It looks like they want to create a little bit.
So they have the Braum plus Yasuo combo.
Yeah.
Finally, we see super hard engage. CLG, this gives them all the tools to make those mid-game plays that they want to. They want to out-trade Dignitas in the mid-game objectives. Now they have the hard engage to force the issue. They have the Nunu to control the objectives. We'll see if they can execute, because Dignitas, once again, Shifter on Ziggs. Very happy to be on that champion. Loves this champion.
Like Pole Belter was saying, he can 1v5 people. Why give it to him again? But
He's
they feel
also,
like they can.
Yeah, he also, taking Exhaust here, he's going to have a lot of answers for Yasuo in the late game. It's very easy to target Yasuo with that Exhaust when he jumps on you with the ulti. So they still do have strong team fight here for Dignitas as well.
And right before we'll get into the game and then talk about actually what's on the other side for Link. Now that you've seen the team comps, head over to Twitter, as usual. Let us know who's going to come out ahead in this game. Tweet at LOL Esports and use the hashtag DIGWIN or CLGWin to cast your vote. And with Link's, I believe he stuck with no, he changed it around. I was going to say he had Exhaust himself to counteract that, but it was the last second switch for him.
So yeah, as much as I also really like exhausts, especially for mid laners, as many exhausts on your team as you could fit in. With Mundo running around, it's always good to have that extra ignite in case Tristana's not around.
Just in case, it could happen.
Well, so what could happen is a Yasuo ends up split pushing against the Mundo.
Yeah.
And so in that case, you're like, okay, I've got this great exhaust. Doesn't help out very much. Definitely want the ignite if you're going to be one versus one with Mundo, which happens a lot in this situation when you want to lane swap once you've got magic resist.
Absolutely. And you saw last time, what they did here was they kind of played that top lane rise into the Mundo, and then they switched it up. They just put Link up top on the Yasuo, and we had the Spirit Vision coming out from Zion Spartan, so it was a little hard for him to take that Yasuo damage in the split push. Maybe they'll go do that again. It's kind of a tell with the composition they had that, like you said, the new objectives, but it's a Glacial Fissure into Yasuo. You have to do that kind of stuff on a flank, on a Fog of War, because if you're just looking at the other team, they're going to dodge all these things.
They have that combo, and they also have the Trist Yasuo combo, which is that's super exciting to watch.
That's just
really
that can actually come
off.
out of nowhere. You can just buster shot somebody and make things happen. So
I feel like Double Lift is the guy to do it if they're going to go for a Trist Yasuo combo and have Trist jump in.
That's the thing, though. We got to get the double lift from scrims, like we saw in the videos on Reddit, where he jumps past everybody between two turrets and then shoots you out like an insect kick and then gets out of there with the reset of the kill. We'll see if they get that crazy this game. Right now, we're waiting out a quick pause in this game before we get ourselves started here and everything's sorted out. Coming into game 4 right now, Dignitas pulling out a gigantic comeback last win, and definitely to the falter of CLG towards the end of the game. But CLG had to hold their own to cause that falter to happen. So credit to them, and kudos to the momentum they have coming into this 4th game. Obviously can't talk here. Nobody can get any more privy knowledge to what's going on in a pause. And we're going to see everybody getting it set. Might have been some runes out of Champion Select. We'll make sure those are set.
They're just having trouble actually loading into the game. Link not able to actually get onto the Rift. Won't be a very big problem. If he doesn't get in there, then we'll just remake the game.
I saw a thumbs up.
That could be good.
Huzzah!
I almost left, but I'm still in.
You can't leave. You gotta watch it. Cast it. Kobe, these games get pretty crazy. So what's going through CLG's head after something like that happens? It was right here and then it's gone. You just say, guys, that's not us, or wow, we're still kind of working on something.
That says heartbreak. They were so close. It's really hard and frustrating when you go through a game like that. Where you feel like you deserve the win and you almost had it. It's really hard to stay focused after that. So This is definitely going to be another one of those big tests if they can do that.
Very much so. We talked about it before. Mental fortitude, physical prowess, everything and every one of those bits comes into a best-of-5 series play. Right now, these guys are bringing themselves to the limit here in Game 4. And we could have another one to go after this.
And on the flip side, after winning a game like that for Dignitas, it is a huge morale boost. They definitely feel like they have the momentum now. Overcoming something like that gives you a lot of confidence moving forward in a best-of-5 series. And they want to end it out before it gets to 5.
Definitely not be something that the CLG fans were expecting, that's for sure. If Dignitas were able to close it out 3-1. A lot of people thought this game in general would be going to 5. The CLG had a bit of time to prepare for the best of 5 as they were in Korea, but really fix the strategies and not change too much. They're really going back to a little bit of their reminiscent play, keeping everything in the team rotation instead of trying to win everything by themselves. Dexter sees Crumbs. They have ward knowledge, easy stuff in the early part of the game, and it gets so much more calm in the beginning when teams know there's more on the line. This could be game point here for CLG. Much less invading and just kind of getting those safe wards that they can on the other side of the jungle.
All river entrances warded up for both teams. No invading starting this one off. Hovering down here for standard lanes. Looks like Zion does get sight of Seraph.
Very good.
And we will see the doubles match up again. A leash for Dignitas here for Crumbs, but no leash for CLG. Dexter going to opt to start at red, and he will be seen by Crumbs. See how Crumbs takes this knowledge. He's definitely going to have to worry about Nunu invading fairly early, because we do have a ward start here from Dexter, so he's got a 3-minute ward in his pocket.
And it's safe.
Goodbye gets there in time. They get the heal from the Targons, the execute from the Targons. Nothing lost for that leash.
Yeah.
Good early start.
Aftermoon trying to put the pain on early. The crowd control is something that they really don't have with the auto attacks and the flay on the side of Kiwi Kid, so they want to lock it down first.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lane, especially when you're watching double and aftermoon. They like to take kill lanes to the extreme.
Yep.
Tristana plus Braum used to be one of the premier kill lanes for the bottom lane. But with a lot of the changes to both of the champions, actually, a lot of the early game damage was removed from this combo, and some of the early CC was removed from it as well, taking off some slow from Triss. So it's become a lot less potent of an early kill lane. However, that threat is still there.
Whoa! Seraph goes to ward. The timing is perfect. Right at 3 minutes, the flash is burned. They've got this. First blood going down in the top lane, and they give it to Zion Spark.
Crumbs waste no time.
Wow.
Talk about the boosted morale from that last win and the last Lee Sin kick that he made. Buff to buff, gets that level 3 off his Wolf Camp, immediately goes top. Perfect timing, as you said, right when Seraph goes to ward. And Zion hits the cleaver post-flash, means there's no escape.
Perfectly played out, very calm and collected in the gank. They got what they needed. We can see with that, Dexter's trying to get a little bit out of the bottom, knowing Crumbs is top, but they may not be close enough. The flash could equal a return trip here for Dexter and possibly an early dragon for CLG.
The thing is, the flash was only burned on Kiwi Kid, who is playing Thresh and can stand far back. So they can play this lane really safe and just have Cutie Pie be the one extending for CS, relying on the Lantern for safety. Kiwi Kid now can change playstyles, play further back with that Thresh. We'll see if he's able to do that. Right now they're shoved into turret.
Oh, he's going to be the TP. They're not going to be able to stop him out. Smart play here by Seraph, but he is forced to use that. Going to be a long walk for him if he keeps getting pushed out.
Yeah, that's the only way he's going to escape with his life. But even escaping with your life, you are left with a very bad scenario. Minion wave shoved onto Mundo's side of the map. So starvation incoming for Rise. Crumbs knows this. Seraph really wants to sort of at least get experience, and the camp continues.
Probably on the next throw, Kobe. You see Zion trying to just intertwine himself in the minions so he's not too caught up, but very good play by Seraph to keep in and out of the brush as far as he can from a gank path, because he's already got that bottom warded. Still going to be able to connect. They flash in, then he connects the slow. Beautifully done to make sure he does not miss the skill shot. One more for Zion Spartan.
Waits for the minion line to be in the perfect position. All around, well executed, well communicated there. Beautiful play there from Dignitas, camping the top lane, pressuring Seraph, getting him extremely far behind early, because not only did they kill him again, but they made him burn his teleport on the previous escape. So even after dying, can't get back to lane to shove it into the turret, and he is really in a tough spot here.
Very much so, but now how much is too much? Do they keep going after him and shutting him down, or do they want to get that pressure somewhere else?
They've done enough work that Crumbs doesn't have to go up there anymore. Zion has complete control of this wave. It's pushing toward him. There's no summoners on this Rise. He has complete control of the lane.
Very easy coming in here for Dig, at least in the early game. And this frees up Crumbs to do so much. And now he's going to be bringing out the wards even earlier than usual as well. The pink and the green.
Oh my. There's no way Seraph can ever come down here. He has to have someone else come out, clear out this pink ward. If he goes to face check that, he's risking death every single time.
Oh, Crumbs is almost reading that one. They could try to come in on the bottom side. He's going to have good vision on this. There's the slow. A cleaver too? Oh, they double it, but they stack the slows, so we actually may be able to get out of this with the help of Dexter on the other side. A bit of miscommunication. Crumbs and Zion Spartan are just wanting the kill so much.
Split second. He got in there split seconds before Crumbs was in position to take that kill.
Good job by Dexter, but that means Dexter's not been able to do much but hover the top side and make sure he can repair some of what's going on. Good concussive blows in the bottom lane off of Winter's Bite. Now for Moo and Doublelift still trying to be the carries CLG needs.
All right, so this is going to be a face check by Dexter, so some early damage. We'll see what Zion can add to it because
they want to turn this into a 2v2, and they're going to have the upper hand here. Seraph is going to go down again. Now the focus onto Dexter. He's trying to make himself bigger as a jungler, bigger for objectives, but one kill is only going to be onto Crumbs. He's the one with the assist. Zion Spartan would have been
again,
nicer.
Hey, they traded kills. It seems like it's an even trade. Not even close to an even trade. Minion wave still on Zion Spartan's side. Seraph still getting denied. It's a level 6 to a level 4 rise here. There's... Oh, it's okay. We'll stop talking about that top side of the map because that is really bad.
They played it perfectly. Like you said, not having a damaging jungler on CLG side means they're usually going to lose those 2v2s with damage on the top side of Crumbs and Zion. So beautiful focus by Dig to understand that.
This has been a very well-orchestrated game by Crumbs. As we said, rolling off that play from last game, he really has done a great job getting the early lead for Dig this time around. Dig sitting very pretty right now. They've got their late scaling tank in a very, very strong position, and their jungle hit level 6 because Crumbs was alive for that kill on Seraph right before he ended up going down. This is just going to keep on happening.
Level 6 to level 5 there too. There's the flashes blowing everything in defense now. Crumbs can close the gap. He comes in for another assist. Crumbs is absolutely omnipresent in creating action for Dig.
Crumbs, like you said, making plays all over the map. He doesn't have to go top anymore. We just got a split screen there. Zion doing his own bullying of Seraph. Crumbs pays a little attention down to bottom lane to turn that one around. Who did the kill go to there? Kiwi Kid. Not the best, but still they got control of it. Trade of blues here. Good job by Dexter going for that invade because he knows he can't fight Crumbs down there after they just killed bottom.
And with that engage in the bottom, that gank to the top actually blew Seraph's flash, so he is not having any good of a time. It must have just come up from the last time he did as well, so every time he has it, it's down. And that's only coming from Zion Spartan now as we see the pressure created everywhere on the map. Shifter still being Shifter in the mid lane, but as it usually counts, he's down in CS near the 10-minute mark, and that's what Link has done for CLG here. There we go, down to Dragon. We'll see if CLG can actually make this one work. Looks like they will have what they need. Crumbs has been on a steel-crazy rampage recently in the playoffs. This could be close.
Ooh, he's gonna go for it too. That W evolve did a large chunk of damage. Oh no, Link running, interference!
Goes by himself, that's the smite and consume from Dexter. Now they turn back onto Kiwi Kid. Very nicely done from CLG to force the objective. Get a little bit back.
They work off bottom side of the map. They don't call in Seraph. Zion doesn't come down either. And Dignitas do give up the early dragon here. So great pickup there for CLG to work through that window.
Finding what they can in very small instances, but they definitely did it. And they're in the early game.
And Dexter was almost dead too. If Crumbs had ulted into a jump in there, oh no, there was a pink ward. Never mind. He would have got caught if he tried to ult in there.
Oh right.
So that was a good safe play by him. But yeah, Dexter did get extremely low, pulling that off. So small.
Oh, having to ult just to dodge these cleavers. Getting that passer, getting that movement speed for himself. All right, you got to open your eyes for one of the cleavers. 15 to 14.3. A little bit of harassment here in the bottom lane from Cutie Pie. They have brush control here very late into the laning phase. All right, that's taken away.
So top lane, yeah, of course that's going to be Dig's side.
Right.
But the mid lane and the bottom lane both winning in CS for CLG right now. And the jungle, oh, Doublelift gets hit with a hook though.
This is going to be big. He's got the jump, but could it be far enough for the living artilleries? Cutie is pretty low on mana, and he's got almost nothing left. Bio Arcane just wearing off, but they're biding their time. They're playing these really well and not taking too much damage as well to keep themselves somewhat in that lane. Going to the static shiv, so it is 90 to 83 in that CS.
Decks are coming to help out Seraph so they can get some of this money and this experience from the giant wave shoved into the turret.
See what we got. Mobility boots for Kiwi Kid, the rush of the Sightstone for Afromu. You can see how much they're trying to stay protected with wards behind them as well towards their red side. PewDiePie quite low on mana, looking for the Dark Passions escape here. There he gets it. Nice shooting. They're able to get a little bit of pressure relieved in the lane. We're still waiting for Doublelift to come out in the late game here, especially with Seraph. Had a hard time in that top lane, so it's going to take quite a while.
Really wondering where Crumbs will go next because he has Flash and ult up, ready to go. Link has been shoving up fairly far in this lane, but he's got both sides of the river warded, so he's pretty safe. That would probably mean some more attention down bottom.
Very safe play here from Shifter. Knows to keep himself on the backside. A lot of gank potential coming in here from Link if he uses Last Breath along with Dexter to keep that slow in. We'll see CLG starting to get some forward wards in now, so that means they feel a lot more comfortable about what they're going to do next. Maybe a mid push, and Dragon will be up in a few minutes. They got to gain some ground here. CLG looks, or Dignitas rather, looks like they're going to make moves. Onto the turret, they may Buster Shot PewDiePie. He actually gets to the backside of the Glacial Fissure. They're not going to be able to kill that, or kill Afromu all the way down. Crumbs just on the edge there.
Yep, there's
Very good fights.
No vision in the Tri-Bush for CLG, means they need to back off. They do have good vision on the red buff though, so they see Crumbs at red buff right now. Doublelift knows there's no possibility Crumbs is still here. Ooh, very dangerous for Afromu, but man, PewDiePie's low too.
Oh no, Kiwi Kid making the call to the team. He actually might be able to get one. Oh, he takes the swing, but it's PewDiePie from the outside as they go support for support.
So they trade kills plus jungle attention down bottom.
That's true.
Let's see how Crumbs reacts to Dexter showing. Just farming wolves at the moment. Zion there is already starting to farm behind turrets.
Yeah.
Up in the top lane. Here comes the Ziggs.
They'll be able to get this one. Blood Boil as well as Tristana. Not too many shots. And they'll be taking that down. Gotta say, great job to CLG to pretty much stop a lot of the bleeding that was happening. The pressure to Seraph did not affect the rest of the team, really. They're keeping it up. They have a 2,000 gold lead along with the pressure in the bottom lane. Very good job by CLG to keep their minds in this one with so much trouble top.
That's a good point. Dexter didn't waste too much time trying to put a Band-Aid on that situation top. Focusing bottom, getting the dragon down was huge for them, and then getting the turret down. Good job of CLG, you know, not wasting too many resources up there, but it is definitely a problem for them, and Seraph is under attack once again.
Dear. They say he's got an assist. He's worth a little bit more money. Let's kill him again. Oh, so hard on that top lane in this game. Kiwi Kid, even with the Moby boots. He's got a Sightstone now, so they're free to keep putting wards down. You can see a plethora of wards on the top side of CLG's side there near the red. But they're focused on mid lane right now. They don't need any buffs to be doing this, with the majority crashing down towards Shifter. He's got the blue buff, but you can see he's been trying so hard. He's actually still out of mana. Loses the mid turret, but able to be cleared out 2 here with Kiwi Kid.
What a shove by CLG. Up 2 now in turrets over Dignitas. Yes, they'll probably answer that top one fairly soon, but a great job. CLG, they really, this is the time of the game where they're just focusing on that bottom side of the map anyway. So opening up those 2 bottom side outer turrets is huge for them, and they leave behind a bunch of wards inside the jungle of Dignitas for the further plays.
Yep. Crumb's trying to be a nuisance as he goes in, but they have a bit of a timer now, so they can really act on something for the next 5 minutes of that spawn. 13 seconds on Dragon. Looks like it's going to be the next fun spot for both teams as they start to get vision down. Looks like Doublelift is kind of considering the back there to see what kind of aggro he could pull to himself, and he realizes, yes, this bush is warded. It looks like they have enough warded themselves, though, Kobe. They're going to be able to grab this one up. 15 minutes in, a little bit of pressure from Dig.
Zion has teleport, though.
That's
and
true.
Zion is extremely beefy. He just bought. He has Spirit Vision's Tabby. That is a huge tank for the 15-minute Dragon fight.
Yeah.
You cannot ignore that.
Where's he going? Down to the Dragon, actually. He's going to
He's
tell.
dead.
Oh, no! Oh!
That should be Dragon for Dig.
They should. Unfortunate. A miscommunication. When you teleport that fast, you see your team in a spot, but the actual distance that those icons are from each other was a lot farther than he expected to the kill brush. Dignitas picking up Dragon off of that teleport.
CLG have to be careful about a flank teleport. They don't know where all of Dig's wards are. If they get too close to watching that Dragon, Zion can teleport behind them. That's why they don't go to even watch what happens. Don't even mess around with trying to contest it. Pull back off, hug the tower. Don't let yourselves get flanked. You've already lost the Dragon. Don't try and overreach there. What a play for Dig, though. Zion Spartan, just bullying Seraph, is able to earn them a Dragon.
Very nicely done. Still waiting to see both of these teams' kind of fight compositions come together as well. We have the Kazakhs, we have Yasuo's on both sides. They're going to be getting nitty and gritty when it comes to it. But right now, Dig has stayed on the outside of everything, gotten kills with the pokes, and gotten great wave clear with Shifter Ziggs. That's something as well that he just clears lanes.
Oh, another bush attempt here on the duo lane. Also, a roaming Link is coming down.
Oh, so nicely done. Aframu planned that one out even more than Kiwi Kid had it planned. He was already walking away. That's a dead guy. Acathian, not so much a surprise, but it wasn't that good. Got him to go down. Kiwi Kid's happy with that one. And they're going to be able to pick up top turret. CLG answers with that one. Beautiful job across the map by both teams. The gold is practically even now, but those turrets still in the favor of CLG, 3-1. Let's watch that again. See, Kiwi Kid kind of knows. He's like, I might want to give you an escape. And Aframu says, yeah, I see that.
Yeah, beautiful time by Aframu. He knows exactly what they're going to try here.
So cool.
The lantern for the escape. This is Tristana, Grievous Wounds.
That would have been a great shutdown for Double Lift to get Kobe. Big money there, 301 on a Zion Spartan.
Yeah, I love how they're using Dexter rotating him around the map to when they want to take these turrets down. Blood boil onto somebody, boom, a turret's gone. They've got the last outer one taken out now. The only thing for them to set up would be more Dragon control because they had a very poor start to the last one.
I like the build as well, coming in from Shifter, not facing AP in mid, goes himself Morello Namicon as he stacks Tier and a Rod into that inventory. Nice choice of items from him.
And that Rod could even turn into Azanya's. Now,
that's true.
You can exhaust Yasuo when he ults you, or you can spam Azanya's when you first get hit by the original knockup. To try and fit that sucker in between. Which is extremely annoying. We'll see if he does end up going for that, or if it's just a death cap. Could easily as well just be a death cap.
Well, with the Morello Namicon, he can easily clear these waves out right now, especially with the blue buff on him, so it would be good there. The power would be fantastic. Crumbs on the blue, getting a lot of attention for it, but he won't get any contest.
Yeah, they're trying to panic, make him panic smite it and force him into taking it away from Shifter so that they didn't have to deal with Ziggs wearing it, but not quite there in time. 1-3-1 split push here from CLG. They've got plenty of protection for Double Lift, plus he's on Tristana, so very difficult for Double Lift or this three-man squad to get caught up here.
It must feel so scary when you just know your wards are being cleared out to the right of you and you're being closed into that lane in the top side. Doesn't look like CLG stays in that position for too long and they get themselves back to ward clearing towards the Baron pit. It is going to be Double Lift, however, in his special environment in that top lane, farming away. 187 to 170 for that lane. Good satchel charge to stop any bit of an engage there. Ooh. Crumbs feels like Dexter got a little too close. Instantly on and off to slow any people chasing on that fight, and looks like Dignitas will not be able to pursue.
They've got the three-man squad there to collapse. Braum comes in to protect him.
Yep. This is different.
Oh, they are almost getting behind Double Lift here. Can Kiwi Hid get it there for the play to interrupt?
Very close. Double Lift trying to capitalize. A little bit of a misplay there. And everybody stays safe. Not much has happened here in the past few minutes. Both teams are kind of giving each other respect at mid-game item spikes here. You can definitely make a play with an Alpha into a Link. And even on the other side, if they get what they want in some kind of objective fight, we saw Shifter and the team coming up big last time. Still haven't seen really Zion Spartan be put to use on a 301 Mundo, already building up HP to get some more defense under the belt once he can get those items in his recipe. We're 21 minutes in, Kobe, and Dignitas is really making a good fight for that win here.
Yeah, well, let's see what they can do, because they've got the Trinity Force Cutlass Kog'Maw versus the Static Shiv Incomplete Infinity Edge Tristana. So there is still a small window here for Dig.
Those sting. Nice lockdown. Good dodge by Seraph, right face to face going in with Zion Spartan. So he doesn't need any more help from the team. They're going to be able to hang out mid, and 50 seconds is going to be very important for everybody to be quite healthy and teleports up. See who gets the advantage here.
Dig should feel a little bit more pressure to gain control of this next Dragon fight, because this is a small window here. Before Triss actually completes the Infinity Edge, they definitely have the opportunity to make some big plays. Gold's still dead even, but after that point, when it's completed, it gets really, really tough for them.
Oh boy. They are cutie pie hunting right now. The jump over the wall. Oh, he flashes. Good hold on the buster shot from Doublelift as well, so it doesn't force him away. They can use that next time for the kill potential. And no chase as well, but they can see Dignitas now has the idea. CLG's setting up squads to bushwhack. They're not going to let it happen. No mana here for Seraph. It might be one last Rune Prison. Oh, very close on the turret shots, but he is able to get out with his ultimate. Zion Spartan down to the last hair of health.
Dragon is live. Seraph forced back to base, but he's got his teleport ready. Let's see what we can do here. Dignitas currently have control of that vision.
They got the minion waves where they want them, so now it's mid-time. Looks like it might even be Dragon time, as that wind wall is going to prevent the wave from even helping them that time.
There's a small ward down in the side for Seraph to teleport on, but Link is chucked out so low. Dignitas do secure it. Pick up a global gold for them. Definitely much needed. They have to work around. Oh, the Infinity Edge was just completed for Doublelift. Now is the time where he really starts to ramp up.
Definitely a big item threshold for him. And he is going to be joining with the team now. He doesn't really have too many waves to be pushing. If anything, he's going to be stopping in the bottom lane if Seraph doesn't get there first. But right now, with this Baron pressure, he stops even going towards mid. They're going to start everybody powering numbers towards the Baron pit. Dig, like I said before, they have been showing so well at Barons. This could be the time that Crumbs comes up big again for the team.
See if they can shove down the mid. Flash initiation.
Oh, Aframu playing it like he likes to. Getting himself right in the middle of the fray. A huge disengage with that box from Kiwi Kid. Looks like they might be able to pick themselves up in Aframu, and the caustic spittle hits for the kill coming from Cutie Pie.
What? Are you kidding me? That was a 4-man perfect disengage, and then the hook gets thrown out in all the chaos and only grab in a kill.
One flash, one exhaust.
4-man kill for Dig. Zion didn't even have to use his teleport. He can just go split push now.
There's too many of those engages, Kobe. We saw it last time where Pobelter was talking about Shifter disengaging an entire team onto Cutie Pie. He stays alive, and he will not go down to that ignite. Oh, what? Doublelift goes right into the fight. He says, I may go down, but it's going to be valiantly. He actually picks up quite a shutdown on that, so it's going to be good gold for him.
Doublelift on the Rocketeer there. Jumping right into the fire. Doesn't want to let Cutie Pie get away with that one. Does cost him his own life.
That's like Lee Sin taking a Q. But just had to do it.
You really got to shout out Kiwi Kid, because he received a lot of hate after the last quarterfinals that they had. The last best of 5, and he has really shown up much better in this best of 5 series here, especially recently. A couple of extremely strong hooks from him.
See that again.
Let's take a look at him.
Let's just
remove / initiate. So they go for the Cutie Pie.
Exhaust.
Gets exhausted. Again, this is all 4-man squad here. Kiwi Kid gets the box up to dissuade any chase, and then lands the hook on the exit. Plenty of long-range damage there from Dignitas to follow it up. All along here, Shifter from the back line on the Ziggs, quietly throwing out bombs, adding a lot of damage. And here's that 1v1 we talked about.
Uh-oh, this could be the attacks. So much HP, he almost hits it. He gets the top side of that last Q. He's not going to get the last breath. Beautiful. Actually, last breath was down, but it would have popped him up for the kill. Looking around the map now, seeing who's got the items, but actually look at the items and wards. Pinks and greens, even for Cutie Pie, they're trying to hold the vision control and the map control they have right now. You can see CLG on the back foot, and wards are just going to help that out so much more.
Let's see where Dig decided to go after the all-important mid-outer turret's been taken. Turret's evened up for them. they finally have enough ground to work with here. They're trying to place the wards deep inside, get a little bit of vision on the red buff. Dragon won't be up for a while, so they should be shifting most of their vision efforts towards the top side of the map. Even though Dexter does not max consume on Nunu, he's already level 12, so he's got at least, it must be at 4 points in there, 3 points in there right now. So he's got 3 points in it at least. You can't leave it blind, even if he's not maxing that consume.
Well, Kobe, this is one of the first games we haven't really got an early Baron auto, so there's really a lot more respect and warding going on that these teams are remembering to do.
Yeah, Dexter actually, he's not even maxing consume second. He just put 3 points into it and now maxing W. So he's got full Ice Blast. Looks like consume will be the last thing he puts his points into.
Oh, hello.
Link finds a duelist partner.
Oh, he sees Dexter on the other side, gonna get the blood boil and everything else that they want to continue this fight. Zion's like, come on, guys.
There's no ignite. There was no ignite
right,
for
exactly.
Link. So not able to kill him, but man, that dive.
Oh
Baron
man.
for Dig.
This is crazy. CLG is gonna maybe able to grab an inhibitor on this one. We do have nothing in the bottom lane.
Can this two-man squad stop the returns? One person's already back. Ziggs.
Huge bomb.
The best person.
Over the wall. And Link's, oh, very, very close to going down there. They get the inhibitor, they stick with it, and they're gonna have to fight Alphamu and Seraph to get out of this one, but it looks like they're gonna be happy with it. You can see the rotation of this fight maybe staying together, and everybody in the bottom lane, they're actually backing. Uh-oh. It's gonna be a beautiful play. Oh my, wow, I was gonna say the full amount of damage didn't hit, but it was just the bomb bouncing in its last spot. Doublelift knows he needs to exit this one. He's back.
That was a cheeky little move there just to get around the corner. That's smart by Doublelift, not recalling in the actual tri-bush.
Dig's still moving towards the mid lane here. Very nicely done. They're going to have to make CLG react now to that inhibitor in the bottom lane so they can't use it right away. Still, they have to worry about Baron with Dignitas and any moves they decide to make from here on out.
And the moves they decide to make are shove down mid turret while they have this opening. Zion's back at base though, so they definitely won't overcommit. He does not have teleport, so they cannot force anything without him.
This would be a great time for Dig to go back, set up their wards. They got minions in the top lane CLG has to worry about. They already actually have a great amount of tank wards out. Pretty much main entrance to the bottom side if you're going to get somebody farming, like a Rise, and everything on the top side as well. Don't have to worry about Baron. It's theirs for probably another 3.5 minutes here. And we'll see how they utilize that. CLG can still get some money back on Dragon this late in the game. They're only 3,000 gold down. Still a very close game, to say the least. We've seen Dig give up an inhibitor turret many times for a Baron. And like we said before, Barons have kind of been their way to victory instead of lost this split.
Yeah, let's see how they actually use it though. How can they siege up here? They do have Ziggs and Kog'Maw, so they've got the tools available. Zion, as we said though, doesn't have teleport, so it's up to them to be a 4-man siege squad.
You will not back.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Very nice.
CLG counter shoving this because they don't really want to fight it. They made the call actually to leave Doublelift there. He just canceled his teleport. So they're making the call to give up middle inhibitor turret for this side shove.
Big fight coming in. Looks like it might even be more attack speed and crit for AmaCutiePie. He just wants to shred through people with that Bio Arcane on this fight. The bottom lane still going on. 1v1. Zion Spartan says thank you very much for the kill. And Dignitas is pushing through right now. Minion wave just behind them as they're making their way into the base. Not a whole lot of siege clear. They have the Trist static shiv, but they're going to have to be working this. The Absolute Zero is actually down, and a few more shots on that Nexus turret would be it. Seraph, one shot. No, he uses the Seraph's Embrace. Keeps himself alive as Crumbs get in as well. Mega Inferno Bomb goes down, and they take down Seraph as well. 38 to 40 seconds on the clock for them, and Dignitas does not seem to be leaving the base.
Well, hindsight is 20/20 there. Not giving up the inhibitor turret so easily. Looks like Dignitas, that might actually give them the game.
They have CLG on the ropes and they want even more. It's going to be CutiePie focusing beautifully on the turret. Shifter giving his auto attacks to it as well. The Nexus is open here in our first semifinal matchup. Will CLG get it going for broke here? Dignitas is not falling. All the CLG health bars have been nullified and the Nexus to fall. 30 minutes in, game 3. Dignitas takes the best of 5 series against CounterLogic Gaming.
relief and smiles on the Dignitas players' faces right now. They can finally relax. They've secured their 5th spot.
Relax indeed.
And they won't have to play in the relegations.
What an early game. Treading water so deep was CLG with all those kills onto Seraph. They were somehow able to stick in it, but Dignitas knew exactly what they wanted to do the whole time. Every one of their wins here was very explosive when it came to that point where they wanted to win. It wasn't a walk into the base, it was one and done.
Yeah, because they make these calls that are very risky here. You saw the yellow pings as well going down at that inhibitor turret. So the plan definitely was to give up the inhibitor turret there. But the catches from Dignitas, they didn't expect Dignitas to also get kills on top of middle. And man, once they get that catch, that quickly steamrolls into a game.
And I'm sure that man right there is quite happy. Odie. He came in today and he said, you know, every time I come to a matchup of Dig CLG, we lose. So I guess this is turning things around for Dig. They were able to pull out.
It's broken the curse.
Broken the curse indeed. What play across the game. It came from almost every member of Dignitas. The good roam as well by Kiwi Kid. Saw huge plays by Shifter, getting Ziggs again. That was big for Dignitas. The Shifter pickup, or Ziggs pickup for Shifter, clearing waves with the Mega Inferno Bomb. When that inhibitor turret was being taken, they didn't grab the inhibitor. And then we saw Dig's last push there, straight down the middle. If their inhibitor was down, they would have minions to think about. But with the global pressure of Crumbs being omnipresent on a Kha'Zix, and then having the Mega Inferno Bomb to clear waves, Dig did everything they needed to do. It was beautifully done.
Yeah, Shifter again, quietly from the back lines, just dishing out damage, 405 on the Ziggs. Favorite champion, also doing a lot of that turret damage. There he is.
Very, very happy in his play. Counterlogic Gaming now. The promo relegation tournament to face a Challenger Series team that has come out on top, and they're looking for their way into the LCS when it comes down to it. It's going to be very intense here. A lot of time for CLG to recuperate and think of what is going to happen in their next games. For Dignitas, looking forward to next split. They're ready to keep things going, and we have way more matches to go here coming from PAX Prime. That was just the first best-of-5 series we have. We still have International Wildcard today and even more games in the next 2 days.
Oh yeah, that one's going to be
crazy
fun.
Play.
I did just pull up the damage dealt to champions.
Yeah, let's hit that. Let's hit
Shifter crushed everyone in the entire game on damage dealt to champions, as he usually does on Ziggs.
That's crazy.
Just because he can dump out so much AoE. He always does this from the back line here. Nobody even close.
And it's amazing how he can kind of play his lane. We saw everything happening not in the mid lane this game. Those guys were just on an island. And he comes out, as we said, it was about 10 minutes. He was down 20 or so CS. But in the end, he's matched up on CS. He played safe in his lane. And I've heard Alex Ish and multiple people say that's the most annoying thing to play against, is somebody who's safe. Because you'll never get anything you want, even if you're on a kill champion like Yasuo.
It's good against people who are prone to go on tilt.
That's absolutely true. Right now, we're going to go ahead and send it down to the stage where Jat, he's on the blue side.
Thank you very much, Riv. And I'm with the Mundo from last game, Zion Spartan right here. Talk to me a little bit about this series, because you guys started off 0-1, but then were able to rally for 3 wins in a row.
The first game, we realized that actually CLG, they're looking very hard for aggressive things. They're looking for aggressive Barons. They're looking for risky plays, and we realized, hey, they're making a lot of mistakes. We just need to slow down, like, take favorable trades wherever we can and just play a good, smart game, and that's what we tried to do. And game 4, we kind of had that good plan to camp top, which worked out really well. I got really fed early on, and having these early game plans and knowing what to do against the team, it just helped us out a lot.
And obviously you guys were disappointed after your defeat to TSM last week in the playoffs. How did you kind of mentally re-prepare for this game so you guys could avoid relegations and take down CLG?
Going to Worlds was my dream. It was everybody on the team's dream. That's what we really wanted, and it definitely crushed us, like having to go into the 5th, 6th place match. And while it's a match nobody really wants to play, you have to play it. So we came into the game ready to play. Sure, we were down a little bit the last week, but we picked it back up, and I think we played pretty well. Even though the games were a little sloppy, like we just tried to slow down on our mistakes, like not make any like big errors, and we were able to come back. Like game 2, you saw we were so far behind. That Nidalee Zillion combo Seraph just got really strong, and as a team we were just able to play really well. Crumbs had great initiations, Shifter with some great Ziggs ultis, and everybody was just starting to play better and better the further the set went on.
And kind of talk to me a little bit about that, because you guys started off the split, if we're going way back, so strong, struggled a little bit, but then came together here. How were you dealing with all of the trials and tribulations and still being able to kind of pull through at the end?
I think especially for playoff matches, you don't want to look at a team like over the course of the split. Like you can look at Cloud9 and be like, yeah, they're going to do well because they've always done well. But when it comes down to game day, it's which team wants it more, which team came prepared. And we definitely could have played a lot better in our game against TSM. Those were just a set of sloppy games, and we picked it up a little bit for this set, but there's still definitely a lot of room to improve. So we just have to look to improve on starting from the beginning and not looking at the beginning of the split, but just focusing on specific matches like the CLG match, like we should have done more so on the TSM match. And I think we're going to come better prepared for our next set of games.
Yeah. And final question for you here. You guys are now safely secured in the LCS for next season. What are your plans for the offseason?
I honestly have no idea what I'm going to do. I'm a little relieved right now, not as happy as I usually would be after a win, but I'm feeling pretty good because we actually went 3-1 over CLG, and we don't have to worry about relegations or the tournament after relegations if you lose that too. So that's a huge weight off my chest. So I'm definitely just going to watch these next games because I think there's going to be some great sets coming up for NA, and I think we're going to have a strong 3 teams representing NA at Worlds this year.
All right, so a little bit of relief and also some strong words for North America. So thank you very much, Zion Spartan. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing Dignitas next year. But now let's send it back to the guys at the analyst desk to break down the games.
Thanks, Jat. And a rather abrupt ending to that series, if I might say so myself. The whole ending of that game just kind of seemed to jump out at us. Jat there was talking to Zion, though, and Zion started out 3-0-0 on Mundo, but a lot of that can be attributed to Crumbs. Pobelter, before the game started, we said, what does Crumbs need to do? You said exactly that, have a ton of early pressure in the lanes. Do you feel like that was just too much on the psyche of CLG?
Yeah, I feel like it really hurt their mentality. Like, I feel like their mentality actually was just like shattered, you know, after seeing Seraph in such a deficit. Dexter, like Crumbs just really outplayed Dexter early on. He sat in pretty much top lane, and Dexter was just roaming around the jungle trying to look for him, but he just kept coming top over and over again when Seraph desperately needed his help. And although he did end up going there, it was too late.
Yeah, I think the pink ward coverage and the fact that they got the flash so early and then the camp was exactly what made that happen. And then Nunu, like you said, Crumbs, he's just farming the jungle up. And also, I think that's the best way to play against a Nunu, because he will go counter jungle you, but if you make very aggressive plays on an aggressive early game champion, then you can completely negate his effect, and then you get 300 gold for Wraith gold.
And they ended up letting Shifter back onto that Ziggs. It's someone that we said, you can't let him have that. It's too easy for him to wave clear, push turrets effectively, and still play safe. So is that something that, I mean, we saw Link on Yasuo. We said he needed to be on a bit more of a playmaking champion, but he couldn't even split push against the Mundo there. So there's got to be some reservation on the side of CLG post-match in terms of that Yasuo into the Ziggs pick.
Yeah, and the first pick Ziggs there, having it open, left open for them once again. And, you know, Shifter, he's played the Syndra, he's played the Ziggs. It's hard to ban him out unless you target all bans at him, but Zion Spartan draws some himself in this meta. So there's a lot of things you have to juggle in Champions Select, but I think that picking up the Yasuo for themselves, you know, he didn't do too poorly on it. His backs at the end was a bad decision right there, but his farm, he was even with Ziggs in farm. He did a good job in that regard to the game, but there just wasn't a whole lot of pressure that he could apply throughout that early mid-game that they'd really just got out-rotated on. Like, it was just the jungle pressure top, and then they didn't do anything else on the rest of the map, I think was a big deal.
Well, leaving that Ziggs open, it kind of seemed like a dare, right? Like, hey, we'll leave this open for you, even though we know you have first pick. Go ahead and choose it, which it suggests to me that CLG had some kind of answer for it. Was the Yasuo that answer? Was the assumption there that he was going to be able to, you know, give him pretty early in the game and maybe snowball that into late?
Well, I mean, we did see that Yasuo had a huge lead. He had like a 50 CS lead early on, and he had the turret down. So, you know, that's about the extent of what you can do versus a Ziggs. So Link actually did play very well early on. It's just that the rest of the map fell behind, and so when you're in that situation, you can't really do much yourself unless you can split push. But we saw Mundo get so fed and so farmed.
All that being said, though, we saw CLG make some pretty decent map movements early in the game because while all that camping was happening top, they were able to secure a dragon, their Tristana and their Yasuo were farming up. So I feel like one of the answers and one of the ways they could have extended this game was to continue that split push that they did have. However, they were slow to rotate back to mid turrets after pushing waves past the halfway point on the river. They weren't able to get the Yasuo back, partly because Mundo was doing such a good job of stopping Link's backs. But do you feel like with the late game scaling of the Yasuo, Tristana, and then Ryze eventually getting there, that had the game gone 35, 40 minutes, could have seen a different outcome?
Yeah, I definitely think that that's something to consider. I think that the early game perpetuating Dig further, because they definitely dominated a lot of the early game portions for themselves in the right spots, because they shut down Seraph, and then Seraph had a really horrible TP into that dragon, which just forfeited that over to Dignitas that next rotation. So it was just not the right way to handle that in terms of a scaling composition, because they weren't playing very safe.
Let's look at Dig now. Finishing in that 5th place spot, they've secured their spot there in the playoffs. They finished the playoffs, secured their spot in the 2015 spring split, which is pretty big for them. But Pobelter, I want your honest opinion on the state of their team at this point. Right? Are they better than a 5th place team? And unfortunately, this is just the match that they ended up in, or do they have some room to improve going into next year?
I think that, they got how they performed. It wasn't like they had an unlucky draw. I think that, they got outclassed by TSM and they lost, and then they beat CLG because they outclassed CLG.
I think that on CLG's side of that, though, they went 1-6 in playoffs, which speaks a lot about the way the team is right now and what they have to do to get out of this slump. We're going to see them in relegations, and, depending on what team that they pick, there's different strengths and weaknesses there. So I hope they get it together, and I hope they can figure out what they need to do to move forward.
Well, then my final question to you, as one of our Challenger Series experts, looking at that promotion tournament, who do you see CLG looking at in terms of their first pick? Because they do have the benefit of choosing first which team they're going to play against. So which team do you feel they have maybe the best opportunity against?
I think it's going to be Curse Academy. I think that's the team that they're going to go up against. Curse Academy did get second, but I think that Coast just had a bad day. They're a really good team. But they're a really good team 24-6. It was just that one day that they had a bad day.
All right. Well, there you have it. Dignitas securing 5th place. Now, we're going to reset the rift for our next best-of-5 series between Team Pex Gaming and Kaboom Esports to see which international wildcard team will secure their spot at the World Championships. Keep it tuned right here.
Number 1! Roaming Link is coming down.
So nicely done. He will not go down to that ignite. Oh, what? Double lift goes right into the fight. Seraph, one shot. No, he used the Seraph's Embrace. Keeps himself alive as Crumbs get in as well. Will CLG get it going for broke here? Dignitas is not falling. All the CLG health bars have been nullified, and the Nexus to fall.
é lo mais importante que hay en el año.
Acho que o time do jeito que tá não tem como ser melhor.
Sea lo que sea, vamos a dar todo para ganar.
Jogar igual a gente sempre jogou, jogar com uma equipe.
E a gente trabalhou muito, a gente vai levar a vitória para vocês.
Yo creo que K1 es el mejor equipo de Brasil y que podemos ganarle.
Es todo.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the North American LCS Summer Playoffs and our International Wild Card. Now we're going to pass it right over to Freak and Jat to take us back into our next series.
Thank you very much, Dash. What is up, everybody? I'm David Freak Turley. With me is Joshua Jat Leesman, the legend.
Wow, that was a really bold introduction. Thank you, Freak. I'm very happy to be casting here today. We got our debut at this year of PAX, which we'll see plenty more for the rest of the weekend. But this game is going to be pretty nice.
It's fun, guys. The International Wildcard. Now we're setting the stage for our next matchup, a battle between Kaboom Esports from Brazil and the Latin American squad, PEX Gaming.
And the cool thing about this is the winner of this best-of-5 series will secure the last international wildcard spot at the World Championship. So we will know another World Championship team after 3 to 5 games here.
And it's going to be fun. Now for PEX, it's actually an interesting story about how they got here. The team was actually started by the mid laner Yuri, an experienced player who was formerly with the defending Latin American champions Lion Gaming. You might have seen them last year at the International Wildcard over in Gamescom, but he split off and started his own team down in South America, and in dramatic fashion had to face his former teammates to win the honor of representing his region here today.
Yeah, and that was one hell of a series, by the way. They came back with the Baron steal, but you really have to expect how far these players of regions have come, because a lot of the beginnings of this region was behind everyone else. They didn't start with the infrastructure like sponsors, coaches, analysts that we've now kind of expected from North American organizations, especially Korean organizations. And if we talk about PEX a little bit, they kind of set themselves apart by adapting and playing to just meta picks. They didn't really rely on comfort picks, which is very common in really young scenes. And their mechanics are good. They should have solid picks, but they do still struggle with issues of team coordination and clear shot calling sometimes.
Yeah, so we'll see how this team matures. Don't know if they've kind of stepped up enough here for the match today. But meanwhile, the Brazilian squad of Kaboom was also seen as an underdog in their region. They started off the year hovering around 4th place, basically 9 and 11 in the Brazilian LCS, but they found a lot of success recently thanks to, honestly, a lane swap in the teams helped them a lot.
Yeah, and they won the qualifier to get here, which is the big thing. Initially as well, they picked up their player Minerva to play support, but then they found that his mechanics would lend themselves much better to playing an AD carry. So you actually saw the reverse of the swap you usually see, a support to AD carry. And that was able to move Dan's to support, where he has a nearly 80% kill participation, which is out of this world as far as how high it is. But most importantly, it allows him to focus on being more of a leader and provide shot calling for the team. In addition to that, Kaboom have very strong lanes. They've shown they can play a variety of tactics and team comps. And it should be a great series because of that.
It's going to be a whole bunch of fun now, Jat. So PEX, they've had their share of obstacles getting the team off the ground, but they say all their hard work was worth it for a shot at being the first Latin American team to play at Worlds.
Estar acá es un sentimiento increíble, la verdad. Siento que tenemos que representar a Latinoamérica pero de una manera muy bonita.
Estos dos juegos son muy importantes. Va a ser la primera vez que un equipo de Latinoamérica tenga la posibilidad de clasificar al Mundial.
Para mí es un sueño, ganar aquí sería todo el trabajo que he hecho en todo este tiempo, todo el trabajo que hizo el equipo para estar aquí y ganar aquí sería el Mundial.
Así que como obstáculo más grande tuvimos ese que nos tuvimos que mudar todos para Uruguay.
Como ser de distintos países, son distintas culturas, distintas formas de pensar. Eso fue lo que más tuvimos que luchar para poder ahora ser el equipo que somos.
Como cualquier otro equipo, tenés que perder un poquito, fidear un poco, como para ir aprendiendo y nacer como equipo.
Nosotros jugamos contra Lion Gaming en la final de la parada competitiva de Buenos Aires. Éramos como los underdogs.
Pero el balón para quién va, Rafa, esa es la pregunta. ¡No te lo puedo creer! ¡Se lo robó Fraction! Rafa, ¿qué está pasando? Comienza la pelea.
No sé, todo el mundo me dijo que ese robo de Baron fue el momento para poder darle vuelta a la partida. Ese momento fue único y especial para mí.
¡Su ¡Te pido, cantalo, Rafa, cantalo! ¡GG!
Cuando apenas ganamos, como que no lo podía creer. Por un momento estuve como llorando y por suerte las cámaras no estaban en ese momento. Y arrancarlo este año y terminarlo con la frutillita de ir a Worlds no es solo un sueño, algo que se dice y no sabemos si vamos a lograr, es algo que queremos lograr y vamos a dar todo para lograrlo.
I gotta say, the way they got there was really incredible. Fragio's like amazing Baron steal, right? And like the come from behind game 3. Really, both these teams were squads that weren't expected to make the qualifier.
And I really also like the places these teams have come from. It's a little bit nostalgic for me, almost thinking back to kind of Season 2 Worlds or even the competitive scene in North America back then, because I feel like that's kind of where they are right now.
Yeah.
There's so much passion from the players. A lot of it is just kind of just grassroots, you would almost say, as far as esports are going. We're doing some research onto PEX, and they were one of the first teams that had a gaming house. They're actually not going to stay in the gaming house because of the difficulties it had, but at one point they couldn't practice enough because they were gathering firewood to try and stay warm. Like, these guys are completely just 100% passionate about League of Legends, and that's all that matters to them right now.
Yeah, and I mean, people, you know, got up and moved around. Like when Yuri put the team together, he pulled his old jungler teammate. He's like, "Come down with me. Let's move and start this gaming. Let's start this team together." Found the best players he could, right? Who were already local, which is why they moved over there with him. So it's pretty incredible. And you talked about sort of as organizations grow up and whatnot. In North America, we have Koreans and Europeans coming in and filling the rosters here. I like Kaboom's story because Brazil has 2 top teams where they brought in 2 Korean players each. You've got guys with pretty decent sort of Korean professional
and the team K-Star has brought in Mac Noon, who's a name that a lot of people know as a coach. And they got, what, 2-0'd in the semifinals by Kaboom?
Yeah, and then it was an all-Brazilian final, and Kaboom did wonderful there. So we're going to check out the starting lineups, of course, for this match. On the blue side, it is Kaboom Esports, Lep in the top lane, Danagorn in the jungle, Tin Owns in mid, Minerva on AD carry, and Dan's on support.
Yes, and on the red side, it is PEX Gaming. Monterrey in the top lane, Fragio in the jungle, mid lane is Uri, AD carry is Mega JP, and the support is Bad Milk.
And for today's featured matchup, we'll be keeping an eye on the mid lane for Kaboom's Tin Owns versus PEX's Uri.
Yeah, it could be called the battle of the old versus new in a sense. Not only is Yuri the founder of PEX, but he's been one of its star performers this whole time. He brings a wealth of experience. I mean, he's played in live events and gone up against CJ Blaze and WE because he was at WCG last year. But there is something to be said for the youth and vigor and a 17-year-old mid lane prodigy, which is what Tin Owns kind of defines himself as. He has been a driving force for Kaboom. He's become feared for his Yasuo, and their manager does say he's the player most likely to carry the team.
And that's going to be a big thing here. I think individual skill is actually fairly similar for both these teams. Reading up on these guys, it's actually really common for South American teams or LATAM teams to play on the Brazilian server specifically.
Exactly.
For sort of individual solo queue practice. They sort of feel the Brazilian scene's a little bit farther ahead. But these are players who still hit Challenger in the Brazilian solo queue, for example. So obviously very good players as well. And as we talk about sort of how teams grow in practice as well, a lot of these teams will play NA Challenger teams for practice, where these guys will sort of, you were talking about sort of playing meta picks and whatnot, like these scenes bleed over a little bit more so towards the North American scene here, because that's the practice partners they can get, but it's fun to see how picks and how sort of styles move throughout the world.
That'll be real interesting in this one. There's a few kind of pockets of picks that I'll be really interested in, because if we look back to the regionals, that's another thing we have to touch on. The regionals were a long time ago. So they were all the way back to the 4.11 patch.
Yep.
So that was a good 4 patches ago if you're tracking live. But if you're tracking the patch we're playing on right now, it's 4.14. At the time, the 2 junglers that Danagorn played during their 9 games in the qualifier was just Vi and Jarvan the 4th. Whereas we looked over on the side of PEX, the team much more likely to just play whatever is kind of the meta picks, was very much about the Lee Sin, the Elise. Lee Sin was very critical in the Baron steal at the end of the game.
Right.
So I do want to see whether or not they try and target out the Vi and the Jarvan, or whether Kaboom actually tries to take away Lee Sin and put themselves out of their comfort zone. There will be a lot of mind games coming into this one because they know the players. They've just never played against each other team to team.
Right, yeah, they play each other in solo queue plenty. They don't play each other in the actual 5-on-5s, right? Different regions and all that. But it does become interesting because I think there's actually a lot of individual style differences. Lep is a very big, Lep is, by the way, the Brazilian team Kaboom's top laner. I'll probably repeat the teams a couple times for you guys who don't know the scenes very well. His former screen name on live was just Aurelia. unsurprisingly, he was an Aurelia main for a really long time.
Who would guess that?
Yeah, right? Shocking, I know. But he had actually dropped it off his pool for a short time. We didn't see him play that champion at all during his regionals, but I was talking with him backstage a little bit, trying to get some insider information. He's like, yeah, we're probably going to bring it back. Look, like, he's a big one-on-one bruiser player. He's someone who wants to go in and battle the 1v1, and I think this team still feels like on Kaboom's side, that as long as they play safe and smart and they play the way they know how to play, they'll just sort of win automatically by being better. And we might just see brawls expected to go Kaboom's way.
It could end up that way. The esports scene in Brazil is farther along than the LATAM scene at the moment. So even though these teams do come from the same servers, Kaboom is seen as a favorite, if not a heavy favorite, coming into this one. It will just be this best of 5. But honestly, both of these teams are very used to being the underdogs, just from their stories. The fact that PEX was able to take down Lion Gaming, who had dominated the Latin American scene and wasn't even thought to be questioned for pretty much the entire year, the fact that they beat them in the best of 3 was almost a miracle for them to get here in the first place. And then you look over on the fact at Kaboom, the fact that they were able to take down K-Stars, which is the team with 2 Korean players and a Korean coach, and then still 3-1 in the finals for their qualifier, means both these teams, they've definitely worked their way here, and they're used to being underdogs.
Yeah, and then it's going to be a really weird scenario of, like, you can ride momentum, of course, you can ride the practice and whatnot, but then when you're considered favorites, does that, like, screw with you suddenly, right?
Exactly.
Are you no longer playing with all this passion and drive? And again, talking to the Brazilian team for a little bit, they're like, yeah, the manager was just like, look, if they just play calm, like, if they don't get screwed up by nerves, if they just actually play their game the right way, they should just be fine. But bigger stage, of course, yes, you guys have played on a stage before, but you know, moving 5 time zones away can sometimes screw with your ability to play well.
That is the big thing. I ran into PEX actually yesterday outside their hotel randomly. They seemed super loose, but I asked them how their travel was, and they all just went, long, really long trip, because it actually was. You got to take several flight transfers, and as far as travel for these guys, they haven't necessarily, if you look at PEX's side, save for Yuri, who's been to WCG, haven't done that long travel before, and it can mess with you mentally.
It really can. So it's just up to how these guys have acclimated, and are they ready, and are they awake? It's, what, 9:30 p.m. in Brazil right now, and not far away from that down in Uruguay.
We have many viewing parties going on down there as well, because the fans are just so passionate.
Yeah, and to my knowledge, I didn't see any Brazilian or I guess Portuguese or Spanish streams for this. I'm sure someone's going to restream it in the native tongue. But for all you guys watching us and trying to carry along and maybe not your native language, we'll do our best to pronounce their names properly.
Freak was practicing rolling R's before the game. I'm not very good at rolling my own R's, so I'm going to do my best. So let's put it that way.
It'll be fun. Yeah, I'll say. What is it?
Mantarraya.
Mantarrajita a couple of times for you guys, which is little stingray.
Not to say that one.
That's true. We're gonna cheat and actually go for the Spanish R as opposed to South American Spanish, because the SH is harder for me. So Mantarraya is a little bit easier.
I feel like that's good enough.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Like, it's actually how it's said in many parts of the world that speak Spanish. It's only like the deep South American where they turn the Y into an SH sound.
Yeah,
so.
Speaking of Mantarraya, he is probably respected as the best top laner or one of the biggest threats on PEX. Even though we're looking at the stats, Yuri is the highest in kill participation, but the team overall has low kill participation, which generally speaks to a strong top laner or heavy split pushing strategy. So Mantarraya will most likely try and even get some focus to win his lane early on from his jungler, and maybe try and take that into a bit of a split push strategy.
And that's going to be interesting how that plays out, because as far as sort of intra-team dynamics, Uri and Fragio have actually played together for a while. They were back on Lion together. They both founded Lion. They both founded PEX as well. So these guys, the mid and jungler of PEX, have very good synergy. On the other side, though, Lep and Damagorn have played together for a long time over on Kaboom. So you talk about Manta trying to actually pull attention. Well, there's this great top jungle synergy on the other side that's going to be hard to battle against. And so you have these weird mismatches of where there's extra synergy.
Yeah.
And I really do want to see how that gets tilted.
Yeah, I really want to get this series underway. Sorry for the short delays, guys, but we should be getting a Champ Select right now. We're trying to give you as much information on Kaboom and PEX as possible, because it's new teams for a lot of you guys. But here we go in a Champ Select. They did decide to ban that Jarvan.
All right, so we're going to see the Jarvan and Vi away from Damagorn, so he's going to play his first sort of new champion in a really long time.
Yeah.
The Lee Sin does go away from Fragio, and I don't think it's going to change at all throughout this entire best of 5. As first pick's already coming through. Yeah, okay, no surprise there on the Mordekaiser hover. Bit of a taunt against Kaboom, but Alistair all ready for Lep.
Yeah, we haven't been seeing Alistair getting through in the entirety of the NA playoffs. But that is something that happens when you decide so heavily to target ban a specific player. Maokai versus Alistair, as far as the lane goes, is actually going to be an alright lane for the Maokai. It'll just be a matter of if they can survive the turret dives that are sure to come.
Oh, absolutely. And Uri's got himself the Ryze mid lane as well. Interesting to see that one rush picked so quickly without all that many mid lane bans. Not to mention a Cassidy ban in 414, which I also haven't seen very much of.
It's true. It could just be a throwback. Remember the last time these guys have played competitively, or as far as tournament, was way back on the 4.11 patch. And while you can make those adaptations, scrim versus actual practice, sometimes you just don't want to chance it. Oriana is probably going to get picked here.
Yeah, well, the cool thing for Tim, though, is that he doesn't have to rush this at all. He can take all the time he wants, make sure he can lock down other priority picks like maybe a jungler, maybe an AD carry away, and we'll see if they want to contest anything else here. Right now, however, going on to Kha'Zix and Morgana.
So they're saving. They're trying to save a little bit of picking time. It's pretty much always the case that unless a mid laner is locked in really early by the blue side, that the red side will last pick their mid laner. But with the genericness of the mid laners available for Kaboom, I don't necessarily know the value of that counter pick. Theoretically, they could block a Yasuo a little bit, but they've already picked Ryze. You can see the soul lanes for Pex are already there, so there's no real counter pick threat coming out from them. They just pick power as far as the lanes go.
Yeah, and honestly, especially if you can sort of deny some of the picks away from these guys, it makes sense to early pick solos and force your opponent around. I know Ryze is good against Yasuo specifically, and so if you're trying to lock down Tin against that, then you have a little bit of extra power there for this one. We're going to see Mega JP and Bad Milk get their two champions here. Lucian, Braum, definitely a great combo if they do lock that in.
This pick and ban is going fairly similar to the scouting, where we know that Pex likes to favor the meta champions. I hate using the term, but that's the best way of describing it right now. Whatever champions are just considered top tier, they will pick, almost regardless of matchup in this case. They pick the Maokai and the Ryze right away, and then they say, Kaboom, bring it. Whatever you have for us, you're free to counterpick your mid lane despite being on blue side, which is what Tinones is going to be able to do to that Ryze.
All right, we'll see what the matchup ends up being. My gut check is Oriana here, but we'll have to see. Minerva, honestly, pretty big on playing hyper carries, though, right now.
For sure.
He's got a Morgana to keep him safe.
Yep.
And now what is going to go alongside this? Knows he's fighting a strong laner in Lucian. If he goes for Twitch,
he could always lane swap as
exactly.
well.
In North America, you typically see people lane swap away. No, Trist will be the matchup here. So, Trist Morgana. I think should be pretty safe against Yasuo, or not Yasuo, but sorry, Braum and Lucian here.
They don't necessarily have to lane swap.
No.
And also, as far as respect goes, the bottom lane of the Pex is their least respected lane.
Yeah.
Especially in the finals that they played against Lion Gaming, there was very poor CS scores in 2v2 lanes by Mega JP and Bad Milk. At one point, it was a Caitlyn versus Corki lane, but it was 50 CS to 15 at one point, which was not something that typically happens in professional league. So that's they're probably going to be free to do 2v2 if they want to.
Yeah, we'll see.
What I take from that.
I think that's a likely expectation here as well. And again, Kaboom coming in as believed favorites, as well as I think favorites on paper, both in their minds and on what we've seen.
Oh, wow.
They might just want to go for the heads-up matchups there. And they're going to go for the Rengar. So interesting. See, in North America, you either play Rengar or win the game. You can't do both. We're going to see if Peck can turn that around here coming out.
Hey, remember, though, this is the much longer cooldown on Rengar Ultimate.
Yeah.
Rengar. So the quick kills that you'd be able to pull off with him are much fewer and far between. I'm a little surprised by that pick with the other junglers available, as far as maybe even Elise goes, with the Lee Sin being banned.
But yeah, that's exactly. How it goes. His Elise is there. There's plenty of other good stuff, and I do want to see what ends up happening. I'm trying to think as well on these strategic synergies here for the Rengar, because it's not like the Catball combo where you get the initiation from Fog. He's kind of the only easy way in for the team. And there's so much protection as well for Kaboom. It's not like he's going to one-shot Tristana, I would feel.
There's always the outside chance that they're trying to use it for the extra vision. But these team comps will be real interesting as far as this goes. Again, Kaboom definitely the favorites coming into this one with the first pick Alistair, and the fact that they pretty much got to counterpick all of their lanes. I would say they get an edge as far as strategic pick ban in this champ select.
Yeah.
But that's why you have to play the games.
Exactly. It's a best of 5, and it's going to be a whole bunch of fun. You can't guarantee who wins until all the games are played. But before we kick off the series, let's check your predictions online. According to LOLesports.com, 62% of you say that Kaboom will win, and I can't say that's too surprising.
Yeah, you can also share your picks over on Twitter by tweeting hashtag KBMWin or PEXWin to the @LOLesports Twitter account. We will be tallying the votes throughout the game. You'll see them on the bottom of the screen, a little ticker that goes back and forth, depending on how much it changes. Should be good.
It should be really good. So we do have a quick pause as the game gets started here. So I'm looking at the comps right now. Okay. Alistair, Kha'Zix, Orianna, Tristana, Morgana. Honestly, looks like an incredibly strong composition, something I would not be surprised to see in pretty much any of the sort of major, like sort of, I don't want to say like first party regions, but like you know, the ones that have more of their guaranteed slots in the World Championship here. And I mean, that's just a scary lineup to face against. They've got a lot of utility, great engage as well. Evolved Leap plus Shockwave, for example, pretty incredible.
Cowball combo if they want it.
Right, and you've got a Tristana there to clean up in the back line. It's just like solid everywhere, and it's like it's an enviable composition.
Let's talk about supports for a second.
All right.
Because Morgana's been falling off in all the Korean games I've been watching. They just don't like the pick. We've been seeing less and less of it in North America.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm trying to figure out exactly why. I'm sure we could talk to Crepo. Everyone is going to have their reasons for it.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure, but one thing that I could think of is it is a fairly slow skill shot, and when teams are getting used to using it, I feel like they're getting better at navigating the terrain and not getting caught out by as many Dark Bindings. But in this particular game, against a weaker bottom lane from Pex, I feel like it's a brilliant pick, and I think Dan's is going to get a lot of catches with Morg.
I especially think that Morgana is going to be very effective in this matchup. My own theory is actually really heavily matchup based, more just because I know bot lane 2v2 matchups a bit better than I know team comps. Morgana's bad against Zillion and bad against Nami, both of whom have gotten more popular, and she is great against Braum, who's gotten less popular.
True.
And so as far as just a lane counterpick scenario, I see her less, and teams don't like to pick into bad lane matchups typically.
Yeah, there is that outside thing where Morgana rose to prominence typically as a counter to the hard engaged supports, but she is never good against like the traditional supports that you would see that would sit far at the back.
Yeah.
So that is another reason for Morgana's fall. As well, she got nerfed.
Sure, of course she did. So now we'll see how the teams can get themselves into this game. Best of 5 here, spot in the World Championship on the line. Kaboom coming out of Brazil, Pex out of Latin America in general, specifically the Latin America South qualifier.
There were a few nerves, let's just say, at the start of this one. Kha'Zix and Morgana right here, so Danagorn and Dans, actually didn't buy trinkets when they were running out their level 1. They stopped about halfway until they reached defense, recalled back to base, and then bought trinkets.
Oh, wow.
So there's a few nerves going through these guys, knowing that a trip to Worlds is on the line.
Well, exactly what their manager said might be their downfall here, is if they just can't quite get the nerves under control in front of a big audience here. And the highest stakes that most of these players have ever faced, the spot at Worlds for this BO5 right here. Tristana spamming some taunts for good measure.
Well, they're trying a little bit of cheese right off the bat. The binding would help this.
Oh,
it's pretty close to the turret, though. That's not a
Mega JP, decent damage, but yeah, you're right. Not even a potion lost right there, but hey, a little bit of damage lead. Lep's gonna have to burn his teleport. He tried to make the play.
Yeah, they're hoping for a full face check from the AD carry. I don't even think they wanted to try Braum, because he got pretty close, and they probably could have landed the Pulverize on him, but they just decided not to. This slows down Danagorn's jungle a little bit because he was not able to get it.
That's true. So he's going to do what he can to get around. This looks like Rengar is a little bit ahead on the other side, so Fragio going to a bit. Nice try. Wow, those bindings!
Yep. I expect to see a lot of these. Dan's obviously high skill participation on the team, shot caller. Him being able to make some plays with binding is huge boon for these guys.
And you're seeing already Bad Milk being forced away. Dan's just harassing him back, saying, don't you dare. 5 gold per auto attack. Running plenty of money there. He's landing the Qs, you know, back in there, but Dan's just regenerating.
Yeah, we'll have to track the CS in this lane to see how far behind Mega JP gets. And likewise, we're going to have to track Yuri versus Tinones, because Tinones is undefeated on Orianna. He drew 4 Orianna bans in the Brazilian final because he was so devastating with her in the semifinals. It's going to be tricky for Uri on Rise with 2 defensive summoners, or just move speed based summoners, to slow that Ori down.
I do think it's a very good choice that he did pick Ghost, though, because getting outranged is just so difficult for Rise with the extra tools to get in. Rather important for the guy, but you're seeing good play by Minerva. You see how far he walks to the side of the lane before auto-attacking to get him back out of turret range before landing the damage. Doesn't pull any damage. And you're seeing out of potions, no Targon stacks left on Bad Milk either, and Mega JP is already almost pushed out of lane.
Right, and you can see he's burning dashes just by throwing out the Dark Binding, so the mana for Lucian is also not going to last forever if he keeps freely having to juke away from this bottom lane pressure that Kaboom is presenting.
Bind, and again, dashing away. I mean, thankfully it costs no mana now, but still, like, that's on cooldown all the time. You can't use it offensively. Right now, 21 to 18 in minions, but it's already a matchup where you want to be Tristana late game anyway, so plus 3 CS is a godsend in this kind of matchup.
Thank you for catching me on that one.
Yeah, it's true.
Lucian dash is free.
To be fair, I don't remember the cost
on his Q.
Yeah. It's hard to keep up with all the champions now that we're back to 2-week patch cadences.
Well, luckily we're on the 4.14 patch for the foreseeable future.
So Tin versus Uri right now, they are holding pretty equally, 30 to 30 in CS basically, and Tin not making any major plays. So we have a fairly stagnant laning phase, which only 4 minutes in, not that big of a surprise.
Quite well, Rise versus Ori early on, but the first big gank of the game, he tried to make it in the brush.
Nope.
Unsuccessful.
Shows himself, nothing really happens. Minerva just still spamming the joke, because why not? It is in fact a rocket in the pocket, Minerva, thank you.
Yeah, look at all the attention they're drawing too here with this Trist. Unbeknownst is the Alistar in the top lane, 35 CS to 19. He's actually been bullying Monterrey a little bit up there. So all the attention that Rengar spends down here may very well negatively impact the rest of the map.
And just imagine once teamfight starts, a super-powered Alistar, like as soon as he gets that Sheen, it feels like he'll be really able to bully the Maokai out of the lane, so that it's not something I really would be looking forward to on Pex's side in 30 seconds when TP's back up there. Now, Danagorn, first pink ward of the map, I believe. We'll be able to watch pushes around there.
That's the headbutt and auto attack that is pretty much what allows top lane Alistar to be a bully. That's why the Sheen is so effective on him.
And headbutt max, no surprise there. Oh, nice! I don't know if he predicted that necessarily, but it was sick if it was.
That was really nice. Obviously, he even prevented the damage right there because he interrupted the headbutt before it reached, it looked like.
Yeah, had to have. He would have gone backwards otherwise. Headbutt full res combo, a little bit of damage there. That's fine. Another dash away from the binding. Mega JP has recalled once for a pickaxe. Not too bad, though. It's an item that's worth staying on for a while. As they go again back into the lane. First recall, 16 CS lead here for Minerva.
Yeah,
yes,
I still feel like
F-Sword.
I still feel like all these dashes that Mega JP is using just when a binding is thrown out, while it's giving him some safe feelings as far as dodging the dark bindings, it's really diminishing the pressure that they hold in that lane.
Yeah.
With the dash down, they can never go offensive, and it's even putting them at risk of farther ganks. While it's on cooldown, he can't really get that aggressive for CS.
Yeah, and you kind of just know for sure on Kaboom's side that, like, there's never going to be pressure there. Your jungler's free to do whatever he wants because you shouldn't even fear Frahio for a while. And you can see now the attempted push towards his top lane red buff. Of course, Kaboom inferring the timer.
Right. Well, they know where Frahio came for his first gank at level 3, so they can pretty much say that he started red buff. They know if they want to invade that, and it appears that Kazakhs is in there unseen, but they should be able to infer that he was there. We'll end up seeing what happens here. Coming from the fog of war. He wants that head of Kazakhs right here.
Kazakhs, the lore matchup. Can Danagorn get in? There's the jumping in. Good, decent damage. There's the root in place. Flashes the wall. Yeah, and Tino's forcing the flash with Danagorn.
That's tricky, though. They have Braum here, though, so Bad Milk trying to turn around.
Oh, man. Tino's at a half HP. Is level 6. Can he get the shockwave down? In comes Alistar, but the Ignite might just be enough damage. No, Tino's at 1 health. Getting away. In comes Alistar. Braum gets the first blood. That is Bad Milk. And this matchup has soured for Kaboom. They are running away. Braum, though, still doing a body good there. Danagorn, one hit from dead, and Mantarraya takes him down.
Hey, that is the PEX specialty. That is how they made it here. Even if they're not able to win lanes, they are fantastic at capitalizing on enemy aggression. As soon as Kaboom felt comfortable from their lane leads, they made a move, since the bottom lane was being lost anyway, Bad Milk just decided to leave Mega JP on his own, and they turned 2 kills around. But here's the counter.
Well, they got to be careful, though. Morgana did pull aggro. She's running back in now. Mega JP is fairly safe. Minerva is kind of a rocket jump is down. Binding. Not going to do too much here, but that will be a sapling slow.
There is a flash. It's a matter of whether he gets his twisted advance started.
Field in time to stop the advance.
Wrong way.
Knocked Mantarraya the wrong direction. There's the knockup. Flash doesn't matter. Hits them both. Finally, the rocket jump comes out. Good dark binding, and Kaboom does get away.
Whew. So a very close escape, but every summoner spell burned by Kaboom with that move. And the CS advantage dwindles a little bit right there with that failed dive. They wasted so much time trying to chase around Mega JP that they lose that edge a little bit. At least they burn the teleport from Mantarraya.
So they did a little bit there, and they got some more time for Lep to make moves. That guy is now up 66 to 41 minions. But to be fair, it's still a 600 gold lead now. 4 packs, actually 400 gold lead for them off those kills. So
yeah,
it's a pretty good place to be when you get counter ganks like that.
Blue buff, Catalyst, and Tier onto Ryze in the mid lane. That is very important as far as this game progressing. They're going to have a big wall of tanks when they're trying to move in for these team fights, which when you can get ahead is just a very, very strong strategy. They get that by picking the Ryze and the Maokai very early in Champ Select and seeing whether or not Kaboom was willing to win the counter matchups.
And so far, the only lane that's, I guess bot lane kind of got back to equal. 8 CS, not that hard anymore. And sure, Trish has that theoretical 40-minute late game advantage, but it just kind of got dwindled right there. So it's basically the tank matchup is being won by Kaboom, which maybe doesn't really mean that much. At least not yet.
No, and even then, it's a 1-kill Maokai versus a 0-kill Alistar. If you check the gold for that one, it's actually 70 gold more for Lep. He's not winning that matchup as of yet, and as soon as Mantarraya gets a Roa, even just with the Catalyst, he's pretty good at just wave clearing and sustaining that up. That is going to just be a traded matchup for the foreseeable future.
So we have to see then what happens in team fights here. Thankfully for Kaboom, Tin is on that great Orianna. Shockwave's, of course, an incredible spell to have.
Wonder if we're going to see this Rengar gank. He's trying to stack up to full Fury.
And there he has it.
Ferocity.
Yep.
If we're being technical about this.
Why not?
He's going to... You don't really kill an Alistar in the top lane. I would imagine his gank...
No.
I imagine his gank should go mid lane for Tinones. But there's some pretty spectacular ward coverage actually by Kaboom.
Yeah. There's only down the lane. That's the only easy gank path for Frahio here. Sweeps it out, says, okay, there are no wards in try, but he spent the last minute waiting by double golems, hoping there was a gank, and then finding nothing.
I think he was hoping for a counter gank, so just a little bit of a missed read right there because Kha'Zix was actually sitting bot lane that whole time. You can see much better pink ward control from Kaboom at the moment, yet they're all defensive pink wards, so it's not really allowing them to take hold in this game.
Yeah, they can't track Frahio. They can see if they're getting invaded on, which isn't happening, so okay, I guess that
yet if they're winning lanes, if Kaboom is winning lanes, they're generally not going to be invaded on.
True. And as soon as lanes win, you can just run in and clear the pink wards away. Now Mega JP finally turns aggressive. A couple autos in a queue right there, and Minerva suddenly has to be a bit more afraid of this one.
Yeah. Look at Mega JP's build right now. He is completely about the early game. He's never had enough gold to go back and buy a BF sword, so he's just stacking AD, but because of that build right now, he's incredibly gold efficient for what he spent. Sure. It gave him some bullying potential against Triss.
Doing plenty of damage right here. That will be the Dragon picked up here by Pex, and look at that. 1,300 gold lead now for these guys.
Wow.
On the road to Worlds, they're winning game 1.
Trying to represent the Latin American region to the best of their ability right now. I really like that AD carry build because I don't want this to come across the wrong way. That's kind of what I end up doing on AD carry when I'm losing lane. It's like, I'm just going to keep building stuff. I don't care if I don't get a BF sword because I might actually win a fight if I build these items. And that's basically what happened. He could never get to his BF sword.
Right.
But he got enough attack damage. I mean, that build right now has him sitting at 149 AD on Lucian, which is the same as Trist.
Exactly.
And then Lucian has better mid-game power as long as he's kept the items equal in that way.
I mean, it's cool too because the great thing as well is it fits into the build. He's gonna get a Brutalizer as his like first or second completed item in the first place. He'll get the Eye eventually as well. Like it's not even like he's really losing anything out by this. Just, oh no, I'm not combining right away. Like who cares? Neither has Trist. So it's kind of whatever. Minerva trying to get a little bit of harass down. That binding's going to get dodged by just some quick auto, a right click on the ground. And life's all right again.
Look at this.
Really
man.
good culling.
Every shot of the culling hit Minerva, and now he's basically chunked down.
With the double Dorans for a sustain. Like, that's not very much. Cute thankfully misses. Minerva can stay up there, but suddenly Mega JP is self-sufficient, and Braum just throw him around.
Ever since that Braum roam, it actually just kind of kicked Mega JP into high gear as far as being able to get farm going. He's going to have enough gold for his BF sword, actually, most likely on his next back, because he's been able to farm for quite some time now. And Minerva did not go back after that last little bit of damage. Herein lies the danger, though, if they get over-aggressive, because Kha'Zix lays in wait.
Oh my gosh, 200 health now on Minerva. They've really had to be careful about this one. Good blocking in by Bad Milk. And the push will stay, but Kaboom are forced to take a sub-optimal recall now in the bottom lane, and Danagorn is going to soak up experience.
They're sticking in strong right here.
Yeah.
Continuing to dash out of those dark bindings. And now they're on the offensive. So the last time we saw Kaboom go a little offensive, they got picked off on a red invade. Now Pex giving him a taste of their own medicine.
Oh, that binding was really close. Could not quite catch Frahio, and out he goes. Tin is trying to contain this red buff for his team. Looks like that will happen. Danagorn sweeps away ward, says no one's around. Okay, I can grab that with smite and auto attacks. And life is safe once again, but that was all kinds of scary.
Pex runs away while they still can. Frahio is falling fairly far behind in experience. That's a level 9 Kha'Zix.
Oh, wow.
He'll be hitting level 8 on this blue buff once he gives it away. But it's still not ideal.
Yeah, it's weird because we haven't even seen Thrill the Hunt come out from this Rengar yet. Like, you say, okay, well, maybe he's down in levels because he's been ganking a lot and it just hasn't quite paid off, and sometimes that's kind of forgivable, but here he's waiting and waiting and saying, you know what, that's actually not a gank, never mind, and that happens over and over again. Now Mantarraya wants to make his way down to the bottom lane, and they're going to go for this one.
Oh, man.
And they have surrounded Minerva and Dance.
This is really brute force.
Flash under the turret. Alistar gets the headbutt pulverized, and Lep is suddenly not where he wants to be. Ulti's still on. It's going to time out in about 2 seconds right now, and now he tries to run away. Good damage coming out. Culling coming across well, and Kaboom, they do walk away safely.
A 5-man collapse on the bottom lane. Lep showing why Alistar's banned fairly frequently. Takes all 5 of them for quite a while, giving enough time for Kaboom to support, and now it's a potentially 4v5 into the turn. I mean, Kha'Zix of all people is split pushing the top lane. This is a win for Kaboom in this situation because it was a 5-man investment for no rewards.
Yeah, I felt like it was Kaboom realizing they would defend under the turret just fine, so Danagorn went to hold lane, and Lep was like, okay, I'll defend you guys, don't worry.
Because he had to teleport down.
Right, and it was just like a really good hold, and Pex just didn't get anything for a ridiculously aggressive move.
Yeah, one will call that a good rotation, actually. Ooh, Shockwave right there by Tanones. Uri's pretty tanky, though.
Yeah, he's fine. Rod of Age is already done. 60 minutes in. Top lane turret goes down first of the game. And with that, Kaboom ties the gold back at 22,000 each.
So Rengar Ultimate was burned in that last little skirmish down in the bottom lane. Very, very close game. A lot of this is going to come down to the team fighting. Double Roa right now for Pex. Let's see where the stacking is on those. So we're not there really on either of them. They need about another... So Rod of Ages was just completed onto Mantarraya.
Yeah, that's 10 minutes.
Yeah, and it's another 4 minutes.
7 Yuri's. 2 per stat. It's 2 per minute, right?
Okay, 7 minutes, yeah. Then they'll be at full power from those.
Yep.
A lot of time is needed from Pex, but it's kind of a catch-22 because they want time for their Rod of Ages to get big, but then if they give too much time to the Trist, Alistar, Ori team comp, they will most likely get outscaled. So they kind of need to wait 5 minutes and then go, but not wait too long.
Well, that'll actually time up
pretty well. Got to find their windows of power.
The thing is, there's actually a pretty good window here in Lucian versus Trist. They're both going to finish I-Edge first, and that's fine. But Brutalizer comes in way faster than like a Static Shiv for Tristana. So you're going to have this great like level 12-ish window where Lucian's just much, much, much more useful. The first or second Dragon's going to come up, and I think it's still going to be good for Pex here as well. Especially if they can walk Mantarraya down, because his ulti's going to be so good for the team fight.
Well, with Dragon in 20 seconds, I wonder if we're even going to get to that point, because there is an Infinity Edge on Minerva and just the attack damage components onto Mega JP. This one could very well just go to Kaboom, though, because Alistar's roamed down, and there's no teleport on Maokai to match. Pex would have to give this one up if they don't want to lose the fight.
Yeah, you're right. Very nicely done by Kaboom. Lep coming down was a big deal. They're just sending Manta down now, but that might be a little bit too late. Wards being swept away now by Kaboom. They want to control vision, but this is buying enough time for the Maokai to rejoin the PEX roster.
He's got to run real fast. At the moment it was superior team play, but they get the catch before Maokai's there. Let's see what happens.
All right, ulti popped in by Braum. Out he runs. Lep burns his as well, so 2 ultis
Gar is
down.
ulted. As he go in, they have the notifications.
They know he's going to jump in for Danagorn, who leaps away and stays safe. And looks like just a trading of blows back and forth. Ward's still coming down. Looks like PEX will see this dragon.
Yeah, it would be a poke war here. Ori does have much better poke than PEX at the moment.
And looks like Kaboom are just forcing them back towards the mid lane. There is a wave here that can be used to push, though.
The interesting thing about this is Kaboom doesn't have an Alistar ult at the moment. So if they do get a fight, it might not work out.
Well, flash engage. Mantaraya up there in the front lines, and Lep going to
just focus Alistar. That's all they need to do.
And they're doing some really good damage. Lep forced to run away. Danagorn also incredibly low on health. Bad Milk tosses a slow. Lep now at 400 health. There's the root. There's the kill picked up. Bad Milk, I think, now has 2 kills on his team.
If PEX can fight in the windows when Lep's ultimate is down on Alistar, they will win because it is a tankless team on Kaboom right there and a team of tanks on PEX's side. Really good just knowledge there of when to go in and who to target, which gives them the fight and yet another dragon.
Beautiful stuff right there. PEX now do have all the dragons in the game, a 1,500 gold lead as well. Of course, this is just game 1 of 5, but those early lane troubles have turned around pretty nicely. You're seeing now bottom lane Editor taking plenty of damage. Mega JP not afraid of Dans, and in fact, I feel like they could dive the Morgana, who's completely alone. Only now does Minerva come in. But that is even more gold coming PEX's way.
So quite a game 1 performance. Despite losing some of their lanes early, they have held on. They've won the team fights. Monterrey is sticking to it despite a tough lane matchup against Alistar with all those headbutt punches. Mega JP was able to survive when Braum roamed away. It's one of the big things that gave PEX those first few kills. And now it's going to be whether or not they can pull the trigger on this edge and start getting some turrets of their own.
There's got to be a decent chance of this, though. I think Archangel's staff should be done pretty soonish for Ryze. That's going to get completed as he finishes the recall. He's got the money for it. And it's weird because Kaboom, I just keep thinking of the story about how they're supposed to be the favorites here and what kind of game they're trying to play. They didn't do this thing where you expect to win and you play passively and you're just like, the game will fall into our lap. They went for that invade on the red buff at 7 minutes, and they got stuffed by an amazing roam from Bad Milk of PEX. And you're like, if we're the favorites and aggressive moves aren't working, what do we even do suddenly?
That's a good question. I mean, I still think back to the fact that 2 players forgot to buy trinkets at level 1.
Yeah.
That still happens to all of us, but only when you're distracted by something. Here, though, Minerva trying to make a big play.
The damage output, 1 hit to go. So Minerva can reach him. Red buff is still on. There's the kill, 1v1. Kaboom, Minerva. Proven 80 carry power right there.
That's one way to start getting back into the game. If Trist gets big, there is not that much PEX can do about it. And now they're just seeing if they can use that confidence for another play. Pink War behind them, but that just reveals the Kazakhs.
And that's going to be Kazakhs who's got to be afraid, but a nice 2-man shockwave. They're going to go in. Bad Milk does not land the knockup. Udi's going to go down to the binding or the autos of Kazakhs, and that is a 1-for-1 actually, as in comes Frahio.
Surprising collapse right there. Alistar a little bit farther behind. Teleport burned, however. They will be able to leverage that in the future. Now they're trying to push 2 lanes at once. 3 in the mid, Trist in the bot.
And Trist's gonna have a pretty easy field day, 1v0 right here. Mid lane outer gonna go down as well, and Kaboom finally claw their way back in within 700 gold.
Definitely all started by Minerva right there. A lot of the times that happens. We knew these teams sometimes have issues with team play. We're gonna look at this mid lane fight once again, though. A good collapse by the Kazakhs. The big thing was just the timely black shielding of the Morg as well. They try to ult to stop him. A, it missed. B, there was a black shield. They run all the way in. Unfortunately, he gets Braum stunned in the turret, so a little bit more precision there would have been a 1-for-0, but it still gave them the turret afterwards with all the pressure they created.
I like the setup too. From Fog of War evolved Spike Racks, just the 50% slow.
To set the shockwave up.
Yeah, the Ryze just can't get away from that at all, and it was pretty beautiful. So the flank moves, the dive's still looking decent for Kaboom. I'm glad they are still feeling that they should play aggressively, because that's generally how you win a game of League of Legends, even though they are down 2 kills to 4.
Just to go back a little bit, though, before that play, when Minerva soloed Mega JP down in the bottom lane, I cannot overstate how demoralizing 1v1 kills can be, not for the individual, but for the team. Immediately they feel pressure to do something else, and that's one of the big reasons it hurt off from there. And now Lep tries to make a play.
Ultis pop by both top laners. Now Rengar in the mix as well. Can he do much? Lep's still wearing a black shield, though, means he's not going to really go down.
That's a lot of damage.
Takes a big chunk out from Rise. He's got to get away.
Well, Yuri is the founder of the team and pretty much the guy who's involved in all their big plays. He's getting pretty farmed on Rise right here.
Yeah.
And will be a big threat probably for the next 15 minutes or so. Maybe even longer. It's funny, Rise hits his max items generally before other mages. So he'll have that big power spike around 40-45 minutes.
It's actually pretty incredible. When we look at sort of CS at 10 numbers, you're like, oh yeah, the Karthuses, the Anivias, the Orianas of the world who take Wraiths all the time, and they're just like these AoE mages where you expect it to happen. Rise is at 10 CS per minute, which I feel like I don't see that much from Rise. Just from his laning phase being a little bit rough.
A lot of times Rise are trying to survive that laning phase.
Right, not thriving, where he's actually doing incredibly right here.
Yeah, that is a very powerful Rise right now. So much so that there's not magic resist built up really on the enemy, and he's hitting some pretty powerful points in the game right now with nearly 3,000 mana already on Rise.
So incredible stuff so far by Uri here in the mid lane. Early pick Rise, first round actually. They went Maokai Rise their first 2 picks here. So far those guys are holding up. 1-0-1 on Montaraya's Maokai, and life is good.
This game is still ridiculously close.
Yeah.
One thing I need to be tracking here is Frahio's Rengar build. Because it's not your typical Rengar build. A lot of guys we've seen will sit on a Madrid's Razor, then go a bunch of cooldown reduction for quick ultimates.
Right.
Of course, Rengar's ultimate was nerfed to a point where it takes much longer to cool down, and then he still didn't go with the cooldown reduction, so he's going more of a damage Rengar build, which maybe he's going to try some type of split pushing or assassination with, but I've almost never seen that work recently. As far as the high damage Rengar, unless he's like 8-0, I don't see him soloing people that often, so he's going to be a little bit squishy if he jumps in at the wrong time. And I do wonder how effective he'll be able to be with that low CS number and the damage build.
Yeah, there are a few things I'm thinking about with this. So one is they do have a dual tank line already. I don't think you ever need 3 tanks. They have Maokai, they have Braum. So as far as a durability from a team standpoint, I understand squishy Rengar.
Yeah.
Now, he has managed to get to the point where he's actually out-leveling Danagorn. So he has been farming more recently.
Yeah, you can
and
see
maybe that
with
build's going to spike up.
The Pharaoh Flare transform.
Right.
Is one big moment. This next dragon will be so telling. Teleport advantage is on Alistar, though, so it makes it a little difficult. Monteraya needs another 25 seconds before he could counter a teleport, or he just needs to stay close to Alistar. He is doing neither, but the dragon is not immediately getting contested right now.
Yeah.
I don't feel like Kaboom has the timer on the teleport from Maokai.
It seems not. It's up in about 10 seconds, though. Frahio also burned his ulti, and I don't know if anyone got notifications from it, but that is on cooldown now, and Kaboom now starting this one up.
Pretty bold dragon. They haven't swept, and they have no pink ward. So they're doing this right in the face of Pex. It's going out fast, though. Let's see Rengar.
They're going to take damage pretty soon. There's a flash and steal from Frahio, and he's going to be going down, but the dragon is still theirs. Now, can they get much more? Danagorn on the chase. Good knock up there from Braum to keep him safe, but Danagorn goes in anyway, mostly squishy. There's the headbutt, pulverize, engage. Mantaraya goes down, and Danagorn is going to be getting his second kill of that fight.
While the steal is nice, unless it is coordinated with an initiation, it only leads to chaos. 2 deaths, and now their turrets are at risk.
And it's going to be mid lane tier 2 going down right about now. Tristana, Shiv, Infinity, engage, Shockwave lands. Hootie's got to run away. Can he stay alive? Looks like maybe, but in goes Tin with the Ignite as well. That will be the kill picked up by the Oriana player from Brazil, and that is a tier 2 turret going down.
Some big playmaking coming in from Kaboom right there. Flash to Alistar combo into the Shockwave, and a whole bunch of damage goes down. Let's check that out one more time. You can see with the black shield, nothing to stop the Alistar. They throw the shield on, they get the Shockwave. It only sucks in Yuri because of that nice flash from Mega JP, but it gets the job done. They get the kills, kill, and the turret.
Yeah, Bad Milk force flash away, and down goes the rest of everything else. So Kaboom clawing slowly back into this one. 1,700 gold only. The lead right here. The first time they've had a kill lead, I think, the entire game as well. And PEX are having the mid game slip away from them a little bit here.
Yeah. I wonder if it's going to be a little bit too late for them now. You can see the damage items being completed onto Lep. You can see the static shiv onto Minerva. So the little brutalizer jump that Mega JP had may be getting bypassed now by Minerva's Trist.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get really difficult. Navigating teamfights like this, champions like Orianna and Kha'Zix and Alistar are really hard to play Lucian as, because you're always close to them. You're always in range of their incredibly debilitating CC. Whereas Minerva's like, I can outrange a Ryze, that's like free.
Very true. Matic resist being built up onto Rengar as well. Make it very hard if he tries to dive Tristana. Good rotation there to get the turret, though, keeping the gold pretty even. They're going to probably try and work around the Baron Pit a little bit for vision, but they can't exactly force just because of the strength of that Orianna plus Alistar combo. They're on very unsteady ground right now if you're PEX.
Yeah.
Feels like Kaboom has the momentum back.
Yeah, PEX needs vision pretty badly to not get snuffed out by these incredibly good engage combos that we've seen now multiple times here from Kaboom. Pink ward's going away, so the attempts to control vision, not even getting to stick around very much. Dan's ward's a bit more gold. McKill's Crucible now on him. And yeah, I feel like Kaboom can play a lot more secure now. I think that the sort of frightful part is over. Now that they've shown they can win fights multiple times, they're up 4 turrets to 2. They're not in any immediate danger anymore.
They keep backing for these different times, and they've kind of given away 2 turrets. They're just outers, but it will open up the map a little bit more.
PEX got to be a little bit careful, though. Oh, the turret does go down. 500 gold goes over to PEX for that one. Lep rooted in place, never mind for that one. But Danagorn goes in a bit by himself. They do find Flavio, though. Doesn't go in.
Yeah, tremendous amounts of vision will be given by that Rengar ultimate for him, but he was using it as a defensive mechanism. You can really see that Rengar starting to fall off a bit of a cliff as far as relevancy. Whereas Danagorn is becoming more and more potent. The vision control granted here by Kaboom is going to be pretty key. See how many wards they can get down. They pretty much just have the Sightstone from Dan's. No one actually packing wards with that invade, so they don't get as much vision as they would have wished, but they still control the blue buff, and that should set up a little bit of split pushing for Minerva's Trist.
But you're right about the ward control, though. Kaboom are back down to only 2 pink wards in the map. They're trying to find this pick, though, onto Ryze. He pops the ulti to get away. Binding, not quite going to land. And out goes Uri here. But only 2 pink wards. Dragon control not required just yet. Baron, though, only a single green ward. And they're going to have to restock.
Quite a game here, though. PEX definitely showing up. Just winning that best of 3. Sometimes you just like to smash the ground on Alistar. It feels good.
So it's a good stretch.
Cool
the warm-up exercise. Yeah. You just wanted to trample around. Thinks it looks cool. Bad move keeps it away.
Unless PEX gets some type of miraculous initiation, they're going to be hard-pressed to win this game. The power of Tanone's Orianna at this point in the game may be a little bit too great, especially considering how grouped PEX is going to be around the times of their initiations. Ryze, fairly short range. Maokai and Rengar kind of go together. Braum likes to follow up.
Yeah.
Tanones should hold a lot of control with his shockwaves. So the gold isn't really indicative of how much momentum Kaboom actually has here.
I actually agree a lot, and I want to touch back to a point you made earlier in one of the first Dragon fights about how PEX would love to fight around Lep's Alistar ulti cooldown. Right?
But if they never force fights, yeah.
Right, and the thing, right, not only do they not have very good hard engage, but even if they were able to force the fight, they can't, like, run away from Alistar Orianna and, like, come back in. They're also short range, and the engage is so darn strong from Kaboom.
And PEX is very all-in with their initiation, so they don't really have the tools to force an Alistar ultimate, disengage, and re-engage. They just pretty much engage and hope it works.
Yeah, so Lep only building his first defensive item now. Looks like a Guardian Angel, potentially, off of Trinity 4 Static Shiv. So very headbutt trade focused.
Dragging back up, you can see PEX has lost all control. They're just trying to get some vision around the Baron area once again. They could make a really drastic move and try and rush it down, but it's going to be right on top of Pinks.
Wow,
it's right on top of a Pink.
Literally on top of Wards, but Kaboom thought that was going to be too bold. They had went towards the bottom lane. Now they're coming. Lev will be in there, but the team might not be there in time. They hit Baron. They will hit Baron. That will be Pex's Baron. Smite it up. And here comes the engage. Lev's ulti is down right now. And can they find more? Yuri goes in. Tino's forced to flash away. Will they find any more engagements? Monterrey in the front lines. And down goes Lev. Beautiful shockwave to buy some time. But there comes Yuri trying to take that 10. He will trade 2 for 1 plus Baron for Pex.
Wow, so Pex seems to pull a rabbit out of their hat whenever they need to find a play, and they're still getting a little bit pushed back. Minerva jumps in.
Nice bind right there. Minerva has all the focus onto him. Can he find it? Mega JP says, don't you dare. Tries to take him down. Flash comes in. Another root goes for the Maokai here. Danagor gets stunned. The dive on in. That will finally be the kill of Mega JP. Make that a 3 for 1 plus Baron for Pex.
Yeah, and Baron will remain on 4 members of Pex. Holy crap, Freak. We were saying the only thing that will allow Pex to win is if they can somehow burn the Alistar ult and then get a fight. And lo and behold, the Alistar ult is burned while the Baron is there. They get the Baron, and then the fight starts. Lep is a non-factor. He cannot create Ori Ball combo help. Everyone is on the retreat. It was a great shockwave that Chinones lands, actually. If we watch it right about here, he moves into position. I think he hits... How many does he get? 3 full people. It slowed them down, but because the Ali ult was down, because Yuri was flanking around the back, it wasn't enough. And then Kaboom is still playing with a fair bit of confidence. They did try that re-engage, got it almost a kill back, and Tristana is getting stronger, but holy crap. Pex is pulling it all to stops here.
And hey man, when it's all down to this, you get upset wins your entire way to qualify. Why not make an upset win to get to Worlds? And so far, so good for Pex right here. It does pose questions to me though for Kaboom's mental state, because you know you are in a 3v4 against a Baron buff, and they chose to chase.
They were feeling real confident with Minerva's strength though. Trist is getting rather strong.
Yeah.
So I think they were just holding that confidence in there, and they very nearly turned it around. So, plus there's that added need if you see Baron buff on people. You want to kill them right after the Baron, just try to get it back right away.
Yeah.
Doesn't always work that way, though.
Didn't happen just yet. Pex now 600 gold in the lead. Doesn't mean too much. It's more been about how the teams are fighting. And right now, Pex have found the better ones. Back to a kill lead as well. And they're going to look down towards his bottom lane. Thing is, the wave's not in their favor just yet, so there's no immediately created pressure. Any moves here will be telegraphed by the fact that the minion wave will see them.
One really unfortunate thing that is kind of adding to Rengar's irrelevancy as this game moves on. He only has 2 stacks on his Bone Tooth necklace. So he's actually getting almost none of the bonuses that you would normally see at this stage in the game from the Rengar. It's rather unfortunate. But this Maokai, getting a little bit bashed around, but is a little bit stronger than Alistar in the duels at this point.
Yeah, he was winning those battles pretty heavily right here. And it's going to make life a little bit easier when you're Monterrey here in the top lane. Building more conventionally and tanky. We normally don't see Alistar's build 2 offensive items. Usually just Triforce into tank.
Yeah, well, this is kind of the debut of Alistar, was that build. Bad Milk, though,
just goes down.
Just not a good position to be in.
Yeah. Heavily overextended. Mega TP now forced to run away, but Danagorn is close by. Does not quite land this low.
That'll stop that push right away, though.
It doesn't stop this top lane, though.
Keep that. Yeah, this was the Alistar build when it made its debut in the European LCS.
Yeah, that was
all about the headbutt punch. You get the Trinity Force proc as well as the Static Shiv proc.
Yeah, but any kind of build like this, as long as you're the better mid-duration fighter, like you deal with the burst and engage anyway. Right. Yeah. And then there's like literally 0 follow-up with no tank stats to back you up. And so Maokai, who can withstand the damage and then throw 3 spells back in his face, it makes sense he would win this fight. It actually makes me wonder how much Lep knows this matchup specifically. Because I feel like every time you fight this battle, those item builds would turn out this way.
Well, remember, Danagorn and Picks and Bans was heavily targeted. So you almost always will see an Alistar ban, as of recently, from the red side team to prevent the first pick. So a lot of the time, you're just kind of picking Alistar because it's up, not necessarily because you have a strategy built around it. Maybe what happened here. Danagorn, however, despite being targeted with both a Jarvan and a Vi ban, which are the 2 champions he played throughout the duration of the Brazilian regional qualifier, is having a pretty good showing on Kha'Zix, I would have to say.
Yeah, it's been pretty reasonable. The slows from W have been good. When talking to their team about champion pools and if they had any secrets or whatever, he's like, yeah, you know, Danagorn plays a lot of things that that work well with Orianna, right? The Vi ball combos, the Jarvan ball combos, like why not 900 range leap for the ball combo? And
true.
Things that reach your opponent's team. The tier list for Danagorn.
Trist is going to be able to get her last Whisper on the next trip back to base, which will be right now. That is really important.
Yes.
The next team fight that happens, watch for Minerva to get a lot of kills. If he can keep his positioning right, it's basically going to be about whether or not Yuri can charge through the Alistar, the Orianna, the Morgana, and actually get some damage down on Trist, because if no one does, that 700+ range Trist with insane attack speed will shred everybody.
She absolutely will, and the thing is, Mega JP can't keep up. He's a full item down against that Tristana. The global gold, the individual kills, the CS, all that contributes to a really low damage Lucian right now. That's going to make life pretty hard as Baron buff times out, as the Rise becomes the only real damage threat on the team for Pex. If Lep can ult at the right times, I don't see how the Kaboom team falls apart.
We said this last time.
I know.
And then Pex ran to Baron and made a play.
It was a great play. It was funny because it was such a ridiculously low percentage play that it worked.
Yeah.
Kaboom expected there's no way they do Baron. We have wards over it. They went bottom lane and got punished for it.
Blue buff. That was the mistake of Kaboom.
Yeah.
And there was no real way of Pex knowing that Kaboom would run to blue, so it was a stroke of luck that made it through here. But even so, they haven't been able to maintain control. They had Bad Milk getting caught out during a bottom lane siege, so they really couldn't create anything. And honestly, Pex's actual turret siege is atrocious. They need to find fights outside of turrets in order to take turrets. Pretty much that only happens around the Baron pit, so Pex, if they want to legitimately try and win this game, they have to fight around this Baron pit.
Well, it's going to be the pick right there. Nice multi-man knockup. Danagorn goes in for Monterrey.
They kill Minerva.
Mega JP just took down Minerva, though. 3-man shockwave. The battle continues. 10 owns just brought down by the Lucian damage up, but they caught the backline. The root onto Dance. Who cares about an Alistar? Kill everybody else. 3 kills for Pex.
It just keeps happening. It is uncanny right now, Freak. Every time Pex is at a make or break point, they don't break, they make the play. They get 3 kills, including a beautiful catch on Minerva, do not suffer a single casualty, and this Baron should be theirs. Let's see what Danagorn can do.
Oh, he is around, though, walking by a couple of words to make this happen. Puts a sweeper down, says, yep, they can see me. Let's not even try. And Baron number 2 now goes to Pex, 2,000 gold lead, and they've got some time to keep working their way back on in. Man, I can't believe this is really going on, but yeah. Pex just kind of defying all the odds.
Feels like they're playing with their backs against the wall. And I know the gold has been close the whole time, but believe me, they're pulling off some very, very clutch plays. Pex now still with some death timers, trying to get turrets down before people respawn because their siege is not very good.
All right, well, here's the race. Middle inhibitor turret going to be going down right as the team comes in. Dark Binding will hit minions as the rest of the wave gets cleared away by Alistar and Kha'Zix. And a quick retreat now by Pex. There's not much that's important left in the jungle. Frahio claims one of the big raids to get another stack on his Feral Flare. Now 4 stacks to the Bone Tooth.
Yeah, we gotta take another look at this. Trist just wasn't in position. A great flash by Rise right over top of the ward. He was trying to flank. Another great shockwave was landed, but there just wasn't the follow-up. Tanones get bursted down again by Mega JP, who when Lucian gets his mitts on you, he still bursts down a lot of damage. It's kind of the name of the game for Pex. If they can get into range and pick their own fights, they're able to win them.
And I mean, keep in mind the item disparity between Minerva and Mega JP is a Last Whisper, which doesn't matter when you're hitting a Tristana who doesn't have much armor. So, you know, it's all kind of a relative item lead. It depends what you're really battling against there. Didn't matter in that case. Also, another kill that was granted basically by vision control. There were wards in the brush that saw Minerva come in. There were no wards seeing the basically Pex flank there. And great nasty to say, let's go for this.
And it seems like the momentum has been turned around to Pex there. Finding that fight was just so absolutely critical. Yuri, though, is reaching his full items. Likewise, actually, for Tanones and Minerva. So I really wonder whether or not the Alistar versus Maokai matchup will be enough to kind of turn this one around, knowing that Maokai will scale so much better with these items. Lep is still just those 2 spells in the hit, and then he's pretty much just a wall to take damage.
Yeah.
Whereas Monterrey can do a lot more on Maokai. Now with the Thornmail, they're really trying to neutralize the Trist. And they're not respecting the Alistair as an actual threat.
They don't seem to need to right now. Defensive focus now by Mega JP. Guardian Angel picked up. Not a Last Whisper to break down the front line. Does not seem to care about that at all, as you mentioned. The disrespect toward the Alistair. Lep 0-2 and 3. High CS, sure, but maybe it doesn't even matter. And Pex, as you say, with control. They're going to push all the lanes in. Maokai splitting towards the top side.
Defensive itemization by Mega JP as well. They're trying to make everyone a non-ideal target. You can see Rengar also changed his build path almost immediately. He went for Cutlass, immediately went towards tank. Everyone on that team is hard to kill. So as long as they can get some nice target prioritization onto either Tinones or Minerva, that's their strategy to win the fights. They all build tank, they take out the damage dealers as quickly as possible, and then they try to win. And here we go, flashing on Minerva, but he hits back.
Minerva does a whole bunch of damage. Good flash from Mega JP to get away from the shockwave there. Yuri forced away. Middle inhibitor not taking a single scratch, but maybe Kaboom wants to re-engage. And in fact, they do. 3-man pulverize. The bind finds Lucian. Mega JP 2 hits from dead, but he's got a GA. Mantaraya now in the front lines. He's going to tank it up, and they take down Danagorn, but trades his own life for it. The knockback away, but Dance will fall.
So
Mega JP
damage.
wants this one. He's still got the GA. He cannot go down 4v4, and it's control over the inhibitor.
What a brutal fight that was. So much damage was absorbed by Pex, it felt like, as they were just trying to bully their way in for that inhibitor. And it was successful. Now they have 2 death timers, but Minerva packs one hell of a punch.
He really does. Quicksilver sash there as well in case something catches him like a flash rune prison. Itemizing for himself, but he is maxed out right now. Push in towards the top inhibitor turret. Slow's gonna land, doesn't seem to care. Lifesteal onto these minions as they fall down. Leandri's Torment as well for Tinones. You mentioned him going towards full build. And out goes Pex.
They have to run away. The damage dealers are still up, but even just to watch the start of this, when you can see Rengar in stealth, trying to jump in and make a play, and they don't get it. That may have been the end of the game if they could have killed Tinones, because it would have just left the 1 damage dealer. Then they deal with him. Some nice flashing by Mega JP. Kha'Zix actually tries to escape at the beginning of this, so it's a lot of chaos from the start. And here, a beautiful pulverize by Lep, but not necessarily the follow that they needed, because all of their previous spells have been burned on Pex's initiation. And then you can just see the amount of damage absorption that happened for Monterrey. It was just almost enough to turn it around. And because of that rune prison, Mega JP was able to finish one off. Another half second slow or fast by one person could have maybe even ended the game.
And you mentioned the fact that Minerva and the rest of the team couldn't easily follow up on the roots and all the stuns that landed on Mega JP. That's the rise factor. Like, you can't run past that champion as an Orianna or a Kha'Zix or a Tristana and not expect to die.
Interesting as well. Yuri actually goes Abyssal Scepter with his last item. He had a Blasting Wand. I thought he was going to go towards a Void Staff. But here, if he goes in with the Maokai, they can actually kind of combo their damage together a little bit. And it gives him a little bit more shockwave survivability if he wants it. So,
well, you consider his targets anyway.
He's hitting at 357 AP as well, which honestly, people underestimate the AP ratios on Rise. But he is getting a fair bit of damage from that AP, considering how quickly he throws out his spells. Baron up in a minute as well. Pex does seem to have control of this one now.
And now can they close it out? They're up about 7,000 gold here in game 1 of 5 as the lanes continue to be controlled. And do you want to see what ward control ends up looking like? Right now, decent defensive wards from Kaboom. They can see part of their jungle. Pex trying to control the outer lanes right here, though. Looks like tier 2 going to be under fire. Can't shake that turret, finally does so.
This is why I love League of Legends. All these games are so unique, even though it seems like this Ori Trist is going to take him down. If you just make the right plays at the right time or capitalize on a mistake here or there, you completely change the complexion of the game. And that's what Pex has continually done throughout their qualification process.
They just keep making it work despite the odds. I mean, both these teams really have done that so far.
Ooh, the sweeper. This little baby Rengar sweeper doesn't catch the ward over in the corner.
Well, that's right. It requires Bone Tooth necklace stacks to get bigger.
Exactly.
It's not level based.
That's why sometimes you'll see a Rengar who's really far behind actually just sell the necklace for a regular sweeper. But he has faith he's going to get more trophies later. He's 1 stack away from having an increased leap range.
It's good.
So he's got to hold out for that. It will also update the active upgrades at 6 stacks as well. So maybe at 50 minutes he'll have those 6 stacks on Rengar.
So Rengar can't get the oracles at all, buff, can he? Or is that like even later on the stack?
I don't think so.
Interesting. Well, there's the engage. Black shield and shield on Alep, and there comes the battle. Wow! Lep steals Baron, and the battle has begun. Danagor forced away. Monterrey in the front line, and who's going to be in the way for Minerva? He is kiting back for himself. Lep in the front lines as well, slowly taking down damage. Bad Milk stopping Trish from helping that one at all, as Rengar trades his life for the Alistair kill. Monterrey goes down, though, and it's a 2-for-1 so far. Sorry, 2-for-2.
Yeah.
As Dance has also died. 3v3 with Baron up.
2 completely different fights were going on there. Tanks versus damage, and it was completely split. But the Baron steal by Danagorn may have just swung this ridiculous game back yet again. It didn't necessarily impact the fight that much, but this fight it does, because the regen they have gained from that Baron buff is allowing them to continue pushing.
And that means the middle inhibitor turret has gone down, and suddenly Kaboom has equalized the turrets in the middle of the map here and brought the game back within 5,000 gold. They're going to get some buff steals as well, and there's really no way to tell who's going to win this game.
It is just so crazy. So as you can see right here, Kha'Zix leaps in and just blind smites it, basically. They had that ward, remember, because the Rengar couldn't sweep that corner. Shockwave didn't even land that well, but Tanone's just staying controlled right here. Taking down the squishy target first, and then Tanone's and Danagorn are able to get the isolations on the Monterrey and finish him off. Definitely feels like Pex needs to stay together, as unintuitive as that seems against the Orianna, just to maximize their team play.
Yeah, I mean, the 2-on-2 was just completely outplayed. Tin wasn't even afraid of the Maokai hitting him, and just kept sending shields to Danagorn and saying, go win your duel, go beat up Rengar. We'll get Maokai afterwards. And the young 17-year-old doing great work for Kaboom here. 4-3-5, 472 CS, now full up on items with the Zhonya's Hourglass done. They're basically in a game where there's not much left to buy for these teams. The gold lead's not going to mean much before too long.
But you know what? As crazy as this game is, doesn't this also have the potential for the head of Kha'Zix or the 4th evolution on Kha'Zix as well?
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly how that works.
I think you need 14 Bone Tooth stacks.
Yeah, I think the Rengar would have to get 14 Bone Tooth stacks in order to trigger the exact event, but that could actually happen in this game, as crazy as it sounds.
Yep.
If Pex could win a couple fights and actually get some Bone Tooth stacks coming out here, because Minerva is shredding down that inhib. They burned the Alistair ult early, though. They might have a re-engage plan.
No, get the inhib. There's the engage. Can they make the fight happen? Fragio forced away, but there's Monterrey in the front line. 3-man Shockwave, but Mega JP is safe. Maokai taking all the damage, but staying alive anyway. Puts the root down, takes the damage. First kill picked up. There's the reset. Forced a flash away from Rengar, and the battle continues. Let taking shields to stay alive. Tin owns still there with the rest of the lineup there. Blue Elixir on as well. 5v4.
If even Maokai dies against this Kaboom team, it's going to be tricky for Pex to come back. Minerva just continued to hammer down on him with that full item Trist again and again and again. And they get the inhib and the fight win. Even if it was just 1 kill, it was enough.
And the top lane tier 2 easily picked up there as Alistair pushes the wave in. 40 seconds of no top laner in the Baron buff on a few of these guys to make the regen happen. 30 seconds left. There's basically 1 wave extra that Kaboom can use. Baron buff times out as Maokai respawns, so this short window. Can Kaboom get the inhibitor?
Minerva's so hard to kill. He's got the Bloodthirster shield as well as the potential shield from a 500 to 600 AP Orianna. And Monterrey is still dead. This second inhibitor is indefensible.
All right, it's going to go down, and there we go, guys. 52 minutes in, 2 inhibitors go down. Kaboom finally wresting control back one more time, yet they're still down 2,000 gold.
All right.
Yeah.
52 minutes in, it feels like Kaboom has again assumed control. So Pex, back against the wall. This is the part where we have to craft some elaborate thing of like what Pex in a crazy world could do to actually gain control of this game, and then they're going to go do it again.
Yeah, they are.
Is kind of the pattern we're following here, but with 2 inhibitors down, and Baron as well not responding for quite some time. they are running out of options for winning the game.
Base race in the laboratory with a candlestick.
Feels like it at this point. I mean, this will be a tough loss if PEX ends up taking it, and I wonder how it's going to swing the momentum of the whole series, because I feel like they had about as many lucky things go their way, aside from the Baron steal, obviously, in this game as they're going to get in the series. And if they can't win this one, when are they going to win? I feel like if Kaboom wins this game, they'll kind of get over their nerves. I think they'll make fewer mistakes in the next game, and they may even just take a sweep here. That's my honest opinion right here, because Kaboom just seems like the stronger team who just keeps getting outplayed in these very specific situations that I do not think will happen 2 to 3 games in a row.
I tend to agree. I think it's been a pretty fortunate road for PEX, but sometimes teams just have X factor at certain events.
That's true.
They just, things work for them so many times in a row, and it's just the event of their lives. That could be PEX right here.
With 2 inhibitors down, they have to fight immediately, otherwise the super minions will push them off and they'll lose all 3.
And there's no easy way, of course, to force Kaboom to fight. You're going to engage through a shockwave, through
well, that's Gregor all burned.
Shield.
He throws it into a Banshee's Veil. That doesn't help matters.
Loses a quarter of his health just from a QW of Oriana. Those are back up from cooldown. Lep takes his shield as Minerva hits his turret down, almost going down. In goes the Maokai shockwave for the disengage. And now Mantarraya is very alone for the rest of his team. They're going to turn back on everybody else now. Bad Milk in the front lines, and that will be a very dead Braum. The chase on in, 1 hit till the turret goes down. That's going to be it. In towards the next. This will be good game. This will be Kaboom. 2 wins away now from a spot at Worlds. The Nexus falls 55 minutes in. They're still down in kills. They're still down in gold, but it doesn't matter. The Brazilians take game 1.
Yeah, and you can see some pretty big relief faces right there for Kaboom. They did not want to lose that first game despite having so many opportunities to win. Eventually, Minerva got strong enough on Trist. That's why they moved him to the role, so he could play the hyper carries and let his mechanics carry the game. You look at PEX, though, and they are a little bit upset after that one. They're still trying to stay focused for the next game, but honestly, PEX has good game sense. They know exactly when they have to make a move, and they'll go for it, but they don't seem mechanically at the same level as Kaboom. They're losing lanes. They're making up for it by forcing the right fights. They brought a very team fight focused team there that was a little bit limited as far as strategic options. It was pretty much just go in, yet they still found ways to find these really peculiar fights where they could work around the ouster routes. Like, I give them a ton of credit for making that game 55 minutes long, but it still wasn't able to win the game, and now Kaboom gets to adjust.
Yeah. And Kaboom gets to adjust. They get to keep their laning phase victories. They get to basically crispen like your first 2 dragon fights, and like that could just be the game plan you go in. Dignitas talked about it a little bit, right? You go into the game with your early game plan, say focus on these 3 things and make it happen. And just the easy conversions, don't go for the risky plays, maybe the red buff invades. You know, when you don't track the Braum roams, right, can really backfire. But Dragon, like, everything's accounted for. It's like, bring 5 people, they'll bring 5 people.
Yeah.
Be ready to team fight them. Great, that's not too hard. And that can just be it. You kind of deny the X factor. You don't play these random situations. You don't allow the steals. You headbutt the jungler away, any kind of things like this. And that feels like it's a little bit more secure. Now, for PEX, as far as what they need to do, I feel like there's these, I don't want to say it's easy, because obviously it's incredibly difficult, but these like next steps that are there. It's like ward coverage. I did not see many pings come out from these guys. I did not see them keep vision control. And because they're so smart, it seems, if you have the information to make better smart choices, you can just keep outplaying them.
Seems like they're very intuitive.
Yes.
Based on a lot of their moves. One thing I will have to mention, though, is when you have a game where you get the first 2 Barons and you still lose, it's not good.
Yeah, first blood. I think they got 1 or 2 of the first dragons.
Yeah, they got the first 3 kills. They definitely got 1 or 2 of the first dragons. They definitely got the Baron. They lost out on a lot of vision control and just late game team comp scaling. It wasn't quite there. You know, Ryze hit his max items, and then a little bit later, the Alistair, Ori, and Trist managed to get to the same thing. They're able to push through, but just, I don't think you get those things to happen multiple games in a row, because if you're getting, you know, the counter kill in your own jungle,
right,
2 of the first Barons, early dragons, and you're still losing the game, it's hard mentally to be like, all right, guys, what do we do next time? Maybe if we could just get that, oh wait, we got all the things we needed, but we still didn't win. It's really going to be difficult for PEX to come back here.
All right, we'll see if they can do that here in the next couple of games there. While there's a quick break in the action, now's a good time to send in your hashtag LOL Big Plays to us at LOL Esports. Keep those coming because it's going to be a whole bunch of fun to watch them tomorrow. But for now, I'm going to send it over to the analyst desk for an in-depth look at Kaboom's first win.
Thanks, Freak, and a very back-and-forth win at that. But guys, before we actually get into the game, I want to talk about the fact that these are two teams coming from different regions. And as a matter of fact, to add to that, they have never actually played each other in a scrim or anything like that. They may have seen each other in solo queue, things like that, as I know some of them, they play cross-region on the servers. But as a team, they've never actually competed up against each other. That's got to play into a little bit of the unknown when you're walking into a very high-pressure situation like this.
Yeah, you could definitely tell from the way that they were playing against each other. You're kind of feeling your opponents out. They've watched each other's matches, and they both got first place in their respective regions, and they are familiar with each other's play styles a bit. That's why the picks and bans, we saw the jungler focus and things like that. But you come in with your own game plan, and there sometimes throws you off, but the adjustment mid-game is something you have to think about there, because like the Tristana, the Bloodthirster, not going for the Blade of the Ruined King against such a tanky lineup is a choice he was willing to make because the Rise was doing so much damage to him. And I like things like that you see, but ultimately it doesn't seem like the right choice in that little adjustment there. But back and forth, I do think that it plays a huge factor. Like, you have to be able to play against these guys and figure it out. And I think that game right there, I think the games further on are going to have lower average game times because you're feeling your opponent out.
Of course, you can always look back at people's VODs, things like that. So it's not like they haven't had the opportunity to dissect team play and things like that. But Pobelter, how much of this first game can you kind of chalk up as a player on one of these teams to we were feeling them out? Like, we're not entirely certain what they're capable of. So it's more of a learning game, and we're going to move forward from here. And then how much of it is like, oh my goodness, what are we up against? After seeing the result of that game, how do you proceed?
I think that both games kind of took it that way. We didn't really see any out-of-the-box picks from either team, and so I think they were just both playing standard, both getting a feel for their opponents. I think Kaboom should feel really comfortable. They made so many concessions in that game, but were still able to come out with the win in the end. So I think that they're confident in their individual ability to just drag the game out as late as they can. If they make some mistakes, so be it. But if it goes on long enough, we will win. I think that's the sort of mentality that they have.
All right, given the fact that they had to make so many concessions and PEX was able to pick up many early objectives, as Jap pointed out, they had 2 early Barons, they had some early Dragons, they had 3 early kills. Is it possible that we see them actually look for earlier game picks so they can capitalize off that gold? Because they still needed to get those items onto Rise, still needed to get those items onto Maokai for them to really play a big role in punishing Kaboom for those early takeaways.
I think a lot of it was catch-up at that point because Kaboom just had stronger laners across the board. Maokai was winning top lane. Orianna was actually going a little
Alistar,
bit... Sorry, Alistar was winning against Maokai. And then in the mid lane, we saw Tin doing really well against Uri, who is the star player on that team. And then Minerva down bottom had such a huge CS advantage early on that he just kept pushing it. I mean, like 50s, 60s on Tristana is just spelling death for the late game.
All right, well, now if we actually jump into the game, let's take a look at it, because I think it's kind of interesting to just look at the way that different regions prioritize picks. We saw a Vi ban, which is obviously a very targeted ban. So that's, just what are your thoughts on that as an NALCS pro Pobelter? Like, looking at other regions and going, oh my god, that's so interesting that they prioritize that champion so highly, because you would almost never see, granted, we did see Vi picked this split either once or twice, but you would almost never see that champion picked up in NALCS play.
Well, I think you can kind of see what they prioritize in the style of game they play. Vi and J4, they're very good at snowballing, and but they can really only do it if there's a lack of vision on the other side. Yes?
Oh, no, I was letting you finish first.
Oh, okay. So I don't think that the Latin American and the Brazilian teams focus warding quite heavily as we do in North America, and so I think maybe that's why those champions are a bit stronger for them.
Yeah, I think a big thing there is the team style of Kaboom is they like to camp that mid lane because Tin, this 17-year-old mid laner who just has so much talent in him, and I absolutely hate guys that are just so talented at such a young age in that mid lane that I can't stand like being in the same room as them at all, ever. But yeah, Tin, he's kind of the star of that team in a way, and they like to camp that mid lane, and they use Danagorn in that regard. But when he has Vi, they'll pair it with something like an Ahri. When he has J4, it's like, yes, we can force this issue very early on, and against something like a Ryze, it's perfect. But instead, he altered his game plan this game, and he just kind of affected all of the lanes as much as he could, because it didn't end up with very good objective control on his end, because he was too focused on the lanes.
Well, definitely, yeah, favoring those, gank-heavy junglers, Jarvan, Vi, ended up on Kha'Zix, which still has a fair amount of gank presence. And as you said, they had to concede a lot of objectives, but we are going to pull up a replay of one that they didn't have to concede because he managed to get in there for the steal. So we're going to pull this up on your screens here about 48.5 minutes in. Zyrene, if you don't mind walking us through this replay.
Yeah, they pretty much come straight up Danagorn. He's looking for the first Baron of the game here for Kaboom. And Lep, I mean, we're sitting here on the analyst desk going, remember that time that Alistar 1v5'd and he didn't learn his lesson? That's pretty much Lep all game long. We'll start rolling the clip out here because it ends up being a 2-for-2 in the end with the Baron being stolen away here. Danagorn, he walks around so that he avoids the Glacial Fissure, and he jumps over the wall with evolved wings, so you had to have left the pit to actually zone him out completely. So Maokai would have had to peel off and get to him with the Twisted Advance to lock him down, but he had to have walked through multiple members to get there. So I like the adjustment there. But then Tin Owns, he just has so much damage output here. He did the highest damage in the game by a large margin, basically pulling what Shifter did previously on Ziggs, but this time on Orianna, and caused a lot of disruption. His Ori ultimates were pretty on point that game.
All right.
There's a reason it was banned 4 times against him in the finals.
Well, yeah, of course. And we continue to see Kaboom close out that game fairly easily. Following that Baron, they were back in control. Pobelter, one final question to you. As you had stated, you don't think that these next games will go quite as long as the teams have now gotten their bearings under them and they've seen what the other ones are capable of. So what are your predictions in terms of how these games are going to go? Who's going to come out on top? Do you see one team running away with it now that they've gotten the first win?
I think my vote goes to Kaboom. I think they'll focus less on trying to go for these jungle invades, which didn't really turn out for them the first game, and just kind of go for snowballing the lanes and pushing down turrets. And so I think if they focus on the game that sort of way, then they'll have a much easier time winning.
All right. Well, Pex has a few more minutes to get their game plan going, and we're going to take an AFK for about 3.5 minutes. But when we come back, we'll see if Kaboom can keep up the momentum going into Game 2 versus Pex. Don't touch that browser.
Let's see Rengar.
They're going to take damage pretty soon. There's a flash and steal from Fragio, and he's going to be going down. Raya in the front lines, and down goes Lep. Beautiful shot to buy some time, but there comes Yuri trying to get 10. They caught the back line. The route onto Dance. Who cares about an Alistar? Kill everybody else. Nega JP, 2 hits from dead, but he's got a GA. Manta Raya now in the front lines. He's going to take it up, and they take down Danagorn. They're going to turn back on everybody else now. Bad Milk in the front lines, and that will be a very dead Braum.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the International Wild Card taking place at Seattle's PAX Prime. Now, we're going to get back into the action in just a minute, but first, let's do a quick check to see how you've been responding to our question of the day. Now, to remind you all, earlier in the show, we asked, how do you PAX Prime? And here's a sample of your tweets. Our first comes from @ExtroMex. Looks like he found Jarvan and Darius. There's some pretty interesting cosplay here at PAX Prime. I'm not going to lie, I really like the Jarvan cosplay.
Yeah, I really like the work that he put into the lance there.
And then our next one comes from @NicholasBow, getting an eagle-eye view on all the action right over Hotshot GG's shoulder.
It's a little bit of a creeper photo.
I was going to say, creeper much?
Just a little bit. But I mean, the stream's down, but he probably got the best Hotshot reacts.
Oh, and he also got a pretty sweet seat in the venue, up nice and close to all the action. Our next one comes from @JackieXC, found Annie's bear at PAX. That is a pretty sweet-looking statue.
That looks really horrifying, actually, taking a look at that. Kaboom support Dan actually plays a lot of Annie, so we might see that later on, too.
Yeah, this is definitely the image updated Tibbers, as opposed to the old one that didn't have a neck. And then, of course, our last one comes from @AKA Shika and features the Aiden Zyrene Moon fan club. Party of one.
WTF, 2 Zyrenes, man. Oh, that cat's got good
How does
taste,
that make
though.
you feel? He's getting all up and close and personal in there.
I don't care. I like cats, so that's good for me.
All right. Confirmed. Zyrene is a cat person. Now, if you want to share your PAX experience, send your tweets to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS. Now, we're going to send it over to Freak and Jat at the caster desk to take us into the game. But as we go, Kaboom were seen as the underdogs in Brazil. They gave credit to their strength as a team for getting them this far and believe that it will carry them all the way to Worlds.
Qualquer sonho de um time no Brasil era representar o Brasil bem fora do país. A gente está se esforçando bastante para estar aqui, a gente se esforçou. A gente vai treinar cada vez mais.
Acho que a gente superou as expectativas. A gente, provavelmente, entre os 4 times, a gente era o que tinha menos assim, torcida, que menos acreditavam na gente, mas acho que a gente se superou, surpreendeu todo mundo.
Eu acho que os times do Brasil têm players muito bons. Talvez tenha até alguns times que têm players com individual melhor do que o nosso. Só que a gente jogou realmente como um time. Acabou inteira ganhou. Eu acho que foi os 5 juntos. Acho que foi o trabalho em equipe que fez a gente vencer.
Nós estudamos bastante o time da Apex. A gente entende bastante como eles são, o estilo de jogo deles, o que eles priorizam, o que eles veem em vantagem, etc.
A gente nunca treinou contra a Apex, mas eu já joguei algumas solo kills contra o top laner deles. Eu não tenho, medo dele, mas eu vou respeitar. É óbvio que a gente não pode entrar achando que vai vencer, que vai ser fácil. Eu confio na minha habilidade.
Poder ser o primeiro time brasileiro a participar do Mundial e eu estar participando disso é muito bom. Eu acho que todo mundo que joga o League of Legends no Brasil está torcendo por nós e vai ser muito bom se a gente tiver essa chance.
Oh, they're definitely coming into this one with a lot of sincerity and hope that it's going to work out. And I mean, they're 2 games away now. They're winning the series.
You can see the passion in those guys. It's actually really ironic almost that they got here by playing more as a team, yet in that game they were the ones that seemed to be individually outclassing PEX a little bit, and then now it's a matter of getting their feet normalized on the ground, not being so shaky, and just playing solid. It seems like the favorites could actually turn it into a victory.
Yeah, and I was kind of thinking about that match a little bit more and why it was working out the way it was. To me, I actually heavily believe in counterpicks in the bottom lane, and it felt like part of the lane disadvantage was a counterpick. Morgana into Braum. Morgana's much, much better, and I didn't like the fact that Milk went for Braum. The other one being that in a 55-minute game, you still got Trist Ori, right? Like, you get those Baron steals, but you're still fitting 6 out of Trist Ori. Regardless of your own gold, they've capped. So I don't want to sell out PAX just yet. I think there are some very real possibilities for them here in this matchup.
Absolutely. I mean, game 1 definitely delivered a little bit as far as drama goes. Cleaning up those games will be the absolute priority kind of for both of these teams. Kaboom doesn't want to let that get away from them, and obviously PEX wants to, if they get the Baron fights, be able to turn it into the victory.
Yeah, so that's going to be the thing to sort of watch for then, is the mix of individual skill, the mix of coordination, the mix of just sort of like the team play skill. It's a term I want to sort of figure out a better term for, because like rotations is overused, but there's like the entire suite of team play, right? Division control, right? Making the right calls. Yeah, the overall teamwork skill, I think, is one that I want to keep seeing express your prop in this match as we get ourselves into game 2 with Champion Select. Is I think Pex definitely need help in the vision control, but once that happens, their intuition for where to be and what to do is definitely on point.
Yes, and another Jarvan man coming out, so heavy jungle definitely taking out Trisk this time.
Sure. Well, it's not really his style in the first place there. So it's an interesting thing where you've got really one set of bans on each sort of team, really, right? Like the Lee Sin ban on the one side, the Jarvan, the Vi ban on the other, the Tristana ban on the one side. That's convenient sometimes. Interesting, though. So Vi's left up.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yet, would you really put a Vi away from it? I basically feel like the Kazakhs was impressive enough that the only thing they're afraid of is the Jarvan at this point.
Yeah. The incredibly easy Orianna combos, though Vi does a very similar thing, so I do want to see how this happens. First pick, both top-tier top laners are gone. Maokai and Alistar both banned away. Mata didn't want to play Maokai again, had a different first pick in mind, as Zilean still is removed from the team. They're taking plenty of time. They're really considering. So you get that 5 to 10 minute break between games to plan out your picks and bans. And normally you know what your 3 bans are. And you say, okay, well, if they ban these 3 we first pick this, we're good to go. But they're taking 45 seconds to make sure this choice comes through. So using every possible second they can to make sure the pick is what they want. And it's going to be Ryze, once again.
And Ryze definitely wasn't the problem for them last game. Yuri's Ryze was incredibly on point.
Yeah.
And you do have a certain amount of safety picking at first, since Ryze can go into the top lane or the mid lane.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, he's receiving a lot more pick love all over the world, actually. There was a lot of early Ryze picking in one of the gauntlet matches over in Korea that happened last night, the Najin White Shield.
Right.
Versus KT Arrows game had some very early Ryze picks, pretty much the entire time.
Yeah. It was Save crushing with it. And then...
Interestingly enough, the winner of that series in Korea is not guaranteed a spot at Worlds, where the winner of this series definitely is.
SK Telecom T1K, the gatekeepers. Gonna have to see if they can send themselves or another set of 5 Koreans over to World Championships. Looks like Dan's might want another trip on Morgana here, and Danagoran can just re-up on Kha'Zix, so Vi ban obviously not necessary here. Wants to stick with that one.
Yeah.
So no new things yet in Champion Select, except we will definitely have new top laners.
I wonder what the top lane matchup's going to be. I mean, Nidalee is obviously available. It was a huge pick in the other international wildcard final when Dark Passage was able to win. Top laners kind of... It seems like top laners in all of these emerging regions hold a pretty big sway over the game. I think it's one of the biggest places where a skill discrepancy can really carry strong. It's such an isolated lane.
Right. Yeah,
based on that first game, these teams are quite close.
Well, the cool thing as well, though, is I think top lane also has some of the most type diversity among roles. You can have the heavy split pushers like I only 1v1 you like Aurelia and Nidalee. You have the only team fight focused champions like Maokai, or the support top laners like Lulu who, can withstand their one-on-one matchups, but they also sort of are there to make someone else good in a team fight. Now, I think a much better choice here by Pex. Their bottom lane is going to be incredibly powerful, the support counter pick, and Corki works well in basically every lane matchup here. So I think they are poised to fix the issues they had in the beginning of Game 1.
Corki very strong in lane. Something Mega JP is comfortable team fighting in the mid game with. This is going to be another one of these Pex teams that wants to find a lot of mid game team fights.
Yeah. I mean, the cool thing is at least they can rely on Ryze later on, but it's another sort of team, and you mentioned it in the last game, where they can't siege all that well. Killing turrets is tricky or slow.
Yes. Jinx is the opposite of that.
Yeah.
Kills turrets easily and quickly.
Wow.
And again, the Orianna gets through. It's the strangest thing. Yeah. To throw one jungle ban and not do another one, you'd almost think that the Ori would be better served to ban against Tinones. It didn't seem remarkable in the last game, but his shockwaves were pretty much on point the whole time. Lane was solid. I think he's going to play better in this game. And keeping him on a comfort pick, I do not think is wise for Peck. It's very wise for Kaboom.
It absolutely is. And I actually really love the core of this team for Kaboom. Orianna Kha'Zix Jinx, I think, is a wonderful combo. It's very easy to shockwave into Rocket, and then you give the Kha'Zix the resets.
Yeah.
And I think it's so easy to be explosive on this kind of a lineup here.
I wonder if they're going to end up going with this Yasuo. There's been so much talk about Yasuo between these two teams. A huge power pick for both regions. And now that the Ori is picked, it's obviously a pretty big skill matchup between Ori and Yasuo. They'd have to do a lane swap as far as throwing Ryze up to the top lane if they do it. And yeah, so Yuri's going to most likely be playing something different, unless Mazaraya wants to throw a top lane.
I don't think it's likely. We are going to see Let pull out his Aurelia here for the one-on-one. Thinks it'll go just fine against the Ryze matchup, and I would certainly not swap Ryze mid Yasuo top against Aurelia. That would be horrifying. So, couple lineups here. I don't expect any more swaps in this one. And this will be a very interesting battle where Packs are super short range. They're trying to be explosive, and there's also, for what it's worth, almost no setup for Yasuo. So
yeah, just the Nami.
Right, and to me, that's interesting to play around. I think they're heavily focused on the lane matchups and heavily focused on what individual is going to work well for them, less so on the 5-on-5 cohesion.
Yeah, I like the little juke at the end of Champ Select by Pex. Kind of a surprise Yasuo pick coming in with the first pick Ryze, expecting it to go onto Yuri once again, and then changing it up at the last minute. I think the story of this game could end up being a little bit similar to the last one, where it's going to be about how strong Kaboom can be in the lanes versus how well Pex can come together as a team to try and make up for it, because even though they did get a lot of nice lane picks, it just didn't seem like they can keep up exactly with Kaboom in lanes.
And so we're going to see if they can fix this one up there in the game. Remember to keep updating your votes on Twitter. Send us your picks to @LOL Esports. Use either hashtag PEXWin or hashtag KBMWin to vote for who you think is going to win. Pex coming out of Latin America. 3 different countries represented: Argentina, Peru, and
Uruguay.
Uruguay, yes, thank you. That's what I thought it was. I was going to be sad if I said it wrong. Kaboom, of course, all from Brazil here. And it's going to be a very fun matchup. Kaboom right now up 1-0, 2 wins away from a spot at Worlds. And we're going to see if Pex can bring it back or if Kaboom can bring it home.
Yeah, the last Twitter hashtag vote we had during that first game was heavily in the favor of Kaboom. You can tell they got a lot of fan support.
Now we see him try again. Now the interesting thing as well, we talk about fixing issues in the middle of series. Kaboom have a pretty big support staff there. I saw a bit with them. He's an incredibly good Brazilian player on the coaching staff for them. Whereas Pex were kind of just the 5 dudes and like, you know, LATAM writers to help translate and bring them around and everything. And a few of them spoke a bit of English, but it was mostly sort of talking with the rioters around there to get some extra information out as they talked amongst themselves. But Kaboom have all these guys who can talk to them. Be, oh, you know, here's these picks you can change around. Here's these bans you can do differently. Here's how to play it differently. Here's all these wards they don't usually put down.
Got to solve their own problems.
Yeah.
Interesting pink ward early on. Wow. Except the location of that was given away there by killing the ward. I honestly would have thought, since it's a trinket ward that is going to expire in 60 seconds anyway, killing that ward is actually not worth revealing the existence of the pink.
I tend to agree.
But Pex decides to kill the ward.
Well, and Tin can very easily kill this, right? He can put the command attack down in the brush and just swing at it. And he would get that cleanly. No one would stop him if he did that right now.
He doesn't know that at the moment, though. He's cautiously thinking that that ward could be for an invade, which is why he went back with that next ward. Does seem like pretty standard openings, though. Another 2v2 lane. Really going to have to see if Minerva and Dance can capitalize on their edge this time. Game 1, they seem to have Pex pushed in pretty much the entirety of that early game, yet weren't really able to win it.
Well, we'll see. This is going to change around in this game. Danagorn starting up in the top
side. A lot of
side.
Damage. I mean, trying so hard to just isolate that guy with the Q first onto Kha'Zix, but he ends up dropping below half his health.
Well, we'll check the potions now. Maybe he'll stand back up. I expect his pattern's going to still work for the guy. Let's see what else we can do here. Bottom lane already pushed in Kaboom's favor, actually. Nami gets some heals back, and Mega JP missing 3 CS under the turret there, but still trying to trade back. Minerva dodges the Phosphorus Bomb. And we're more or less okay here. Now, the mid lane matchup I do want to see. What's their featured matchup for the whole best of 5? It actually went really close to equal in the first game.
Yeah. This mid lane matchup between Yuri and Tinones, as you said, featured matchup, of course. It's on the Yasuo to outplay. It's really tricky for him to dance around all these Ori balls. There is a specific interaction. We ended up seeing it with Braum in the COG series. Actually, Mega JP gets hit by the traps and then a binding.
Fair bit of damage, though. Could not Valkyrie for a long, long time. And Badmilk's going to be on nurse duty for a while, getting the Corki's health back up. We've already got a lead for Minerva and Dan's, and it's going to keep going. And I was like, maybe it's the lane matchup. It's not the lane matchup.
No, it is not. This is something that was very notably scouted by Kaboom, that the bottom lane was a place they could attack and gain advantages, which is why they want to pick hyper carries in lane, so a win in that lane can win them the game.
Yeah. And that was a big factor for their win last time around.
Yeah. Even though they didn't win the lane that great, by the end of the game, the discrepancy was there.
It was actually interesting. I was looking at the stats, and Mega JP was like 3-1-4 on Lucian at the end of the game. The damage dealt champions was like 37 versus 34,000. Like, for what it's worth, Mega JP kept up.
He is good in team fights.
Yeah,
it's definitely something he knows how to do. He itemizes to survive the lane and then try and win in team fights.
Ooh. Close bind. Of course, by the way, Summoner Heal is down for Mega JP if we missed that.
And this was one of the matchups we were talking about Morgana actually being weaker in, was against the Nami. Just the sustained battle is something that Morgana cannot keep up with. You can see despite all the early harass they took, they're sitting pretty healthy. Now this pink ward's getting attacked though.
All right, they should be going down, and 100 gold down the drain for PAX Gaming. Left first recall back just on a couple of individual items though. His lane was actually all the way pushed in, didn't want to be stuck under the turret there. Mata should very easily be able to grab tier when he wants to back up. And we'll see as that match continues. So far equal though. Honestly, like, bot lane's pretty equal as well. It's 2 CS difference, now equal.
They're keeping up for sure.
As Summoner Heal's back way up from halfway back up from cooldown. Badmilk trying to get some damage down. Of course, Minerva has no sustain anymore, so that's fairly well worth it. Forced a Black Shield away, but Frost Bomb dealing some decent damage all the same. Matchup might be flipping a little bit.
They definitely understand the matchup. That's the Corki pick. He picked it with all other 80 carries available. Just the Tristana ban from his own side. You can tell he's confident in his Corki play. And keep in mind, the last time this PEX team would have been scouted as a team would have been months ago when they won their qualifiers. So a lot can change from then to now, and it was reflected in how close that first game was. PEX has definitely made some big strides as far as a team since their qualifiers.
Lep making sure not to go into turret range, but he wants to bait a fight there. The Kha'Zix is here to counter gank, and right now Lep still holds an item lead because he recalled first. But Manta is doing a very good job of keeping the lane under his control in front of his turret. He is immune to being ganked right now. And Danagorn is still wasting time trying to make a gank work that I don't think is going to happen. Every one of his ganks is back up right now.
The lane is so far pushed. The gank would literally only work if Monterrey was trying to get aggressive on Lep with gank presence, and it would be a 2v2 counter gank. That's just not happening, though.
No. That's more than a minute wasted by Kha'Zix. Finally recalls back, leeches XP for a while, but that actually means that Lep is going to be behind in the matchup. The fight actually now for the mid lane. Uri's going to go to the ulti. The bubble's there as well. Badmilk roams are freaking on point today.
2 roams early game, resulting in 2 kills early game. Chaining the Yasuo with the Nami in that direction was pretty cool, and it gives him that nice little edge on it to Tinones. The gank finally comes out, but it is just to push the turret. Monterrey going to want to heal up and teleport back in.
So all they're going to do is deny about a wave, maybe 2 right here.
Dragon.
Just goes for a dragon off the first blood.
So they know the Yasuo ultimate is down. It's a matter of how well they can trade the aggro on this and how little damage they can take from the dragon. If Dan's was level 6, I'd say you could stop this, but as just a little level 5 more, he is just watching for some reason.
Puddles in the ground. And there's a smite. Frahio picks that one up. Dan's going to run away. Black shield on. Knockout for Uri will not land. And we go back here. 1,400 gold. PEX again with the early game lead. Badmilk's roams. I like them.
PEX plays the map. PEX knows objective control. The question will be, do they know how to pull out a victory? We know the flaws in their team composition already. They do not siege well. They will have trouble taking turrets. But as far as finding the fights that they need, they can do that.
Yes, they can. These guys are playing absolutely great on that scale here. So can they keep that one going? Get ourselves a 1,400 gold game. More damage coming out from Dan's. That's okay though. Mega JP does have the double Doran's Blade once more, plus heals from Nami. Trading up against Minerva, that's gonna be all right though. And now the top lane battle though. These guys are really gonna be 1v1 focused for I think a while here. Especially with Dragon down so early on. There's nothing else to do in the top lane except battle.
Feels like Lep needs to win that matchup to make the pick worth it. He picks the Aurelia last. Obviously, Ryze was first pick, so you're going to get a counter pick kind of regardless against it. But just now, considering Monterreyes went tier into Catalyst, has not been punished, is only down 5 CS, plus he dealt with the gank being up there, Lep has to do better.
I agree. I absolutely agree. He got so much help from Danagorn that meant basically nothing here. And I thought that was going to be a pairing that was going to pay off so well for Kaboom. These guys have played together for a while. And I just don't think he read the lane properly, or he was expecting a counter gank so heavily from Frahio that just didn't come in.
A good 1,000 gold lead.
They're surprised it's only 1,000 though. Like that closed, it was 1,400.
True.
Mid lane is getting crushed.
Exactly. Chinones' Orianna, despite the death, still sitting at that CS edge.
85 at 9 minutes with a death is ludicrously good. That's really remarkable there. They're actually going to lane swap this a little bit. Uri realizing how bad that matchup was says, you know what, I'll just take the junk lane. It's bad for me anyway.
Something that happens fairly commonly, actually. The first team we saw do this was Complexity, actually. They swapped the Tristana mid and the Yasuo bottom lane. It worked for two reasons. Trist was good at shoving in mid lane, but Yasuo was also pretty effective in 1v2s. However, the lane swap is only temporary. I'd say a fair bit of lost efficiency there for Pex to kind of change their mind on that one. Maybe Yuri went down there to save the turret?
Yeah, he was holding the lane as a recall was coming in.
Yeah, that's a lot of lost efficiency.
Was he there from Dragon, I think?
No, I don't think so.
That's not the right timing.
It puts him even farther back against Chinones, though.
Yeah. 30 CS deficit in this mid lane here. Avarice Blade plus parts of Azil. Ooh, flash away from the Dark Bunning. Another summon spell lost. Pex are basically bleeding their gold lead partially. And then trying to claw back into it.
I mean, that's
1,000 gold.
That's a lot of what we saw throughout the whole game one. Pex get an edge. Then it would just slowly disappear.
Minion by minion.
Although this time, bottom lane sticking strong, top lane doing well. Yuri, the guy who helped participate in the first kill, is the only one down in CS, and that's kind of expected against an Orianna.
So maybe business as usual for Pex. Hold on to your lanes, make good plays. Pink ward's getting swept out pretty nicely. Seen a couple go down so far. Looks like Bad Milk again on the roam. To get vision control, he'll watch the right-hand side of mid lane. He's actually warding for his teammate.
If Bad Milk's going to roam, though, they need to have better pink ward control of those brushes. You got pinged out pretty easily. This could potentially be a little bit disastrous if they decided to dive and counter. Wow. Even on his way out, he didn't check for the pink ward. The Nami. So overall, though, this game is going much better than game one for Pex. It's not like they've needed ridiculous things to break their way for the advantage. They just kind of got the advantage through good play.
And they did. I actually really like the specifics of how that roam happened, though. Mega JP went to go recall. Oh, hold on. Going to go in on a Minerva. The Flame Charmers are down. That will root Mega JP in place, which is going to make that trade not exactly what the Corki wanted. Dark Binding hits Bad Milk. Tidal Wave comes in, but doesn't do enough. Bad Milk just taking way too much damage. Theirs get excited. Mega JP does have Flash, and will it be enough for him to stay safe? Rockets making him try to hide away. He flashes from the Binding, but Lep's going to go down to the top lane. One last overload. That's a kill for Monterrey.
Oh, man. So that was actually a trade right there. The teleport was a bait for the gank in the top lane.
Oh, wow.
And that's the big reason they were able to kill Aurelia. We'll get that replay up shortly. Obviously, the bottom lane was an outplay by Minerva and Dan's to get the kill in the first place. But it gives Given right back in the top lane. That's why team game. Absolutely, and the gold stays 800 in the edge of Pex. Oh, now Aurelia TP's in, though.
This is cool. Now, Lep does not have a stun free just yet. Nice job not using an overload. There's a jump in. Fahio forced to jump away. He's going to have to burn the flash. and he's trying to get out of that as the kill already for Aurelia. Danagorn low on health. Mantarraya, though, low on HP. No mana on him, though, and Lep can just walk away safely. Overall, 1-for-1 in the top lane.
Jeez. What a back and forth game. Once again. Yeah, this is the teleport play we saw. You can see Elise coming up behind Lep. He goes for a TP and he goes, I gotta stop it, I gotta stop it. He burns all his cooldowns. He has friends. He actually has a great flash on the cocoon right there to flash over it pretty much. But still falls.
Yeah, it was a good ulti as well. He put it through as many minions as possible to heal. There's no fall off, you just heal for every single thing hit as Aurelia, but this was not quite enough HP back. Nice little poke there. 100 CS basically on both AD carries. Interesting that Minerva went for an early Brutalizer on Jinx. I don't see that build very frequently.
Jeez, you almost never see that build on Jinx, especially.
So, I mean, to be fair, she is pretty caster-based, kind of akin to Lucian. I could see it. It's just new.
You can, if you're talking just the zap, yeah.
I mean, and the ulti is a big part of this team, I think. They have a lot of front-loaded damage off of just Shockwave, Kha'Zix W, Rocket. I think it's like pretty decent teamfight opening.
Is she gonna go Ghostblade Jinx?
I can see it.
It's just the question. I mean, you can see it. It's the extra little burst of move speed on someone who needs a little bit of extra mobility. Could work, and the Brutalizer in the lane can be a good item. So definitely.
Well, remember Genja invented. Actually, I think he gave credit to Reckless, but Trinity Force Kog'Maw last year. That became normal. Who knows? Maybe Minerva's a Time Lord.
There's that Twitter support right there. For Kaboom. They're going for this dragon. This will be a really big fight if it ends up happening. It's smart for Kaboom to pull off this right away. The fear of a collapse is really high, especially if Yuri can come down with fully charged tornadoes. That's why they're trying to go in.
The jump on in, but it's not going to be enough. Danagorn now forced away. Black Shield is on. They will dodge away from the tidal wave.
That did not work at all for Kaboom. They are forcing now because Yasuo is split pushing the mid lane.
Left wants it really bad. Frahio gets away though, and now the battle starts. Mantarraya is going to be going down. Minerva claims the kill, and that is Kaboom, the force working.
Could not quite flash that binding in time. If he could have, it would have been a huge boon for Pex. But Kaboom pulling a bit of a goal lead here. The question will be, how much are they willing to sacrifice for this dragon?
Ooh.
Jeez.
Frahio stays alive, but now this dragon is dying really fast.
They're a little bit low. I mean, you can see that Pex really wants to fight. They just don't have the initiation tools.
If Ryze had TP, I'm sure they'd find a way to start it with a flank, but it just couldn't happen. And again, you talk about it, no initiation tools. There's no way to set up for Uri to go in, and Frahio certainly can't.
Yeah, the overall setup of this team is actually fairly weak. They kind of need Ryze to just run in and grab a person. Or have Fragio just get a nice cocoon. It's not ideal there, and that was kind of the first big team fight misplay I've seen Pex make. They had a nice little split push to try and draw Kaboom away from the dragon, and Yuri in particular did not push mid lane hard enough. When Kaboom went all the way down bot lane, he would have been able to get that top lane turret, the mid lane turret, if he would have just stuck to the plan.
That would have been a decent trade, but that didn't happen right here. So now, Blue Buff started up. Elise is going more AP focused. Very squishy, actually. Spectral Wraith into Moby Boots. Might be starting on a Sightstone now, but a very, very, very squishy team now for Pex. Bot lane outer does go down. Left and Minerva doing that together. Kaboom now 1,700 gold up. They've completely flipped this game.
And a big thing about it is the two turrets. So it's just all across the board winning the lane pressure. Can really take over game. They're about to get number 3. That means they can move up their ward line, theoretically, and create even more advantages.
And you can see that right there. Mid lane outer goes down. They put a ward down in the front of the mid lane. They're trying to watch to see where Pex might go. Lap walks over an enemy ward. And it's going to be Monta just backing up for now. Kaboom now. What else do they have to fight for? All outer turrets are gone. They're going to go for the engage. The shot. Nice Valkyrie away by Mega JP. They're going to stay safe.
Tried to play a little bit sneaky, but I think the ball, or at least Tinone's positioning, gave away that play. And Yuri trying to get a split push going. That's kind of what Pex needs to make happen now, is whether or not Yuri can become a unstoppable split pusher. Unfortunately, I feel like if he fights Aurelia 1v1, he's going to lose.
Aurelia, absolutely. Jinx, I think he could win.
He could take Jinx.
Yeah.
Ghostblade was completed, by the way.
Interesting. Ghostblade BF sword.
Yeah.
Fun.
Ghostblade Rush.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much. Want to see how it plays out. So far, Kaboom up 2.7,000, although they have a couple of turrets. Graylo's dead. Babbox suddenly here, by the way. They find Dance. They find the He gets away from the Soul Shackles. Flashes in, gets the kill. Lep shows up, but is it too little too late? Double kill already in. Teleport coming in for Mantarraya, and it's going to be the jump in, and out goes Aurelia.
You just keep changing Mantarraya's name, but I like it right here. Yuri gets 2 kills in that bottom lane. The Ghostblade is not enough to let them escape, and that, once again, is exactly what PEX needed to do to stay in the game. They needed to get Yasuo to a point where he can become a huge split-pushing threat, and because Bad Milk was waiting in the brush and they turned around that aggression, they can make that happen.
Absolutely beautiful. Bad Milk's in the right place, the right time. 3 assists on him, 1 death only. He's been great so far this game. Highest scope participation on the team. In comes Danagorn, though. Uri forced to run away, dashes back in, misses the rocket for it, and they get the knockup. Can they kill left? Mantarraya with the last Q gets the kill. Now, can he run away? In comes Tinones. Can he make this happen? There's the root, there's the kill. Rise goes down. 2 for 1 overall.
Definitely an overstay right there by Yuri. Collapsed down by the rest of KBM. Kaboom, you would say. And they're going to regain control. Right here, I'd have to say. They still have the 3 turrets. It was a hopefully just a mistake for Kaboom, and they can regain control. You can see the gold lead still 1.3k. There's a death cap on Tinones right now, which is huge as far as power goes. And yeah, you can just see this one. Sure, he landed a lot of damage down, but Mantarraya, unfortunately, is so far away from home. Catches the 1 kill, but then there's just no escape.
Not a chance. And Tin didn't really try to battle the duo lane by himself. Knew better than that.
He just ran right past him.
Yeah.
He did a bunch of damage along the way, too.
Yeah, sure, but, you know, whatever, YOLO. Did actually go Death Cap before Athenes, which I found interesting. He stopped at Chalice. And on one side, we actually see a lot of Mage versus AD champions will go Tier Seekers Merlinomicon. That seems to be like the default build. But he's still going for the Athenes, just a late Athenes.
He could still be going Chalice, Deathcap, Merlinomicon if he really wanted to.
That's true.
But there'd be no extra armor, so the incentivization is kind of gone. It's actually very impressive that Tinones has been able to outlane Yuri the way he has without building any armor.
True. I completely agree. He's done a wonderful job.
And he's just kind of doing that Deathcap. I mean, a lot of times you build the Athenes because you need the extra farming, you need the extra cooldown for fights. If he hasn't needed any of that, he's just going for damage now.
And he's going to be close to one-shotting a lot of people. Mid lane turret, 1 hit from dead. Wow!
There's the damage.
Yeah, pretty high.
And
now,
here's the fight that they want.
Left in the front lines. Can they make it happen? Flame Choppers come out, don't quite land, but down goes the Rise, the burn onto Uri, and he's going to fall 2-1 so far. Corki does fire 1 back, takes down Danagorn, but still a 2 for 1 in Kaboom's favor.
Heavy focus onto the damage dealers and carries of PEX. Right there. Yuri could not get off his Yasuo ultimate, which was critical. They love just flying in there for the shockwave delivery system. It hasn't really caught that many people, but it did catch the Rise that time, and it respawns with the Dragon.
All right, look at that. Kaboom, now the 2nd Dragon in a row, cleanly picked up both times now. PEX waiting in the wings, but I don't think he can go through an Orianna ball right now. Nice Zap's going to catch the flash in. Dance quite landed. Can't quite do it, but now Mega JP's got to be careful. He's got a red buff on himself. Zap forced to be flashed away from a lot lost by PEX for trying.
You can see that gold lead starting to slip away a little bit as well. And objective control finally going back in the way of Kaboom. Take another look at this fight, though. You can see Tinones actually did a fair bit of chunk at the start, but then they get a fight they want. And even though the tidal wave catches over Danagorn, you can still just leap in. So it kind of bypasses that. Yuri gets caught in a pretty bad place. He gets stunned, I believe, by Lep's Equilibrium Strike on Aurelia, which stopped him from really doing any of the fancy dashing Yasuo would have loved to do. So a really nice initiation there by Kaboom.
All right, and so life is pretty darn good for these guys. Both major items now completed for the Jinx. Infinity Edge plus Yomu's Ghostblade now done, so has plenty of attack damage to basically make that rocket gigantic. It's a super mega death rocket, absolutely now. More than just in name. Mega JP is still just sitting on Trinity Force, so he's actually been passed now in terms of relevance, and he won't catch up anytime soon.
Yeah, doesn't seem like it. Really lagging behind. He's 700 gold back. He's not even sitting on that much gold. He's just not powerful right now on Corki.
And that's the weird thing for investing in a Vamp Scepter and investing in upgraded boots is, I mean, maybe I underrate Sorcery's really heavily on Corki, but like, he's not going to.
It suits his playstyle. He's a very safe AD carry.
Yeah.
When he's in team fights. They're trying for an initiation, though. Tidal Wave just catches Aurelia.
Yeah.
And they teleport onto Flame Chompers as well, so no initiation. Look at the ward coverage Kaboom has above in the jungle, so a flank attack is impossible. They have to get directly assaulted if they want to get fought.
And heck, they can see everyone anyway. 2 shots of the turret goes down. Danagorn, though, early has to take the Mikhails to stay alive. That's not what they really wanted. At least they get the turret, though. But a couple of cooldowns missed now.
I mean, that's one way of getting a turret. Just jump past it. A little bit more dangerous than they needed it to be, I'd have to say. Kaboom, though, gets another turret, continues the siege, and that should be their game plan. Running around turret to turret with Jinx, and pushing Pex off. Pex's wave clear is not very good.
No, it's not at all, and there's a distinct range advantage as well. They're just not fighting in equal terms, so if Kaboom can say, 5-on-5, let's draw the battle lines, it's a very easy battle to win. And so far, that has been happening quite nicely. 3.3 thousand gold lead, Kaboom. 2 wins away.
Arena Sport MX. Aranea Sports. I can't even tell. Arena Esports MX is the tweet name. They like your Monterrey. So the question will be, though, can it turn into a victory for Pex?
There's 2 pronunciations. Sorry.
Yeah, all right, go for it. Go for it.
So
you were practicing.
Yeah, I was practicing. There's actually a video. I think it was like Latin American Esports Twitter account tweeted it out of me practicing the pronunciation. So in Spain's Spanish, it's Mantarraya, right? You pronounce the Y normally. In deep South America, the Y becomes an SH sound, so it becomes Mantarrasha. And I was also
which sounds a little bit close to Mother Russia.
To be like saying Mother Russia in a fake Russian accent, which I just felt like not doing. So even though it's inauthentic to the player's name, then many people also tweeted at me saying, oh, you should say Mantarrashita, which is little stingray. It's a term of endearment that players, the casters and the Latin American fans use for the player. So I use it once in a while when it does well.
That's a nice touch.
And yeah, so I randomly say 3 different things while casting, and it's confusing for nobody.
Yeah, because they know who you're talking about. It's Monterrey, the Rise right now, and they're actually controlling the map a little bit despite being down in gold right now, trying to fight back in this game here. You know, they do have 3 outer turrets back. They've made a little bit of a run, and an Infinity Edge was completed onto Yuri. Like, that's the team fight Yasuo build. That's not the split push Yasuo build that we were kind of expecting.
True.
So Pex might actually be trying to force some team fight shortly.
If they can get around the Shockwave, I mean, keep in mind, you can definitely wind wall the Command Protect before it reaches Kha'Zix. You're not going to get a guaranteed stun. I mean, it's fairly skill shot based. You can oh my gosh, yeah.
He probably would have died if he took that, though. Tanones would have been waiting.
Yeah, but it would have looked cool, which is a victory in some people's book. Oh, Danagorn comes in, though. There's the Command Protect, and there's the shock. The wind wall came in too late. Bad Milk's going to go down. 1 for 0. Rocket not needed, but he's going to find 2 with the Yasuo. Uri's going to go down, though, and Lep still in the front line. Fragio trying to run away. There's the repel. He might be dying, but in comes Mantarraya. Can he make it happen? Tenones gets stunned. Back in goes Danagorn. Actually pushed the W the wrong way, and Minerva finds the 3rd kill of the fight. Mega JP is going to go down as well. Now it's only the Rise alive, and that is an ace for 1 for Kaboom.
A catastrophe for Pex right there. Kaboom played that fight just the way they needed to. Everyone focused Yuri when he decided to go in. I think both Tanones and Dan's exhausted him exactly the same time, but it didn't matter because it meant that ultimate was mostly neutralized. They get the ace, they get the Baron, and they take control of the game.
They've taken absolute control right here. You see the Command Protect just comes in for the crucial
just catches. Finally, they get a nice ball delivery system that catches multiples. Check that out. Double exhaust pretty much onto Yuri. Doesn't have added effectiveness, but it just meant that the damage was low. And check out the Forever binding. So critical that Dan's landed his binding right there because Monterrey was going to try and go in and get those low health people. It allowed the cooldowns for Kaboom to come back up. It allowed for the re-engage, and then they killed everyone else but the Rise and just piled on. Another headshot by Dan's with the Dark Binding, and that was the fight.
I tried to count the number of spells Rise got that fight. It was about 8.
Not enough.
Not nearly enough. Yeah, he got a couple full rotations out, but that was like 4 seconds of downtime from that binding.
Even though the magic penetration is so nice, sometimes you see Rise run Mercury Treads against heavy CC teams like this because we've seen it crush a few times. When he gets Equilibrium Strike by Irelia, it's up to a 2-second stun, and because he is a low-range caster, the 3-second Dark Binding, which is maxed by Morg, is just destroying his effectiveness. So magic pen all you want, if you can't get to targets, it won't matter.
And that was the prime example of why sometimes you just emphasize the durability over the damage output here. And that's the case right now. He's got the Frozen Heart in there. He's still got the Negatron Cloak. We'll see what else he can add to his build, though. But right now, prioritizing some durability pretty smartly. Pex, though, definitely on the back foot. 8.8 thousand gold behind now. This is a very significant lead for Kaboom Esports.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky, especially because Kaboom has the initiation they want with this team. It's the jump in from Kha'Zix and the Shockwaves. It's a risky initiation because Kha'Zix is pretty squishy and he's kind of leading the way. I would suggest actually they lead with Irelia if they're going to do that again, but she is going to stop the Yasuo, which again can actually be a pretty good option. We think Irelia can take down Yasuo 1v1.
Yeah, especially with this kind of a build, you just kind of two-shot 80 carries. You get like 600 damage every auto attack, and life is just painful. Irelia is going to be... I don't know, man. Irelia is going to be hard. Jinx, he would crash. Irelia, I just... Ooh.
Yeah, exactly, and that's one of the reasons the last pick Irelia was strong. One of the big ways Yasuo gains strength in the mid game is he goes to split push, and typically speaking, there's not many things that can stand toe-to-toe with him.
Right.
Tanks, he'll burst down because he has that sweet armor penetration on his ultimate, and squishies, he will kill immediately. Yeah. So you need a mix. The fighter that is Irelia can hold the Yasuo and force them into this 5-man defense where they have inadequate wave clear and should lead to Kaboom winning the game. Look at that poke.
Oh my gosh, so much damage from the Death Cap, Void Staff, and Sork Shoes on Orianna. Next wave comes in soon. You're seeing Pex do what they can to wave clear. All Minerva has to do is spend 20 mana per auto attack, and those rockets will hit that turret.
Well, they have isolated him a little bit, though. They just pushed them off the turret. They're going again!
Oh, wow, the engage, but there's really no one around. He's just kind of buying time for turrets to go down. Kaboom. Interesting choices here, but it is going to be the fall. And now, do they keep going for much else? Of course, Baron buff, still 30 seconds on. 3 casters left. Mid turret's going to take some help.
I mean, the disengage is gone right there, so
wow,
Danagor jumps
Mega
in.
JP, one hit from Dead, but Danagor didn't chase it down. Mikhails comes out, and that is a little bit of an overextension. They're going to lose another player as Minerva comes down. And look at this. Mantarashita making everything happen. Dan's forced away. 2 kills for 1.
They didn't even get the turret right there. A big mishap there by Kaboom. Not being together with that initiation. Danagor overextended. Minerva took too much damage from the turret, and now they are vulnerable to a counter push here from Pex.
And this could be massive. They're only missing the jungler, so anyone who really matters in hitting turrets is around. Here comes the wave. Kha'Zix and Jinx 12 seconds away. Mid tier 2 gonna be falling. Will Kaboom even try to fight? Oh, that's right, taking some damage. In comes Lep, and it's gonna be a kill picked up. Now it's 3v3. What else can Yuri do here? He's got the ulti. Can he find the engage? He finds Lep. He finds damage from his AD carry, but the shockwave is too much. They can't convert the kill, and Kaboom once again comes out ahead.
Tanones is just a one-man wrecking crew right now. He is so far ahead of the rest of the game right now, which is why his Ori seems so damn devastating. Level 17, 3 big items, and he is just keeping everyone alive. Very timely exhaust once again when the Yasuo went into ultimate. You can see the double exhaust counter that Yasuo, and they turned their mistake into a nice play from the 3v4. And they're going to go finish what they started, trying to get this turret again.
There are a couple missing health bars, though. They got to be careful. Mantaraya is alive, and they go on in. Badman forced to get away. Lep gets the first one. There are still some very low health bars as they try to go in. Lep forced to run away. The distance slows them down, though, and so many kills come through. Minerva finds a third right here.
Just a lot of close plays, but the goal lead is showing through right now. And the Orianna is controlling this game, as well as Lep just kind of going where he pleases on Irelia and not getting punished.
What's amazing to me is how well Lep is doing, though, because you think, okay, Orianna, great team fighter, 508, what a wonderful score. Lep even higher kill participation on a single target focused diver with only 2 deaths, meaning Lep has chosen the right fight every single time.
Yeah, look how low he is in this fight, but they jump over the bubble, burn the tidal wave through. You can see the team. We're going to focus on this side of the fight. Minerva just running straight at Mega JP. Crit rockets and an ult right in the face. He doesn't have much attack speed, so he's trying to weave his spells in between his auto attacks with this style of Jinx. Still hasn't even upgraded those boots.
Nope, just hitting really hard. I like the binding into ulti, because you're just like, well, I'm dead.
Yeah.
See the animation, you're like,
no escape.
I can't go anywhere anymore. Life is pain once more. But yeah, Minerva, interesting to go caster Jinx. He's relying on just Youmu's for attack
It's the
speed.
first I've seen it. It's working for the Kaboom team right now because they're getting so much upfront damage from the Ori.
Oh, wow.
I mean, take a shot. Jinx ult. There it comes.
Okay, down the map.
Nah.
Zoom. Nope.
Yeah. That was a nice block.
Yeah.
If you're Pex.
All 3 of them are like, hey, don't worry, we got this.
Jinx ult does almost nothing to full health targets.
Yep, he's life stolen it back. Bloodthirst, wow, we were talking about how Jinx is going to outscale Corki. Corki is still not finished another big item since we last said that.
That's tough.
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
That's some damage Mikhail's used, and out goes Bad Milk.
10 owns. Leandry's completed. I feel like he just
both
finished the Leandry's for the extra gold. I mean, still no Zhonya's, but he is not threatened right now. That would be the one fear, is if he gets caught by a tornado, he could get bursted down.
There's a lot of knockouts, but Yuri does not go in for it.
Ooh. The singular shots from Jinx's rockets are doing big damage right here. Yeah. They're staying on the Baron, though. They get it.
Picked up there by the spike from Danagorn. Can they re-engage? So Lep goes in. He finds Mantarraya, and there's a lot of damage. Rise falls. Jinx rocket comes in a second late. Another time. Uri forced to run away.
Speed.
Lep wants it.
From the Ori.
Black shield's on.
Good. Eventually they will catch him, unless he can make it over this wall.
No way to reveal it.
Oh, man.
He's still trying. He walks fast. Aggro's him. Doesn't mean much, though. There's a slow in. Lep is sure to make the kill happen. Nothing else for Yasuo to do.
2 more kills, 1 inhibitor already down. It's about getting the creep wave in the right spot if you are Kaboom. Unless they just want to rush this mid lane. They do have a super minion.
Hey, why not 40 seconds in the Yasuo? 10 seconds until
they
it's
could
only
totally do it if they would have grouped mid lane.
Well, Dan's is shoving top, though. They're going to go for that instead.
They do have that 15, 16,500 gold lead now. They can take the safe approach. It is only 35 minutes in, and boy, are they ahead.
They are in complete control right now. Minions coming in, and 18 seconds still on the Yasuo to come alive. Down goes the turret, in towards the inhibitor. Uri goes in, Lep goes in now. Mega JP taking some damage. 8 seconds on Yasuo, but they forced the team away, giving complete control over the inhibitor. Quickly picked up, Minerva walks away. 2 dead inhibs.
Yeah, they're just going to make the rounds for a third one, it looks like. They have the initiation threat from Danagorn. This is a much more controlled game by Kaboom. It feels like they have definitely calmed down from the first match, and they are just making fewer mistakes.
It really seems, though. They're not getting caught up with these random plays. They're not losing the objectives on Baron steals and Smite steals and whatnot. And they're just being smart about what they go for. They are, to me, slightly gun-shy in closing out the game. I feel like gold leads like this, in a certain way, shouldn't exist, because the game should be over this far ahead.
Well, when a spot of Worlds is on the line,
you tend to be risk-averse.
The first Brazilian team to ever represent Brazil at the World Championship.
Heck, first South
American
American
take it slow.
team.
Yeah, true.
I mean, no matter what, one of them's going to go. But yeah, I mean, you saw the video before this game. There was so much pride on the line. Where you heard him say that he thinks every Brazilian player is backing them here. Every single one of them.
I don't doubt it.
Entire server's like, you got this, guys. Lep trying to champion his country, goes in, knocked up by Bad Milk, but that's not a very long duration CC anymore. Rocket comes in a little bit too early, but that binding, though, by Dan's was sick.
And look at the tankiness on Lep right now. The Trinity Force is enough damage and nobody can touch him. Just a Bloodthirster right there by Mega JP. No Last Whisper onto Yuri because of the QSS. This game's over.
Oh, man. Third inhibitor. About to be under fire. The wave's coming in right now. It's a big one. slows on a Bad Milk. You can see just the chunks coming out from Caster, Jinx. And here we go. Yomi's used. Winwell does not catch the Jinx shots, though. Turret falls. Battle begins. Shockwave, where is it? Doesn't even matter, though. They've already taken down Uri, and Bragio is already dead anyway. They're just taking everything away right now. Bad Milk loses half his health from a single auto attack.
Chinones didn't even have to use his Shockwave. Inhibitor number 2 goes down. The Nexus turrets are next. This is a win.
20 minutes faster than the last time, 38 minutes into the game. Nexus gonna fall,
Whoa.
and Brazil is 1 game away from the World Championship.
That one must have felt much better for Kaboom. They know where they are right now. They're gonna try and stay a little bit calm. We know how much this game means from this reserved high fives coming out. Chinones' Orianna is... We saw why teams banned his Orianna in the Brazilian finals this game. You were a little skeptical after game 1. A little bit of an underwhelming performance there. This was what they came to do.
Yeah.
And now PEX is completely on the ropes.
Exactly. CNB knew what they were doing, banning that one away every single one of those games. Still didn't save them from a 3-1 in the Brazilian finals here, but that's what we expected from Tinones. 8-1-11. Again, amazing job right there. It seems the nerves also have settled somewhat. You saw bigger smiles. They were more comfortable with their play right there. And the Brazilians were like, all right, you know what? Okay, good. That was much better from game 1. We've settled in. We're dialed in.
Yeah.
One more. It's
pretty much that. I mean, we had game 1. 2 people didn't buy their trinkets. They were running out of the base. They had to recall. They kept having these big leads where they were just kind of leaving these subs open for the one vulnerability that would delay them from winning the game. PEX would capitalize. It happened again and again. It even happened at the very start of this game, to be completely fair. Or in the middle of the game where Yuri caught that double kill in the bottom lane. But then they recovered. You can see they have appeared to be the stronger team in both of these 2 games. So PEX would kind of have to reinvent themselves coming into game 3 if they want to make a run and try and turn around this best of 5.
And that just starts to look more difficult when you see a game like this. Game 1, I was like, okay, maybe there's things I could chalk it up to. You know, people make mistakes here and there, but maybe it's going to happen. This time around, though, again, very convincing by Kaboom, and maybe they're going to make that the 3-0. Maybe they're going to make their country proud. We're going to see if they can do it. But while it's, of course, fresh in your mind, share your huge moments from that game on Twitter. We are at LOL Esports. Please use the hashtag LOLBigPlays and let us know what you thought was awesome there. There's a few ones that I like. I like the binding on the finishing Repel Elise. I love timings like that. It's all feel. And it was pretty
the mistiming on the Jinx rocket that went past the Elise.
Yeah, but that, you know. But the binding I like.
It's a play.
That one was okay either way. It was a play, probably not as big. But you've heard what we had to say about the match, so we're going to throw it over to the analysts as to their perspective.
Thanks, gentlemen. A much more decisive win there by Kaboom that time around. And I think it's more a product of, as Jat and Freak were saying, some comfortability within the team. So it definitely, I mean, I feel as though both teams were playing with a little bit more comfort on that big stage in a high-pressure environment. What are your guys' thoughts?
Well, also, at the same time, you're feeling out your opponents. You've never played against these guys before as a unit, as a team. And the fact that Kaboom, in that first game, we talked about it, that they were able to kind of get these lose these objectives, but still go even because they were winning all the lanes. There, you saw them win team fights early. You saw them get objectives early, and then they just skyrocketed their lead. And their closing out of the game was very convincing as well.
All right, well, now let's look, though, at what PEX has to do. I kind of want to look forward because there's not a ton of analysis to be done on that game as it was a pretty methodical win. So let's look forward into the next match. PEX, where do they make the change? Do they make the change within the team composition, within their play style, strategy? Where do they make the changes, Pobelter?
I feel like they're still jittery, like they have the land jitters. You know, I'm seeing a lot of panic flashes, like an Orianna will ult, and then they'll be extremely low, and then they'll just flash and die anyways. Or a skill shot will be flying towards them, one that wouldn't normally hit, and then they'll panic flash. So you can still see that they're nervous. They have to overcome that and just sort of play aggressively and try and make skirmish plays happen, I feel. Because that's what was happening for them game 1, and they had a shot at winning in that one. But the second game, they just sort of played into Kaboom's hand, and it looked really hopeless for them.
So first step, take a breath.
Yeah.
I like that. Let's start there. Let's start there with breathing. And then, but Zyrene, what about, how do they build on that, right? Like Pobelter said, let's take some skirmishes. Does that mean catering a team comp that's specifically built to separate out, to say, hey, look, let's not go for these gigantic game-swinging team fights. Let's look for smaller fights?
I'm not 100% sure against a team like Kaboom, because Kaboom is picking a lot of wave clear in the mid lane with Tinones. I think you have to ban the Orianna and pay some respect to that pick, and then he'll go on something else, maybe more assassin-oriented, we'll have to see. But you also need to pick more wave clear for yourself, because they've gone with Ryze top, Maokai top, they've gone with Ryze mid, and then Yasuo mid, and they lack complete wave clear from their solo laners. So then when their solo laners get behind, they don't leave options to get back into the game and stall it out, which was something that Kaboom had in Game 1 available to them. They could stall out, they could wave clear, they could continually just turtle up and wait to be powerful and then have an AoE team fight. But I do think that they do need to rethink their picks and bans and play to their style. That's the big thing. When you are uncomfortable in a LAN setting and it's very obvious, you need to go to your comfort champions. You need to go to your picks. You can see that with kind of Lep in the top lane playing Aurelia. He's actually known as Aurelia in Brazil. People call him that straight up because he is the best Aurelia BR.
And he played it very well. To speak a little bit more towards the Orianna, though, 8-1-11 this game, a fantastic game in the one prior. As you said, maybe they'll pay some respect to it. Interestingly enough, though, the casters commented on it. The fact that he built Liandry's, which is somewhat unorthodox, as early as he built it. And then also the fact that we noticed before finishing his Athenes, he went straight into that needlessly large rod. So, Pobelter, your thoughts as a mid laner, is that just like a super aggressive buy and like tip the hat to him because I guess it paid off, or are you more a fan of like I would have played more conservatively in this sense?
I really don't think it mattered what items he built that game because like no matter what he built, I feel like they were gonna win because of just how much impact he was doing regardless of his items, so how he was positioning the ball. But basically that build, it has a higher power spike when you get the rod because obviously the rod is a more impactful purchase than the codex, but you end up delaying your grail, and I feel like the cooldown that you get from finishing the grail earlier with the blue buff is ultimately better. But that's just my opinion. Maybe he has some different opinion.
Yeah, there was also a really funny part too, where you're like talking about the build being very aggressive, but then his play style wasn't super aggressive either. There was like a 17-18K gold lead, and Pobelter's over here during the game going, just flash ulti them. You're playing so scared. Why are you playing scared?
There was a moment where everybody on Pex's flash was down, so it seemed like a pretty easy engage. We've talked a little bit about Kaboom's teamfight prowess, and then the fact that they did have kind of those early spikes in power. I want to jump into the replay that we have 26 minutes into the game around the Baron pit, where they end up taking a 5-for-1 plus Baron off the backside of that. Pobelter, if you don't mind walking us through this one.
All right, roll the clip, please. So this fight actually opens up with the Kha'Zix, Danagorn jumping over the wall. They get a great Ori ult onto two of them, the Yasuo and the Nami, and then Yasuo is exhausted. Nami dies instantly after the Ori ult. From here on, they clean up Yasuo because he wasn't able to kill anyone. And they're all pretty low right here, but they're able to just like team fight with more skill. And then even though they're all low, they're just kiting in and out, balancing damage on each other perfectly. And this ends up being a 5-for-1 wipe as well as Baron.
Well, what's crazy about this too is that Jinx wasn't even in the beginning of that fight. You actually see on the mini-map Jinx is running across the mid lane, eventually gets there, and then, of all things, pops a Youmuu's and runs through the fight with Get Excited. What are you guys' thoughts on a Youmuu's Jinx? Like, that's a pretty interesting buy.
I heard it when it went off in one of the team fights, and I went, wait, who has a Youmuu's? And I saw the Jinx run, and I was like, no way. This guy, I'm a big fan of Minerva already.
Yeah, I mean, I have to respect that purchase. I mean, that's just the move speed that you get out of that is absolutely Get Excited, Youmuu's, and then with the Ori utility for speed. I mean, that's pretty scary if that snowball gets rolling. But I want to now look forward into the next game because we touched on it about what PEX needs to do. Let's actually look at Kaboom. Right, they are ahead. So what do they need to do to like close it out, right? Avoid cheese, not let themselves get overconfident and overly aggressive, because we've seen them in this series. There have been a couple times where they've gotten overly aggressive, even in the first game, and given up some kills. So there's still a possibility that PEX can take an early advantage and run over them.
I think that they're more comfortable now. So I think if they just stick to their comfort champions and keep doing more of the same, like they did in that game too, but close it out a little earlier. But they won the game. You can't hold that against them, regardless of if they had an 18K gold lead or not. The fact they got themselves to that point is a testament to them, and it doesn't really matter in this matchup against PEX. If they make the Worlds, then you can put it into question and be like, how will they do against other teams if they can't close a game out? But right now, I think what they need to do is just stick with what they're doing. If the Orianna gets banned out, fall back on another champion that does more of the same for their win conditions, because they're playing to them perfectly.
All right. I mean, that sounds pretty fair and square right
there.
Yeah,
Zyrene sort of said what I was going to say. The Orianna will probably be banned out, so I think if Tin just sticks to some similar control mage like Syndra or Ziggs, then they should not have a difficult time.
All right. Well, we're going to head off the Rift for a little while the teams reset for Game 3 of our international wild card between Kaboom Esports and PEX Gaming. Stay with us.
matchup. The fight actually now for the mid lane. Uri's gonna go to the ulti. The bubble's there as well. Bad Milk probes are freaking on point. Graylo's dead. Bad Milk's suddenly here, by the way. They find Dance. They he gets away from the Soul Shackles. Flashes in, gets the kill. Lep shows up, but is it too little too late? Tinones gets stunned. Back in goes Danagorn. Actually pushes the W the wrong way. And Minerva finds the third kill of the fight. Mega JP is gonna go down as well. Now it's only the Rise alive, and that is an ace for one. What else can Yuri do here? He's got the ulti. Can he find the engage? He finds Lep. He finds damage from his AD carry, but the shockwave is too much. 38 minutes into the game. Nexus gonna fall, and Brazil is one game away from the World Championship.
Welcome back to our International Wildcard Series between Kaboom Esports and PEX Gaming. Now, right now, Kaboom are ahead 2-0 and are just one victory screen away from locking in their spot at the World Championships. So, Pobelter, you had already mentioned it before, we're probably going to see that Orianna banned out for Tinones. So, what champion is he jumping on next, and how confident are you that he's going to be able to perform just as well on a champion other than Orianna?
Syndra and Ziggs are pretty similar champions to Orianna. They're both control-style champions, so they can wave clear, they can also deal damage to the backline, and they can also provide support. So I think if I mean, I'm sure he probably knows how to play either of those champions, so he can do that. But Tinones has been playing as like the sort of backbone for his team. So if they overextend, he's there to give them with the shield and then speed them away. He has really good synergy with his jungler, Danagorn. Every time he jumps in, he has the ball on him and can speed him up or do the command shockwave for a nice combo. So I think his Orianna will definitely be banned out because he's doing pretty well.
Yeah, well, both of those champions that you mentioned, both Syndra and Ziggs, very popular picks at the moment, and I would imagine as well that he can play them quite fluidly. Zyrene, though, on the other side, we have Pex, and they cannot make any missteps in this next game. So what do they do to turn the series around?
Pex just seem to be out individually skilled in the lanes. I think they really have to rely on their jungler and their top laners to get ahead and then go from there. Because Uri, sometimes he goes even in mid lane. Like his CS, he's on par, and he's following Tinones in that. But I feel like Danagorn is the guy who needs to really step up here. I feel like that top lane matchup with him, or sorry, Mantarraya. There we go. Mantarraya, the name that Freak's been saying all day long.
Freak's favorite new player.
Yeah, that guy, I think he needs to step up. He had a really great game on Rise, and he was able to cause a lot of havoc, and his damage dealt was actually quite high. And every time you'd see a team fight end, it's with an AoE ultimate from Rise, and he was stepping up. But he needs to go further with that. He needs to affect other lanes, and definitely that bottom lane looks so weak in comparison because Minerva is carrying these games alongside Tinones, but that's where they start to get their advantage is that bottom lane, and then they snowball it up the map. They're like, we get a dragon, and then we kind of group up with our mid laner who wave clears, and we siege more. And so the top lane, he's the guy alongside the jungler who need to really step up here.
All right, so we're looking for Mantarraya to be on some kind of a carry champion. Maybe that Rise again, because it's definitely a carry champion. Someone that he can make plays with. But we're going to see what these teams are bringing for Game 3, so we're going to send it over to the guys at the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Dash and everyone else. We are going to get ourselves here. Game 3, potentially a 5, but Kaboom can make this a 3-0 series with a win right here and a bunch of ticket for Worlds to get the Nexus.
I know, it's going to be a really long and hard uphill battle if Pex wants to come back, because it seemed like Kaboom was just getting stronger and stronger. I mean, they were talking about this just now, how most likely Tinones get pushed off Orianna.
Yeah.
But can they actually do that, right? They had to ban the Tristana already. There's the fear of the Jarvan, even from Danagorn, which we haven't seen him on as of yet. Sure. They just have so much momentum coming into this game, and they get the blue side again.
True. I think you basically go back and you rewire everything. So my thought was, I think you put the Ori ban in, and I think you add the Ziggs ban as well. So both games now, Tinones is the #1 damage dealt champions. Game 1, Game 2, he's #1 damage dealer in the game, and you drop off his big damage dealers, and I think Ziggs just fills that role so well. Belter said that Syndra fills a similar role. I think you can allow him to play Syndra because Syndra can die. She can be reached and she can be outplayed in lane, and I think you just kind of put that little bit of extra weight on Yuri's shoulders and say, handle Syndra, here's the 2 bans, we'll handle her in teamfights the rest of the time around. And look, honestly, like Lep's Alistar was not that crazy. Like,
it's true.
Pex played around it actually fairly well. And then actually Kaboom banned the Alistar themselves in Game 2. Like, they were fearing the champion. So it's not like there's this... I just feel like that's a thing that Pex can handle. I think once again, you play a similar bot lane. Like, you play like a Nami Corki or something that's decent in lane because the CS ends up equaling out anyway. And you remove those options and you go from there. That'd be my thought.
Yeah, so it is the Ori ban, which... Good. As expected, the Jarvan ban as well. Strange that Kaboom banned it again. You could definitely tell that Lep wasn't happy with his Alistar performance in Game 1. That's definitely more of a champion that they fear the power of, yet do not know how to command themselves. So oftentimes with those champs, you just end up banning them away. And Kaboom doesn't need to make any big adjustments. It's not like they've had critical failures in enemy lanes, and they proved that the Aurelia was a big deal in that last one, so he can just fall back onto that pick, no problem.
And the funny thing is, if Maokai comes through here, and they actually get the Morgana ban,
I like that
choice.
I really do.
Yeah.
Trying to throw Dan's off a little bit on Morg. Even though the laning wasn't big for creating team fights, the Black Shields as far as disengaging fights, and more importantly, just catching people in really critical moments during team fights. Whether it be Mantarraya running it on Rise or just catching somebody else like an Elise from a cocoon is huge.
Well,
and then they deny the Rise as well. This is really smart by Kaboom.
This is cool because I know Tin can play it as well. And this still allows, like, Maokai top lane counterpicked by Aurelia by Lep here. In European Challenger, I see a lot of Aurelia into Maokai as a supposed counterpick. to basically try to outduel him and push him around in the lane.
I see.
I haven't seen it work out, to be fair. Maokai was still winning, but this was old, broken 4-12, 4-13 Maokai. So
where he can keep his ultimate on forever.
Forever, and just it was, broken. So, maybe that shifts around there, and we might see the roll swap, we might see the Aurelia top lane anyway for Lep, and that might all be this fun little song and dance. But right now, Peck has to decide what they actually want to go for. So Fragio could just...
He should do it. He should take
steal
the
Kha'Zix away.
Yeah, a lot of this match, if they're going to try and mix it up, and especially since Peck's kind of defined themselves for being able to play anything and not doing comfort picks, would be to man up and do that. You take away the champions that Kaboom has been successful on, and you at least make them beat you with something a little bit different. So they're actually kind of sniping each other's champion pools at this point. First pick from Kaboom into Rise, and then you get a Tristan Kha'Zix taken away from Pex.
Okay, so I do think this is a good adaptation for Pex. I think the Rise pick was still smart, even though you say, hey, you don't have to change what works. I think Rise has worked for them anyway in the very recent past, so I think that still does make sense for Kaboom here. Now, they can solidify their mid laners, or their solo laners, their mid and top, or they can just play the counter pick game for a little while, make Pex show some of their solos, and move the Rise where he needs to be.
Yeah. That's the nice thing about the flex pick. And why wouldn't you go Vi? It was one of his most played during the regionals.
Right. Vi Ori right here. Just make sure you have it.
They would love to. They'd love to do Vi Ori, but they can do Vi something else. Vi Yasuo
Ori got banned,
could be something they do. If it's available, still amazing gank synergy, and they could throw Rise up into the top lane if they wanted to. No, just control pick bans there by KBM.
Yep.
Boom.
Just mirror what your opponents are grabbing.
Yeah.
Make sure you're happy with your lane matchups. Jinx is fine.
The last two picks could be Nasus and Renekton. That way they only have 3 families on their team.
Oh, true.
Yeah. Sisters and brothers.
I don't believe there's been any confirmation. There's been a lot of theories that Vi and Jinx are related.
Well, they're not. I guess they're just both from Piltover.
Yeah.
They're not related. My bad.
Well, I mean, if you believe some circles on the internet, they are.
I'm gonna start the rumor right here.
Yeah. Uh-oh. What are you thinking now? Maybe Rise is secretly like Teemo's brother or something.
Please, God, no.
Kassadin, by the way, though, locked in here for Yuri in the mid lane. Now, of course, Rise could go top, so you can have the counter pick there for Tenones maybe in the mid, but we're going to see our first Kassadin in a while, I think, of 414. I don't remember seeing it yet.
The big change is obviously when he uses his Rift Walk, he's got to wait 20 seconds to avoid the stacking mana cost penalties. And that really hampers his mobility. Rise has always actually been a pretty good pick against Kassadin, just to lock him down with the Rune Prison every time he hops in. So a big tanky couple of picks there finished by Kaboom to try and make it so the Kassadin can't be effective. It's kind of a last-ditch effort here for Yuri.
Yeah.
Picking Kassadin.
I mean, they banned it in game 1, which surprised me in the very first place. Like, I'm so surprised people have this priority still on Kassadin, but it seems like Peck still believes in this champion very heavily. I think it's all kinds of crazy. Tristana Thresh bot lane there up against... I think it's actually a pretty good matchup for Pex here. They're up against this Jinx Leona bot lane. 90% melee sort of team here for Kaboom.
Gonna have to walk through the box again and again, but Kaboom is confident.
Yeah.
They're bringing a lot of reliable initiation, which is the most critical thing. If they have the confidence to pull the trigger and they're able to get leads, which they have been in the first 2 games, bringing a strong engaging comp is pretty key.
And so they're going to pack some disengage. I was like, man, too bad they picked Thresh because Janna would be great here. Well,
the other ultimate that blows people away.
The other Janna ultimate, Gragas, comes in here, and he's going to be up in the top lane versus Lep's Aurelia here. Now, this is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, Monterey played a lot of Gragas previously, but that was before the nerfs. It was when his Drunken Rage was free and his sustain was much higher in the lane, and his wave clear was better. So Gragas in the top lane has taken a substantial amount of hits. This is a little bit strange to me that Pexes went with these picks, because even though they prided themselves on being able to play meta champions, it feels like they're going back to the champions that used to be meta and have been nerfed for the sake of comfort. So at least in that case, they do have some comfort with those picks, but they are not, in my opinion, the strongest champions for this game.
Well, they're going to see if they can make it work for themselves anyway with all the fun things these champions do bring. They're going to see if they can pull this one out and make the long climb back up to the best of 5. Champs are locked in. Head over to Twitter and cast your vote. Send a hashtag KBMWin. Or if you think Pex is going to win, send hashtag PexWin. No, just kidding. Hashtag Mantarraya to us at LOL Esports.
How do you spell that?
Mantarraya, and I have no idea how to say those letters in Spanish.
All right, there you go. Let's see how many of those we get for Mantarraya. I can't roll my R's, actually.
Mantarraya.
Yeah.
In all caps. That actually kind of baits me, too. I like have to say all caps names louder.
When they show the vote, you're definitely going to read. The thing is, Kaboom's been winning all the votes by like really wide margin.
Yes.
A lot of times when we have these interesting hashtags thrown in there, it just really sways the votes in one side.
On fire elephant?
Happens again.
Oh, no, elephant on fire.
To
be fair.
80 Min the Dream was one we had.
That dream was not realized again, though, unfortunately.
45 minutes. The sadness.
At least they got more than halfway there.
Yeah.
So that counts for something. We are now into Game 3. It could be a decider. In fact, the entire rest of the series will be match point, World Championship trip point here for Kaboom from Brazil. They had an incredible road outside of the kind of out of the Brazilian qualifier.
Yeah.
Beating a bunch of favorites on the way, but they made it.
Yeah. For those of you that actually didn't catch the very start of this series, I think it's worth telling this story again because it's really quite remarkable what has happened over at the Brazilian regional qualifiers, because there was this kind of infusion of big name Brazilian teams bringing in Koreans to try and improve their play.
Right.
So there were 2 big teams that brought in multiple Koreans. One team, K-Stars, brought in 2 Korean players and a Korean coach in McNoon. And they were the big favorites for most of the tournament. Kaboom ran up against them in the semifinals and quickly 2-0'd them. And neither of the teams that had imported the Korean players were in the Brazilian finals, which was kind of this huge rallying call for the guys that were in the finals here. And then Kaboom continued their miraculous run. They 3-1'd the finals after losing the first game, and they've just held their momentum throughout this. And they're hoping to get that berth in Worlds.
First South American team, first Brazilian team in the World Championship, and that is kind of the weight of the pressure of their entire country on the shoulders of Kaboom right here. Pex, a fairly new team. They all moved down to Uruguay instead of practicing. Yuri and Fragio put the team together.
And it was cold.
Yeah.
They actually sacrificed a lot of practice time to get literal wood to heat their house with fire.
And here we go. So, can Pex pull it all the way back in this best of 5? They've had a lot of glimmers of greatness. They've had these weird fights that go in their favor, these random picks, these really cool moves that most teams wouldn't expect out of them work out.
It's kind of the story of how they even got here in the first place. The LATAM regional finals were against Lion Gaming, who was expected to win. In Game 3, it was a best of 3. They were down 5,000 gold. Even in the laning phases, they were losing the laning phases substantially, and they just kept picking up these kills just again and again when they needed to. And then they got a Lee Sin Baron steal from Fragio, and that kind of turned the game around for them. They rallied, they won Game 3, and that's kind of why they're here. But that's the way they play. They're not the team that dominates you in the laning phase and then just constricts you with pressure and map rotations and outwards you. They're the really scrappy, all-over-the-place team that wants skirmishes and wants to pick up kills in the most unorganized way, it almost seems. And it almost worked for them against Kaboom in Game 1. The team comp here with Gragas and Kassadin kind of showed that they want to create that environment for Game 3 here.
Geez, almost got the flay there under Minerva. Could have had some really good damage out of Bad Milk and Mega JP, but they're going to be forced back here. Mantarraya is winning against Kaboom. 1v5, Flash in, Bad Milk plays late, actually. There's the exhaust out of Minerva, and in comes Fragio. Can they get the damage? There's the spread back in. In comes Vi. Danagorn gets first blood, and suddenly Pex forced to run away from this one.
That gank took so long to develop. It was nice that they were able to go in for the flash flay, but that needs to happen the instant the Kha'Zix approaches for the gank. It happened a good 5 or 10 seconds before Kha'Zix could be involved. Danagorn beat them to the punch. He had a nice flash vault breaker, and it turns the first blood around.
So beautiful stuff. Kaboom already off to a great start. 800 gold up. Now you're seeing Yuri smartly playing very far back. He's got to be afraid of this Rise Vi combo, though. Top lane, Gragas Aurelia in a battle. Let force one away. Body slam flashed away from. And this is Aurelia losing a lot of health. Another barrel's going to land. And the Manta Ray doing well. Good hook. Stops Dan's.
Pretty low on mana, just sitting on that Doran's ring, whereas the Flask is part of Lep's inventory right there. Although, I believe he's burned through all of his stacks. He just has that nice natural lifesteal from his W. 7 health per hit.
Last of his potions there as well. Dan's and Mega JP in battle.
Don't feel like that trade was worth it.
He's going to try anyway, though. Well, Dan thinks Dan's needs to recall, so he's like trying to burn as much health down, and it like just doesn't matter. He's going to stay anyway, huh?
He's not going to go back. He's got double Thorns and a health recall, I suppose.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Trish is fine.
Yeah.
Weird. Minerva going for the same build, the double longsword on him. Here's the attempt there. There's a Vi, though. A lot of damage. Frahio forced away.
Danagorn is one step ahead of Frahio this game. And in games 1 and 2, it was actually Bad Milk roaming to create First Blood and still not being able to come out with the victory. So the fact that they've lost control of this game, even before that can happen, is a pretty bad sign if PEX wants to extend this series.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Now we're closer to a 1,000 gold lead as the minion waves just die in the top lane. No gold or experience grabbed by Manta Rashita.
Whoa, triple Dorans. He really needs to be able to win this lane after going that build.
Yeah, he's going to have a good lead off of this one.
It makes sense with the new Gragas, though, to make him work here.
Yeah, more mana.
Yeah, he really struggles with mana and wave clear to keep up with that.
A lot of CC. Good play even still, but Bad Milk at 100 health. The shield's not going to be enough. Kill picked up by Minerva. He's got to run away from Mega JP. The rocket jump comes in late, though. Barrier comes in. 2 hits from the kill, but the stun comes out from Leona, and it's not going to be enough damage. Now Frahio comes in mid lane, but Danagorn already there to stop him. Nothing picked up.
It seemed like Minerva switched to rockets there to temporarily outrange the Tristan, save those last few hits. So if that actually worked the way he wanted it to, that was one hell of a mechanical play there by Minerva and Dan's. 2v2 double kill, just making it go from bad to worse for PEX.
And the top lane's also getting pretty rough. Left jumps in, dodges a barrel from Mantaraya, and does even more damage. Now the Dragon going as well. Already a 2,000 gold lead. Mega to 3,000 gold lead. Kaboom are playing their best game of the series so far.
And it's exactly at the right time. The longer they're here, the more confidence they are gaining. You can see the nerves from Kaboom in game 1 and how long it took them to close out. But when they're able to win that game after making so many mistakes, what that did for their confidence has just carried all the way through the series into this game 3.
And now every single lane is winning or dominating there. Lep up a little bit.
Yeah.
Crushing bottom.
I actually want you to walk me through this one.
Yeah.
For the 80 para mechanics right here.
Nice. That's a really good one. That's a sick play, though.
Yeah, then he flashes in for the stun.
Yeah, so this is all fine.
But what happens here at the end with Minerva?
So Mega should have jumped by now. Easily.
But he's late, so he doesn't get the damage.
Good barrier. He stops on the barrier. That's smart. And Minerva's like, I need to back away. He's actually not really kiting anything.
Right.
The stun stopped all the auto attacks. Minerva was just kind of maximizing DPS, knowing that Trish has no crit, Trish already jumped, Trish has no playmaking summoners left, and saying, I can survive this, I can survive this. I'll back up
potentially because the last hit was going to be what matters, he switched for the rockets for more damage, thinking he wouldn't get multiple minigun attacks in, maybe?
I'm not sure on that one necessarily. So you do keep the attack speed on your very first rocket shot.
Okay.
And so your theoretical best DPS is rocketing for your last hit. I don't know about the switch specifically. I think he was also saying I need to be able to run away if I realize I'm actually lower than I should be.
Either way.
And then he was at max range and he got to walk out of Triss range. But Cassin Rome comes in, Left's got to be careful. Nice jump away, but I think he's got nowhere to go really. Jumps back in. Oh my gosh, no. Not going to be enough. Good roam by Yuri to get one on the board for PEX.
That's what he needs to be able to do on Cassin to try and crawl back into this game. Even after that gank, it's still a 3,000 gold deficit. And Tinones will continue to farm. Look at this bottom lane getting out of hand. We're doing that Ghostblade Minerva build again. Not even bothered with the BS sword this time.
Interesting.
It's going straight for the Ghostblade.
Why not?
And now blue steel.
Seems mostly based on recall timings. Dan's pulled in. There's the blue. Up goes to Danagorns. Wants to make sure he gets it. Doesn't give it over to Tinones just yet. I think he already got his own blue, so who cares? And bottom lane turret nearly dead. I don't see many teams pushing to the turret so heavily off of a lane lead, but outer turret's already almost falling. This is a whole bunch of damage. Mega JP can get onto the lantern in time.
Yeah, a lot burned there without accounting for the lantern. So a little bit of overaggression, but they are so far ahead.
Danagorn does have flash, played back in though, good hook as well, and Bad Milk gets a second one on the board. Bot turret does go down.
Pex wants to create as much chaos as possible.
Yep.
So the more things that happen like that, the better it is for Pex. Getting another kill on the Frahio is also very good. He needs to be able to control this map. He's evolved his W for a little bit of extra wave clear and poke, but no jumping resets. I'd say that's better in this case because he's very unlikely to actually get resets when they're down so much gold, and instead needs to focus on the first kill.
Uh-oh, suddenly Dance is here. Every single time Frahio ganks, someone's there to stop him. Has to throw the spikes out, force the team away. Oh! Minerva! Minerves of Steel takes down the cross-map rocket, and this could be a turret kill.
That really sucks for Pex right there because the big minion wave is there as well, and there is just pitiful wave clear there in the mid lane. That is turret number 2.
All right, quick game. Oh my gosh, the stun comes in as well. Frahio forced away. And right now, Kaboom are playing the most aggressive game of the series.
And that is just indicative of their comfort level. Nearly 5,000 gold, 10.5 minutes, and now they're trying to rotate up to punish everyone. They put some deep wards in to try and ward against the counter ganks. That's 4 strong people up in that top lane. Let's see if Pex can counter it. This is kind of the chaos they would want, but they just do not seem to have the firepower to stop it.
Yuri's not around just yet. Frahio's going to take down a couple of the golems. Mantaraya's around, but the ward's going to spot everything here. They know it's a 4v3. Pex has to back off of this one. 3 out of turrets down by 11 minutes here for Kaboom.
So soon for losing these turrets. And the Ghostblade Trist looking pretty strong right now. Aurelia as well outforming Mantaraya. Despite all the hashtag support, it's looking bad for Pex.
I actually like this change. I'm thinking about why it might be they're killing turrets much faster than normal. I think it's the Kassadin. They're basically removing all the options for Yuri to sit back and get the farm. There's just, like, Kassadin sucks at wave clear, especially early game. You're just like, no one can deal with this right now.
It's also the strength of bottom lane just leaking to the rest of the game.
Yeah.
The 2v2 double kill and the turret. Where are they going to go next? They haven't had to spend time in the bottom lane. It's been Minerva who's been the participant in all 3 turret kills. So it's Leon and Jinx kind of leading the way up and down the map, and then them not having the wave clear or the map pressure to match.
Exactly. Not to mention all 4 champion kills as well. Tin Own's going to walk into the enemy team. Badmilk going to root him in place for a little while, but by the way, Solar Flare, another rocket. Minerva keeping the 100% kill participation. Mega JP now is in a pretty bad spot. One more hit, and Danagorn claims another kill. Now 6-2, 12 minutes in.
Yeah, the snowball is turning into an avalanche right now because just Kaboom is absolutely everywhere. A 4-0-2 Jinx at the moment, happily participating in all these kills. But everyone else is just freely piling on. There's so much confidence right now with this. I mean, just think about this. They're going for Trist, but he sees Bad Milk on the way. They think, why don't we just go for 2? Bad Milk is the guy I'm in range in. I'm just going to start spamming. They throw their ultimates out just for the support, knowing Danagorn has the flank, a free flash over the wall because they have no fear of anyone else on the map coming to counter that, and they just continue to pick up kills.
Yeah, there's just no chance for Yuri to roam around the map and make the plays you expect Kassadin to. Just being there is sometimes enough for the champion. Not happening right here. Massive lead, 6,500 gold for Kaboom at 13 minutes. Gigantic advantage here.
Yeah, another dragon coming too.
Yep, that's going to be more gold going Kaboom's way. This is the Kaboom I think the Brazilian fans expected to see in the first place. And this is a Kaboom that could theoretically do well at Worlds. It's hard to tell how much of this is Kaboom playing better and how much of this being sort of Pex shattered.
I mean, some of this comes down to best of 5 psychology here. Kaboom has played in best of 5s before. Pex qualified in that best of 3, and if you lose the first 2 games, a lot of times you're just mentally destroyed. It's very hard to try and come back in that. Plus, you get to see the demolition of a team throughout 3 games. Strategically, you don't want to get beaten by the same thing again and again. So a lot of times when you pivot or try and come up with a new strategy, it's just way worse than your first strategy.
True.
And you end up losing by a substantially larger margin.
And that's always the thing to look at, right? Is I've seen all the comments on teams where it's like, oh, you know, why not change your team comp? Why not ban everything away? But it's like, well, sometimes the first ban phase you had was the right one. Sometimes you had to get rid of that Vi every single time. By the way, Danagorn's Vi is pretty good. You know, sometimes you had to grab that Rise early every single time because look how good Tin is at that champion. Like, sometimes it's how the game works. Is yeah, plan B is never going to be as good as plan A, and if plan A doesn't work, you're out of luck.
Yeah, how many plans can you really come up with? Because you don't go into a series thinking, all right, what if we lose the first 2 games? Let's have that ace in the hole. No, if you're an underdog coming into a series, you use your stuff right away.
Yeah.
And that's what Pex ended up doing. Monterrey not having fun here.
A lot of damage comes through, and that is Danagorn getting another kill. 3-1-0, finally breaking Minerva of his perfect kill participation in this game.
There is a reason the Danagorn's junglers during the qualifiers were Jarvan and Vi. He is looking really strong on Vi.
But maybe they can take down Tin. A nice box, a nice play. That is 1 for 0 so far.
Good exhaust. He's ISO'd.
Being chased down by Fragio. Can he make the kill happen? Looks like Rocket Jump says yes. And that is 2 kills for nothing in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Kaboom was overexposed, overstretched right there, just trying to take the top turret while sieging the mid lane a little bit more than they could chew. Their gold lead is still substantial, however, and I think that is a minor setback in the greater context of things. Still a nice move there by Pex to try and pick up a few kills.
They got a little something there. Mega JP just going to walk through. That's a pink ward he missed. We'll live another day.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. They have 2 people up top lane, so it is a 4v3 that they're engaging in underneath the turret, so they can actually engage onto the back line. They're completely defensive there. Dan's the Leona ends up way too far back. He needed to somehow end up next to Minerva so he could stop the isolation and stun the people hitting him. Instead, though, Pex makes a nice little collapse, but what's that going to do? Mega JP has an Avarice Blade right now, and there is nearly an Infinity Edge and a Ghost Blade on a Minerva.
Oh dear. That is a significant lead right there.
He's sitting on 2,500 gold.
Okay, so...
Just to go back shortly.
Shiv costs them 1,300 from where he's at. So he's got like the pickaxe afterwards.
Yep, that's going to be what he gets, unless he decides to go boots. No, pickaxe.
The Fury's got boots. 1, or are you saying boots 2?
Like a boots 2, yeah.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I haven't seen guys go boots 2 in a while. Like, it seems to be a really late pickup for a lot of AD carries. Usually like 3rd item. Which is alright. It's fine. It's just, it's all about power spikes anyway in the first place. Kaboom, though, still playing aggressively despite that one bad fight. Bot lane tier 2 under fire. Great damage coming out from the Jinx right now. And again, doing a nice little bit of wave through there from Pex, and the turret stays alive, but losing health pretty quickly every single wave.
And it's 4 turrets to 0. This is, while Kaboom has given up a few kills here and there, the style they're playing is indicative of a quick game. Pex trying to flank. They might get a nice Crag Assault. It depends on the peel.
Danagorn pushes back Monterrey. They get up 2 back in, though, and wow, they picked up Minerva. Pex going for everything they can right now. Tin takes damage. 1 for 1 so far. The re-engage from Danagorn. He will fall down. Mega JP in the wings.
Oh, he's live!
Walk away after the Rise kill. 3 for 1. The chase, the hook on the dance, the box as well. Left's going to be the only man alive in a second as Yuri gets out as well. This is going to be an ace for 1 kill for Pex unless Left gets one. And then tries to walk away. Can't be more than that, though. 5 for 2 to Pex, though.
Wow, I mean, that's the Pex play. Wide left, unfortunately. They somehow win fights when you don't expect them to, potentially based on the other team's overconfidence. And here Minerva's at half health. And
oh no.
I don't know how that happens, but it does. He just plays with the pixels and somehow pulls the 80 carry. That's the start of this one, meaning the sustained damage gets focused out right away. Rise is pretty much out of that fight as well. Mega JP makes a lucky little hop back over the other side to stay alive. And then
the Rise kill.
They didn't want to run from the Cassidon for too long here, and they end up sticking around. Still, just to show you how far behind they really were, after a 5-kill ace, they're good 5,000 gold back.
Yep. And they still can't even get the minion waves past the river right now. Still no turrets, still no dragons. Pex have a long road ahead, and you're seeing what objectives can mean for the team. Like, you look at these lanes, the CS is all pretty close, right? It's within 5 or 10, no big deal there. But when you have every dragon and 4 turrets,
right,
there's the lead.
This is one of those games where the CS is only even because Kaboom has left lanes to create objectives, which wasn't necessarily true in the first 2 games. However, you know, that ace that Kaboom just suffered will probably curb their aggression substantially.
Yeah. The problem is, though,
their team is all in.
Yeah, and that's kind of hard to do against Cassidon if you don't have good ways of turning back around against him. The map also spreads out a little bit. if they can start wave clearing you and stopping your all-in pushes, right? The last...
Whoa!
This is a knockback left though, but he is fairly tanky. They get the damage anyway. Rocket comes and grabs Mantarraya though. 1-for-1 as the top laners go down. MegaJP does get caught. 2-for-1 so far. The chase for Danagorn. Slow's gonna let it to Frahio. He's gonna be going down really quickly. Does not have flash. There's the Rune Prison. 3-for-1 to Kaboom. And now Bad Milk does not get the play. Doesn't get the slow. He's out.
And you gotta say Mantarraya really overreached right there. They're still at a substantial deficit, and even if they had a person somewhat isolated, the rest of the team was really close.
Yeah.
So flashing in for that Gragas ultimate, not ideal. If they could have gotten the Thresh Hook, it would have been a nice ult afterwards, but then they just pressed a little bit too far. And then just to farm that lane, they're putting themselves at a pretty big risk.
Uh-oh, jumps onto the Lantern, he'll be fine.
Nice.
All right.
Nice move.
They stay safe a little bit, but yeah, the thing is, because the gold's so far down, you can see it in terms of power spikes. They just couldn't kill the Irelia when they pulled it in. Not quickly enough.
So right here you can see, oh man, he overstayed for the pink ward. Let's get him. As soon as he dodged that, it's over. Pex, go back, go home. Mantarraya flashed in, and you can see Kaboom was actually waiting for the turn right there. So much damage gets turned around by just the Irelia and the Jinx Rocket. The fight is lost. The 80 carry gets caught afterwards. Yuri doesn't have sustained damage on Kassadin, so they needed the Gragas and the Triss to have a chance in this fight, and they just get completely chased down.
And it was such a perfect Gragas ult too. Brought in the single target you cared about, knocked the entire enemy team away to buy time, but 5,000 gold lead means the Jinx Rocket plus Irelia damage kills the Gragas and trades it, gets Jinx excited, gets the team to chase him.
Ghost though.
Tennones, ooh, knocked away the MegaJP. He's gonna rocket jump over. 3, 4, and 3.
Pretty low cooldown on Ghost.
Yeah, and most Ryses run 21 utilities, so shortened even further from there. 189.
Yeah, it's only got, it is 189. And he's got 160 seconds left on that guy, so about 2 minutes and 40 seconds from now, do that same song and dance again.
Trist old shorter cooldown though, so not exactly a song that Tin wants to hear again.
Yeah, it's true.
Get off Top 40 radio. Danagorn is gonna start the aggressive ward coverage game though. He clears away a pink ward defensively from Pex. And let's see. So Kaboom hasn't really succeeded on the pushes, interestingly enough. No. They've really been slowed down. So I want to see in the face of adversity, what's next for them?
To continue to go in, but just not do it right in front of turrets. You can see how Pex is getting more aggressive right now because they've gotten a few kills. I don't know if that's the right call.
Minerva takes a lot of damage. There's the barrel. One hit from Dead. First kill picked up, but they trade 80 carries. There's the find to the back line, getting some knockbacks as well. Frahio is going to actually get the kill and get out, but Bad Milk's caught. It's a 2 for 2. Here comes Left, forcing everyone away. The Spines going to stop the chase. Just the 2 for 2.
They keep catching Minerva, and the Jinx cannot protect herself. They don't actually have good Jinx peel. Jinx works in this context if Kaboom can find the fights for them, but if Pex finds the fights, it's actually been somewhat even. That one, though, was a 5v4 at the beginning because Minerva was in a bad spot, and they can counter push because of all the health they have left after that fight.
Yeah, it looks like Lep is going to be enough turret damage to take that one down, and turret number 5 now comes in for Kaboom. Mikhail's Crucible will be done soon for Dan's. That should help Minerva a whole heck of a lot.
Yeah, check this out. Minerva was just trying to move through.
Oh, he sees.
Oh, man. There was a ward there. He, of course, didn't see the ward. So that was his perspective right there. Dead before the fight happens, but then just because Danagorn followed Frahio so far back, he gets him pretty low. He's able to escape. Really a very close fight, despite a great initiation by Pex.
And I just want to point out that the Kassadin pick, 3, 1, and 8. The obvious big point of power here for Pex. 90+% kill participation, 11 of the 12. Clearly it does still work, and you're seeing basically, it's like that's the Pex style, right? Is this weird X factor. Just things happen. Kassadin is kind of like the king of things happen. Jump over wall, slow you for 90%. Gragas shows up.
If there is somebody to chase down, probably want Kassadin to do the job.
Yep.
He'll catch him for you. The question will be, though, whether he can do enough damage later in the game and whether he can continue to chase without getting collapsed on. But speaking of chasing people down,
they are really trying for left right now. The team not there to defend just yet. They saw plenty of people bot lane.
That's both the Kha'Zix ultimate and a what would be a big chunk of Yuri's mana if the fight were to happen quickly afterwards. But it's also a big tell on where they're investing their map pressure. And Kaboom doing a good job to steal a blue buff and try and push this 5th, 6th turret of the game.
That should be dying very quickly. Even wait to get the blue buff over to Tin Owns, and down goes the 6th turret of the game. Kaboom 6-0 on turrets and perfect on dragons.
Yeah, as many times as they get pushed back, their objective control is exquisite, and it's just so much mounting goal for their team. You can only land so many hooks and get so many casting kills if you cannot protect your own buildings.
Yuri's still trying, though. Zap's going to hit Manta. Nothing else quite grabbed, though. 9,000 gold game. We've been around that mark for some time now. But Kaboom, I mean, 25% gold lead here is a significant margin when you're that much above your opponent. And they have been finding those sort of split push victories. Like mid lane turret went down not long ago. The bot lane off of the attempted sort of dive from Pex. And now I feel like the easy step is for Kaboom to play together and play the Baron control game. And just not get casseted.
They just ward around a little bit, wait for someone to check, lead with the Leona ult, and charge. Is basically Kaboom's strategy from here on out. And you can see them going to set that up right now with sweepers and pink wards. Couple pink wards in inventory is going to try and set things up, and they're already starting to black out that spot. With a pink ward inside, they know there's no immediate vision. It's just a matter if they got seen coming by, and it could be down to a Baron steal, but that Baron is going rather quick. Pex needs to find out.
There's hook on the Dan's. TP comes in. They go right in onto Frahio, and he's gonna die first. Baron's still on the map, though, but that Rocket's gonna claim another kill. That is 3 picked up so far. Kaboom win that battle handedly. Now Danagorn gonna grab the easy Baron pickup. That is a 3 for 0 plus a Baron for Kaboom.
Wow. Minerva couldn't even hop over the wall, so he was just trying to assist with his zap and his ultimate. Baron nearly killed him. That's how strong Kaboom is when they decide the fights right there. Do not even need the 80 carries auto attacks. They get the Baron and they regain control.
Yep, they got the Rocket for a couple of kills. 7, 3, and 5 in that Jinx, despite being caught out a few times here. Doing plenty well for himself. Highest kill participation as well, 12 for the 80 carry Minerva there. The caster Jinx working so far. There's a jump on in. You can see.
I mean,
kill the jungler first.
You can see the ultimate over the wall as well, landing on a lot of them. Leona's able to make it over. It's just the Rise landed so much AoE in there, and all of the spells from Jinx actually landed pretty nicely. It was as clean a fight as they have got this entire game. And it really just showed you with their gold lead and their damage output how lethal they can be if they do not get caught off guard by Pex.
And now I think they can finally play as Siege and have it work. They've picked up some more items. They have actually changed up some of their
They want to stop this dragon from going down as well.
Oh my gosh, Danagorn's going to try. Ulti comes out, spots him. Smite battle. Pex not even going to try here.
If they lost that fight, the game would be over and their chances of World Championship would be completely gone. It may be already over, though.
It might be slow onto Frahio. Can he get away? Dan's is still around. There's the Eclipse. There's the W. He doesn't quite land it, but Danagorn, as he presses R, and that could be bad for Kha'Zix. 1 for 0. Tenons gets the kill. Is this the game-winning push? Here comes left.
Wrong way for Rise!
Mandaraya goes down. Bad Milk's going to sour as well. 3 for 0 one more time. Left goes in for Mega JP. Minerva gets that kill. Only Yuri's alive. Gets away from the zap, but only one person stands in the way of Kaboom, punching their ticket to the World Championship.
They don't even have minions for that inhibitor turret, but they're going to be able to take that one down. It's only 28 minutes left, so I don't think they can end it on this push, but they have all but secured their trip to the World Championship. 18,000 gold lead, 28 minutes in, and 7 turrets to none.
I don't know how you actually keep yourself from pushing the Nexus right there, because you're like, oh my gosh, we're about to go to Worlds. Oh my gosh, we can't close it out yet?
They seem pretty in control
right now.
I mean, look at their faces right now. They are laser focused on what they need to accomplish right here.
That's impressive.
Keep in mind, they have been playing a lot of competitive games over in Brazil, and the stage for their regionals was rather epic, so they have regained themselves. This last fight was just about charging right at them. Dans tries to land as many spells as they can, but one initiation after another. Assaulted battery into Tenons. Lep is trying to flank around the other side, and Pex can do nothing but run away. Monterrey tried to peel, but he only led to his own team's demise by making Tenons even closer of a threat. Left continues to chase in. Minerva still had his flash, and it was just a massacre right there.
It absolutely was. 17,000 gold lead before 30 minutes in. The Kaboom have just been incredible this game right here. They're starting to tank up as well, so they can dive some turrets. Randuin's Omen done for Dana Gordon. Lep has a Frozen Heart. Pushing this game likely not difficult now for Kaboom. And they go mid lane with bottom inhibitor already dead.
And they have the initiation, that's for sure. Just a matter of whether or not they can risk getting isolated by a Gragas ultimate. They kind of want Aurelia with them here, but they're trying to set up a split push, slow and steady, respecting the AP Gragas wave clear at the moment. Lep kind of, you can see him jumping up and down a little bit in his chair, just wanting to get the fight that'll win them here. Winning the final game without giving up a single turret really speaks to domination here in this international wildcard.
Well, here's the attempt. Got a lot of damage coming down from the Jinx, and down goes Kha'Zix, 1 for 0.
Here it is.
The dive in, they picked up 2 so far. Kaboom inside the base. They're gonna find Mantarraya. He's gonna be going down. And now on to the Nexus turrets. There's number 1, there's number 2. It's gonna be a 3-0, and Kaboom Esports from Brazil are going to the World Championship.
Congratulations to Kaboom. They made it all the way from Brazil. They took the long trip here to PAX, and they destroyed this best of 5, 3-0, with the last game being the most dominant.
0 turrets given up, 0 dragons given up, 0 barons given up. Double the kills of the enemy team. Honestly, a dominating performance from start to finish.
Yeah. Game 1, little shaky.
Almost an hour long.
Game 2 started a little bit shaky and then ended strong. Game 3, they jumped out of the gates. Huge gold lead, 5,000 gold plus by 10 minutes. 10 turrets to 0 by the end of this one. If not for the scrappiness of Pex, it would have been over much sooner. But 31 minutes, a lot of diving there from Kaboom. And they're going to Worlds.
They are going to Worlds. See what group they're in about a week and a half.
Now the team, both international wildcard teams, decided now Dark Passage won at Gamescom.
These guys are still happy.
Oh, of course
they're going to Worlds. That's pretty amazing. And I think the cool thing as well, though, is I expect Pex to be rooting for them in the World Championship. Yes, they took your spot away. Yes, they beat you in the series, but I feel like you still got to root for your region in a way. Yeah. One of the other South American teams say, you know what, you guys beat us, but carry the standard and see how far you guys go.
Yeah, Pex looked a little disheveled after that one. Obviously, they came all the way here. They're wanting to represent LATAM, but they still made it pretty damn close, you know? And there's plenty of future with those guys. The instincts that that team has, playing with huge gold deficits, without vision, and still being able to pull out a lot of important fights, isn't something you see from many top-tier teams across the world. So if they can just continue training, get their mechanics up a little bit, and actually have some advantages to play with, they would be exceedingly dangerous.
And that's kind of the fun thing, is you have the regions who got League of Legends more recently. This is going to be a funny comparison to make, but Korea got the fun thing is you have the regions who got League of Legends more recently. This is going to be a funny comparison to make, but Korea got sort of first-party servers a few years ago. And I think the first World Championship we saw with them, they made top 2. That was Zebu Frost. They got 3-1 by TPA. You gave them a year, and every single time it's like, Korea's going to win. Korea's going to win. Korea's going to win Worlds. Right? And like the jump it made within like a year and a half, 2 years. And I want to see the growth of the South American teams because they're clearly very good. They've clearly got a lot of smart people there, a lot of good players there.
A lot of passion, too.
A hell of a lot of passion. I want to see where it takes them.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see these guys at Worlds, honestly. It's going to be one hell of a ride. We got these 2 international wildcard teams. A lot of teams think they're going to get thrown in a group stage and just kind of become fodder. But these guys are out to prove differently, right?
Sure.
Last year, it didn't work out that well for Gaming Gear, who was the international wildcard team. But this year could definitely be a different story. Brazil had another year of practice. Wonder how they can do.
Yeah, and again, Kaboom took a very hard road to get here. They've beaten some very strong teams with well-known names on them to get themselves here. So I think these guys are definitely very good. We're going to send it now down to Kobe, who's just side with our winners, Kaboom Esports.
All right, thank you, Freak. I'm here with the mid laner of Kaboom, Timons, and our translator, Maka. Now, congratulations on your win. And now that you guys have qualified for Worlds, I want to ask you, is there any specific team that you're looking forward to playing on the international stage?
Então, parabéns pela vitória. E agora que vocês realmente vão para o Mundial, tem algum time específico que vocês estão ansiosos para jogar contra?
Eu acho que não tem time específico nenhum, mas eu acho que a região que a gente tá mais ansioso para enfrentar é o pessoal da Coreia.
So, I don't think there is any other team that I feel like fighting against, but the region that I want to play against is Korean.
I think a lot of people would look forward to seeing that. Now, what is the next stage of your guys' preparation going to look like heading to Worlds?
Agora, qual que é o próximo passo de preparação para vocês, agora que vocês estão indo para o Mundial?
Agora é voltar para o Brasil, treinar melhor ainda e rumo ao Mundial, representar bem o Brasil.
Now, return to Brazil, train even harder, and get ready for the Worlds.
All right. Well, you guys are the first team from Brazil ever to qualify for Worlds. Is there anything that you want to say to all the fans supporting you from back home?
Agora, pela primeira vez, vocês vão representar o Brasil no Campeonato Mundial. Tem alguma coisa que você gostaria de dizer para os fãs que estão assistindo vocês lá no Brasil?
Queria agradecer a todo mundo que torceu pela gente, que acreditou no nosso potencial. Queria agradecer também aos patrocinadores, Steel, HyperX, principalmente a Kaboom, que dá todo esse apoio para nós e fez com que a gente chegasse até aqui.
So I want to thank all the supporters in Brazil, our sponsors, including Kaboom, that made all the efforts for us to be here. So thank you very much.
All right. Well, congratulations once again. Now we are going to send it back over to the analyst desk.
Thanks, Kobe. Now, the boys from Brazil have locked their spot at the upcoming World Championships. So, gentlemen, what are our takeaways from today?
Well, Tinones. That's my biggest takeaway here. Minerva loves that Ghost Blade so much. The Ghost Blade Super Mega Death Rocket down the mid lane made me laugh so hard because it did so much damage. He didn't really care that he had built that item like over a BF sword, and then he just rushed down the mid lane, and he loves getting resets. I think they're a very aggressive team, but they have some nerves at the start. So I'm looking forward to seeing them at Worlds because they have beaten Korean players before because there were some that came over to Brazil and a team that was coached by a Korean. So they're going to get more of that like authentic just 5-man Korean squad and see if they can hold up against that because I'm very interested to see how they do, especially with that Ghost Blade. I got to keep mentioning that.
Got to keep harping on the Ghost Blade. Well, what about you, Pobelter? Given the fact that we have seen Kaboom now go through a regional qualifier where they weren't considered the favorite, they surprised a lot of people. They came out here and gave a dominating performance. Do you believe that they could surprise some people at Worlds?
I think that they will have some difficulty trumping some of the more world caliber teams, you know, but they did show a good performance today against PEX, and so I'm sure they're very happy about that, and that hopefully they can carry that into Worlds and surprise some more people.
And Zyrene, any thoughts on that? I mean, you already spoke a little bit about the fact that they have some practice against the Korean teams and things like that. But just as a region, as they grow, what do you think that this trip to the World Championships is going to do for that region in terms of their growth in esports and things like that?
I think for Kaboom, they're going to get a nice dose of international competition, which is something that they haven't gotten in Brazil or haven't had in Brazil at all. So it's something that I'm very interested to see what they take away from it because this is a thing that Freak talked about, where they got the servers, you know, they got League of Legends pretty recently in terms of comparison to North America, but they're already at this level with it. And the fact that a lot of them are still kind of like, what is the meta? And when I was doing my research on these teams, it was actually quite surprising that when I talked to people who were researching them, they were like, these guys actually play meta. For the most part, they play meta champions, which was very surprising for this region. And that means that they can compete with other teams that are playing the meta instead of bringing something completely different where it's like, oh, it's the Brazilian style where they bring out the Mordekaiser mid or something like that. It's no, they're playing meta just like you guys, and they're just trying to be on that same individual skill level. So I think it'll up the region's competition. I think it'll make them thirstier to return there. And I think that Kaboom is a great representation of what it's all about because it's a big underdog story too because they finished 4th. They finished the last place that could make it into playoffs, and they came all the way through.
Well, I'm sure the Brazilian fans and all their fans around the world are going to be celebrating tonight as they put up a pretty dominating performance. But let's see who is going to be joining Kaboom at Worlds. Now, from the European LCS, it's Alliance, Fnatic, and SK Gaming.
And from GPL, it's the Taipei Assassins and AHQ. And taking the other international wildcard spot is Turkey's Dark Passage.
Next, it's Samsung Blue and Samsung White from Korea. And last but not least, it's Edward Gaming from China. Now, to share some thoughts on today's action, let's check in with Freak and Jat. Guys, how you doing over there?
Great.
Pretty well.
All right. I'm glad to hear that. I want to get your impressions on the latest team to make it to Worlds. Talk to me a little bit more about Kaboom.
You want to go or me go?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing, I actually almost want to disagree just a little bit with Cyrene, because even though they do play meta champions, these guys are clearly most comfortable when they're playing their comfort picks. Aureli in the top lane, Jinx is an AD carry, and even Vi or Jarvan on jungle. And I think if they just try and build off that, they can be a curveball to some teams at Worlds, and I think that's their best chance.
I actually just agree with Jat with this one. I really think if you bring your own style, especially if you're an underdog, it's helpful because no one's going to really research Kaboom. Like, you'll know their picks, but you're going to really know their tendencies, and that's actually, I think, their best bet is to play their own Brazilian style.
All right, so Freak, we've already mentioned a little bit the fact that they could be a curveball at Worlds, but realistically, what kind of an impact can a team like this that is so new to the international scene have at a giant event like Worlds?
So realistically, I don't think they're going to win Worlds. I don't think they can make a top 4. Like they're not Samsung Blue, they're not Samsung White, they're not Najin White Shield. They're going to have a hard road ahead. With the right group, maybe they get out of groups. There's a chance. They make that underdog story. They get out to quarterfinals, maybe. But I think it's a really tough road.
Yeah, I don't think they win by mimicking other teams, if you put me to it. If they have a chance, it's because they can play a unique style.
All right, well, today's games have just been an appetizer of what we're going to see the rest of the week. We've got our semifinals tomorrow. What are you guys expecting to see?
I'm expecting to see what Curse still has. Because Curse's road so far was, I guess, not very hard so far, right? They beat CLG, who is now the number 6 team in NA, so it's not like they've really been tested. Now they're facing Cloud9, who are the best team in North America. And I want to know, did Curse finally show up at the end of the season, or is it an easy road so far?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what LMQ has to do, because I've heard a lot of things about people saying LMQ is struggling heavily in scrims, but LMQ has also been one of the best teams at kind of sandbagging scrims to not let people know their true power. So I really need to see that LMQ versus TSM match.
All right, guys. Well, thank you for the quick conversation. Definitely looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Now let's pull up the brackets to see where things currently stand in the North American LCS. Dignitas has clinched the 5th place, defeating CLG 3-1 and guaranteed their spot in the spring split.
And that means 6th place, CLG, will be going to the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament, where they will have to defeat a team from the Challenger Series to hold on to their place in the LCS.
Now we will be back tomorrow with 2 best-of-5 semifinal matchups as part of our continuing coverage of the North American LCS Summer Playoffs.
Up first, 2nd seed LMQ will go head-to-head with Team Solo Mid. Then defending champions Cloud9 will battle it out with Curse to see who moves ahead to the finals and a shot at the Summer Title Championship.
And the action kicks off tomorrow at noon Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European Time. Now that's going to do it for us today, and we want to give a very special thank you to Pobelter for lending us all of his expertise today. And for myself, Zyrene, Freak, Jat, Riv, Kobe, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow.
We are shifting into gear right away for a first best-of-5 showdown between Counterlogic Gaming and Team Dignitas. Beautiful flash from Link there on the Shockwave, and Shifter will be taken down. CLG is ignoring turrets, and they are dropping Dignitas. PewDiePie in the back line gets face of the mountain. He'll stay alive. Doublet gets the chrono shift. He'll be back up, but they'll kill Aframu before the time even happens.
Congratulations to Dignitas striking back, evening up this series.
They're going to try and do. Dignitas has been acting much better. What a shot on Doublet. He gets the insect and they get the kill with the Mega Inferno. Oh my God, Dignitas is coming up huge.
Dignitas successfully defend the Alamo.
Will CLG get it going for broke here? Dignitas is not falling. All the CLG health bars have been nullified. Dignitas takes the best-of-5 series against Counterlogic Gaming.
Now we're setting the stage for our next matchup, a battle between Kaboom Esports from Brazil and the Latin American squad, PEX Gaming. Mega JP, 2 hits from Dead, but he's got a GA. Mantaraya now in the front lines. He's going to tank it up, and they take down Danagorn 38 minutes into the game. Nexus gonna fall, and Brazil is 1 game away from the World Championship. And they go right in onto Frahio, and he's gonna die first. Baron's still on the map though, but that rocket's gonna claim another kill. Kaboom inside the base. They're gonna find Mantaraya. He's gonna be going down. And Kaboom Esports from Brazil are going to the World Championship.